Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we begin the zombie apocalypse, I want to ask for your support by subscribing to the channel. Your subscription is very important to me and helps me a lot, so please subscribe to support me. Maybe that way I can stay alive a little longer. Now let's go to day 0. How it all began. By Friday, things had gotten worse. Dale Hutchins called me in a panic, saying the infection had spread to nearly 20 acres and had jumped to his neighbor's property despite every attempt to contain it. More concerning, 3 of his farmhands had called in sick with what they described as severe respiratory issues and strange rashes on their hands and arms. Exactly where they'd touched the infected crops. I drove back out there immediately, this time bringing full chemical protection gear from my army days that I'd kept stored in my garage, and what I found made my blood run cold. The fungal growth had accelerated beyond any natural pattern, creating these massive colonies that covered not just the crops but the soil itself, the equipment, even parts of the barn where they'd stored some of the infected wheat before realizing the danger. The white mycelium had taken on a slightly yellowish tinge in places, with these bulbous fruiting bodies starting to emerge, and when I got close enough I could see them releasing spores in visible clouds whenever anything disturbed them. I collected new samples wearing a full respirator and chemical suit, much to Dale's confusion, though he was too worried about his workers to question my paranoia. One of the sick farmhands, a young man named Carlos who couldn't have been more than 25, was sitting in Dale's kitchen looking pale and sweating despite the cool temperature, and when I asked to examine him, I saw that the rash on his forearms had developed into something that looked disturbingly similar to the fungal colonies growing in the fields, white and fibrous, spreading under his skin in visible patterns. I told Dale to get Carlos to the hospital immediately, to tell them it might be a fungal infection and to use isolation protocols, and I could see the fear in the old farmer's eyes as he realized this was far more serious than crop damage. On my drive back to Wichita, I called my former commanding officer from my Chemical Corps days, Colonel James Reeves, who'd retired to a consulting position with Homeland Security. I explained what I'd found, sent him the genetic analysis data, and waited while he pulled strings to run it through military databases I no longer had access to. He called me back within 2 hours, which was fast enough to tell me he was taking this seriously, and his voice had that clipped professional tone he only used when shit was genuinely bad. He told me that the genetic markers matched a classified research program that had been shut down 8 years ago by the CDC after it was deemed too dangerous, something about engineered decomposition organisms for battlefield cleanup and biological waste management. The program had supposedly destroyed all samples, but clearly someone had kept the research alive, and Agrigene Solutions had the kind of black-budget defense contracts that would give them access to that kind of classified material. That's when I decided to do something incredibly stupid and potentially illegal. I drove out to the Agrigene facility that night using my old military credentials and some carefully worded lies about a routine agricultural inspection to talk my way past the minimal security at the front gate. The facility was mostly underground, hidden beneath what looked like a standard agricultural research station, with only a small cluster of buildings visible from the road and the real complex extending deep below the Kansas soil. I'd brought a camera and recording equipment, concealing it under my jacket, and I managed to get into the main research level by following a group of actual employees through a security checkpoint while pretending to study a clipboard. What I found in those underground labs would haunt me for the rest of my life. Massive containment chambers filled with the engineered cordyceps fungus, growing in carefully controlled environments with charts and projections showing decomposition rates that would have made it profitable for agricultural waste processing. But there were other rooms sealed behind additional security, where I could see through observation windows that the fungus had been tested on animal subjects and then on what looked horrifyingly like human tissue samples. and the notes I managed to photograph on an unattended computer terminal spoke about unexpected mutations, about the fungus learning to process living tissue more efficiently than dead matter, about concerns that had been raised and dismissed by someone named Adrian Sterling, who'd insisted the commercial potential was too valuable to abandon. I was making my way back toward the elevator when I heard voices and footsteps, security doing their rounds, and I had to hide in a storage closet for what felt like hours but was probably only 30 minutes, my heart pounding so hard I was sure they'd hear it. When I finally made it back to my truck, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the steering wheel, but I had enough photographic evidence to potentially shut the entire operation down if I could get it to the right people before Agrigene realized what I'd discovered. I drove straight home, uploaded everything to encrypted cloud storage, sent copies to Colonel Reeves with a detailed explanation, and then finally allowed myself to collapse on my couch with a bottle of whiskey, trying to process the magnitude of what I'd seen. This wasn't just a corporate accident or regulatory violation. This was a deliberately engineered biological weapon disguised as agricultural technology, and it was already loose in the Kansas heartland, spreading through farm country with nobody in authority taking it seriously. I didn't sleep that night, just sat in my living room watching the news, seeing if there were any reports about unusual illnesses or agricultural problems, and that's when I saw the first mention. Buried in a local news segment about a hospital in a small town called Sterling being overwhelmed with patients suffering from severe respiratory distress and strange fungal infections. The reporter was treating it like a curiosity, maybe some kind of seasonal flu combined with an allergic reaction, but I knew better. And the fact that the town had the same name as Agrigene's CEO felt like the universe mocking me. I tried calling the hospital but got nowhere, tried calling state health officials but was told to submit a formal report through proper channels, tried calling Colonel Reeves again but got his voicemail, and with every dead end I felt the situation spiraling further out of control. By the time the sun came up on Saturday morning, I'd made a decision that would change everything. I was going to Sterling, Kansas, population roughly 4,000, to see the outbreak firsthand and try to warn people before it was too late. The drive to Sterling took about 90 minutes, and with every mile I traveled northwest, I saw more signs of the fungal infection spreading through the farmland. Whole fields had turned that sickly gray-brown color, with visible clouds of spores drifting in the wind like some kind of biological fog. And I passed 3 farms where I could see the white mycelium growth covering not just crops, but vehicles, equipment, and even the sides of buildings. I kept my windows rolled up tight and my truck's air conditioning on recirculation, paranoid about breathing any of those spores, and I was grateful for my chemical corps training that taught me how to identify contaminated zones and maintain personal protection even without proper equipment. Sterling itself looked wrong as soon as I entered the town limits. The streets were too quiet for a Saturday morning, with most businesses closed and very few people visible, and those I did see were wearing makeshift masks and moving quickly, staying away from each other like they knew something contagious was spreading. The hospital was a small building on the eastern edge of town, and the parking lot was packed with vehicles, including 2 ambulances and what looked like a hastily erected tent structure near the emergency entrance. I parked and approached carefully, and that's when I saw my first genuine victim of what the fungus could do to human hosts. A woman was being wheeled out of the tent on a gurney, and even from a distance I could see the fungal growth erupting from her skin, white tendrils spreading across her face and arms, with those same yellowish fruiting bodies beginning to emerge from the colonies. She was conscious, screaming in a way that didn't sound entirely human anymore, and the medical staff in their inadequate surgical masks looked terrified as they rushed her inside. I followed them into the hospital, using my credentials as a state agricultural inspector to talk my way past the overwhelmed front desk, and found myself in a nightmare version of a medical facility where every room was filled with patients in various stages of fungal infection. Some were in the early stages with just the rashes and respiratory distress, while others were so far gone that the fungus had begun to replace their tissue entirely, creating these horrible hybrid forms that were more fungal colony than human. The doctors I spoke with were desperate for information, telling me they'd already lost 18 patients and had no idea how to treat the infection, as every antifungal medication they tried seemed to just make it spread faster, as if the engineered fungus had been designed to resist treatment. I spent 3 hours documenting everything, taking careful photographs and samples when the medical staff were too busy to notice, and trying to explain what I knew about the fungus's origin without revealing how I'd obtained that information. But the truth was becoming unavoidable. This wasn't a containable outbreak anymore. The spores were everywhere, being carried by the wind across the entire region, and every person who'd been exposed to infected crops or contaminated soil was at risk. The incubation period seemed to vary based on exposure level, with some people showing symptoms within hours while others took days, but everyone eventually developed the same pattern of infection. Respiratory distress first, then the fungal growth erupting through the skin, and finally a complete colonization of the body that killed the host while transforming them into mobile spore factories. And here's what made it worse than any virus could ever be. The victims didn't just die. In the later stages, when the fungus had spread throughout their nervous systems, they became violent and aggressive, driven by some kind of biological imperative to spread the infection further, attacking anyone nearby with savage intensity before finally collapsing as the fungal growth consumed them entirely. I was talking to a doctor named Sarah Chen, trying to convince her that this needed to be reported to the CDC immediately, with a request for military containment protocols when the first attack happened inside the hospital itself. One of the patients who'd been in the advanced stages of infection, a middle-aged man whose medical chart said his name was Robert Tucker, suddenly lurched out of his bed with that horrible screaming sound I'd heard earlier, his body covered in fungal growth that had erupted through his hospital gown. The thing that had been Robert Tucker moved with jerky, unnatural motions as if the fungus was learning how to operate his muscles and joints, and it went straight for the nearest person, a young nurse who couldn't have been more than 23 years old. She screamed and tried to run, but the infected man was faster than he should have been, grabbing her arm with hands that left chunks of fungal material on her skin, and then he bit into her shoulder with such force that I heard bones crack. The hospital descended into chaos as more infected patients began attacking staff and other patients, and I grabbed Dr. Chen and pulled her toward the exit, both of us running while the screams echoed behind us. We made it to the parking lot to find that the situation outside was just as bad. Infected people were stumbling through the streets, attacking anyone they encountered, and the sound of gunfire suggested that someone, probably the local police, had started shooting them. I got Dr. Chen into my truck and we drove away from the hospital as fast as I could safely manage, both of us breathing hard and trying to process what we'd just witnessed. She was crying, her hands shaking, telling me that this couldn't be happening, that this was supposed to be a simple agricultural town where the biggest emergency was maybe a tornado or a bad harvest, not something out of a horror movie. I told her about Agrigene Solutions, about the engineered fungus and the underground facility, about Adrian Sterling and the classified research program, and I could see her expression change from shock to fury as she realized this outbreak was the result of corporate greed and negligence rather than some act of nature. We needed to get somewhere safe, somewhere we could call for help and hopefully convince someone in authority to take drastic action before this spread beyond Sterling. But as we drove through the town, I could see the infection was already far more widespread than I'd thought. People were collapsing in the streets as the fungus erupted from their bodies, Cars were crashing as drivers lost control when symptoms hit them, and those who'd already transformed into the violent, aggressive stage were spreading out through the residential areas, breaking into homes and attacking anyone they found. We ended up at a small church on the western edge of town where about 30 people had barricaded themselves inside, having recognized the danger and acted quickly enough to avoid initial infection. The pastor, a man named Father Michael Williams, let us in through a side door that they'd reinforced with pews and wooden planks, and we joined a group of terrified survivors who were trying to make sense of the nightmare unfolding around them. There were families with young children, elderly residents who'd been at the church for Saturday morning services, a few teenagers who'd run there from their homes, and a handful of others like us who just managed to escape before the infected caught them. I used my phone to try calling every authority I could think of. State Police, National Guard, CDC, even my contact at Homeland Security, but the cellular network was already overwhelmed and I could barely get a signal. When I did manage to get through to Colonel Reeves, he told me that the military was aware of the situation and was preparing a response, but he sounded grim. And he told me something that made my blood freeze. Preliminary satellite imagery showed the fungal infection spreading in a radius of nearly 40 miles from the Agrigene facility, following water tables and root systems underground, and the number of infected individuals was estimated in the thousands. That's when I understood the true scale of what Adrian Sterling had unleashed. This wasn't just about Sterling, Kansas, or even the immediate surrounding farms. The fungus was spreading through the soil itself, following the interconnected network of plant roots and underground water channels, moving faster than any containment effort could possibly stop. And every person it infected became another vector for spreading the spores, creating an exponential growth pattern that would consume the entire heartland within days if something drastic wasn't done. Dr. Chen was using the church's internet connection to try to send reports to every medical institution she could think of, while Father Williams organized the survivors into shifts for watching the doors and windows, rationing the food they had in the church kitchen, and trying to keep everyone calm despite the obvious terror on every face. I found myself standing near one of the stained glass windows, watching the street outside as infected people wandered past, their bodies racked with fungal growth, occasionally attacking each other in displays of savage violence that seemed to serve no purpose except spreading the spores further. Night fell over Sterling, and the darkness made everything worse. We could hear screams echoing across the town, gunfire from multiple directions as people fought back against the infected, and the distant sound of buildings burning as fires spread unchecked. The church had emergency lighting powered by a generator, but Father Williams insisted we keep most of the lights off to avoid attracting attention from the infected, who seemed to be drawn to signs of activity. I sat in the main sanctuary with Dr. Chen and a few others, sharing what information we had about the fungus and trying to develop any kind of plan that might improve our chances of survival. A man named Rick Morrison, who'd been a biology teacher at the local high school before all this happened, understood enough about fungal biology to grasp the horrifying implications of an engineered cordyceps variant that could infect humans. He explained to the group that normal cordyceps species were highly specialized, only able to infect specific insect species because of complex evolutionary adaptations, but an engineered version that could infect humans would be using entirely artificial mechanisms, making it far more dangerous and unpredictable than anything in nature. Around midnight, we got our first real test when a group of 5 infected individuals began pounding on the church doors, attracted by some sound or movement they'd detected inside. We could hear them outside making those horrible gurgling screams, their fists hammering against the reinforced wood with enough force that the doors shook in their frames. Father Williams had quietly revealed that he owned a hunting rifle and a shotgun, both of which he'd retrieved from his personal residence when the outbreak first began. And now he stood near the door with the rifle while I positioned myself at a side window with the shotgun, both of us ready to defend the survivors inside if the infected managed to break through. The pounding continued for nearly an hour, growing more frenzied as more infected joined the group outside, and I could see through gaps in the boarded windows that the fungal growth had progressed even further on these victims, with some of them barely recognizable as human anymore, their bodies more fungal colony than flesh and bone. Just when I thought the doors would fail, the infected suddenly stopped their attack and wandered away, drawn by something else. Maybe other survivors, or just the random impulses that seemed to drive their behavior. The relief in the church was palpable, people crying or praying or just sitting in stunned silence, and I realized that this was only the beginning of a siege that could last days or even weeks if we weren't rescued or didn't find another way out. I tried my phone again, and this time I managed to get through to Colonel Reeves, though the connection was terrible, cutting in and out with static. What he told me in those brief moments of clarity was devastating. The military was implementing emergency containment protocols, which meant they were establishing a perimeter around the infected zone and preventing anyone from leaving. The entire region was being quarantined, and while they were sending in specialized teams to attempt rescue operations and data collection, the preliminary assessment was that the outbreak was beyond conventional containment methods. He didn't say it explicitly, but I understood what he was implying. They were considering more extreme measures, the kind that involved complete sterilization of the infected area. I shared this information with Dr. Chen and Father Williams, keeping my voice low so the other survivors wouldn't hear and panic. And we discussed our options in the dim light of emergency candles. We could stay in the church and hope for rescue, but that meant waiting while our supplies dwindled and the infected continued to multiply outside. We could try to make a run for it, attempting to reach the military perimeter before they sealed it completely. But that meant exposing ourselves to infection and risking attack from the hundreds or thousands of infected individuals between us and safety. Or we could try something more aggressive, gathering evidence about Agrigene Solutions and Adrian Sterling, documenting this disaster thoroughly enough that even if we didn't survive, the truth would get out and those responsible would face justice. Dr. Chen was in favor of the third option, her medical training and scientific mind demanding that this be properly documented and understood, while Father Williams was more focused on the spiritual duty of protecting his congregation, and I found myself torn between my desire to survive and my anger at the corporation that had caused all this death. Sunday morning brought no improvement to our situation, just the harsh reality of a town completely overrun by fungal infection. The survivors in the church were starting to show signs of stress. The children were crying more frequently, unable to understand why they couldn't go home or see their parents who might already be dead or infected, and the adults were snapping at each other over minor issues, the tension of our confinement wearing away at everyone's patience. We had food for maybe 3 more days if we rationed carefully, water for perhaps 5 if we included what we could collect from the church's bathroom facilities, and ammunition for the guns numbered less than 50 rounds total. I spent the morning reinforcing our barricades with materials scavenged from other parts of the church, while Rick Morrison gave an impromptu lesson to anyone interested about fungal biology, and how to recognize early infection symptoms so we could isolate anyone who might have been exposed before they became a danger to the group. It was around noon when we heard the helicopters, military birds, flying low over the town, and for a brief moment everyone in the church felt a surge of hope that rescue was finally arriving. I went to the highest window I could safely access and watched as the helicopters circled the area, but they weren't landing. They were surveying, taking photographs and presumably thermal imaging of the infection spread. I tried to signal them with a mirror, flashing reflected sunlight in a pattern that should have indicated survivors requesting extraction. But if they saw me, they gave no indication, just continued their surveillance pattern and then flew off toward the east. The disappointment in the church was crushing. and I had to spend the next hour convincing people that the military was probably just assessing the situation before committing to rescue operations. Though privately, I was becoming more certain that Colonel Reeves' implications had been correct. They were considering this area a total loss. That afternoon, our situation deteriorated further when one of the survivors, a woman named Janet Peterson, who'd been complaining of a headache and nausea since the previous evening, began showing definitive signs of fungal infection. The rash appeared first on her hands, exactly the pattern I'd seen on Carlos at Dale Hutchins' farm, and within an hour the white mycelium was visible under her skin, spreading up her arms in those horrifying neural network patterns. Dr. Chen examined her as best she could without proper medical equipment, and the diagnosis was clear. Janet had been exposed to spores at some point, probably before she reached the church, and now the infection was progressing rapidly through her system. Father Williams made the difficult decision that Janet needed to be isolated immediately. And despite her protests and tears, we moved her to a small storage room at the back of the church, locking her in with some food and water, but no way to rejoin the main group. Her cries echoed through the building, begging us to let her out, promising she'd be fine, but we all knew what was coming. And about 3 hours later, her cries changed from human pleas to those gurgling screams that meant the fungus had reached her nervous system and she was no longer Janet Peterson anymore. The thing that had been Janet began throwing itself against the locked door with savage force, and I could hear the wood beginning to splinter under the repeated impacts. I took the shotgun and positioned myself outside that door, with Father Williams beside me holding his rifle, and we waited while the other survivors moved as far from that area as possible. The door finally broke inward on its reinforced hinges, and the infected woman who used to be Janet stumbled out into the hallway, her body covered in fungal growth that had erupted through her clothing, her eyes glazed and unseeing but clearly tracking movement. She came at us with surprising speed, and I didn't hesitate, couldn't afford to hesitate, just raised the shotgun and fired directly at her center mass, the blast throwing her backward and leaving a massive wound that should have been immediately fatal, but somehow she kept moving, kept trying to reach us until Father Williams put a rifle round through her skull and she finally collapsed in a heap of fungal matter and ruined flesh. The sound of the gunfire brought infected from outside, drawn by the noise, and suddenly we had a new crisis as dozens of them began converging on the church, pounding on every door and window, trying to find a way inside. I told everyone to stay quiet, to not make any unnecessary sound, while Father Williams and I watched the entrances with our weapons ready, counting our remaining ammunition and knowing we couldn't afford a prolonged fight. The siege lasted for hours, the infected clawing at our barriers, and twice we had to fire through gaps in the barricades when one of them nearly broke through, each gunshot bringing more of them but also dropping the immediate threat. By the time darkness fell again, we'd used 14 rounds of ammunition, had lost one survivor to infection who we'd been forced to kill, and were facing the grim reality that we couldn't sustain this situation for more than another day or two at most. That night, while most of the survivors tried to sleep in exhausted shifts, I had a quiet conversation with Dr. Chen about what she'd learned from examining Janet's body before we'd been forced to dispose of it by pushing the corpse out through a back window. The fungal colonization had been complete, replacing muscle tissue and even penetrating bone, with the neural pathways showing signs of being co-opted by fungal networks that created the aggressive, violent behavior we'd witnessed. The engineering that had gone into creating this organism was sophisticated beyond anything she'd seen in legitimate research, suggesting military-level bioweapon development disguised as agricultural technology. And the fact that it was a cordyceps-based fungus rather than a virus made it uniquely dangerous. Fungi were harder to kill, more resilient to environmental conditions and capable of existing in both active and dormant spore states that could survive for extended periods waiting for new hosts. Even if we somehow managed to eliminate every infected individual in Sterling, the spores would remain in the soil, in the water, in every surface and structure, making the entire area uninhabitable for potentially decades. I finally managed to get another brief call through to Colonel Reeves around 3 in the morning, and what he told me confirmed my worst fears. The military had established a containment perimeter 50 miles out from the Agrigene facility, with orders to shoot anyone attempting to cross it without proper decontamination protocols. The infection had spread to at least 6 other towns in addition to Sterling, with estimated casualty numbers in the tens of thousands and climbing rapidly as more people succumbed to exposure. The National Guard had been mobilized across Kansas, Oklahoma, and Nebraska, trying to evacuate people from areas that weren't yet infected while maintaining the quarantine zone. And most chilling of all, he told me that the Joint Chiefs were meeting to discuss permanent containment solutions, which was military euphemism for what I'd suspected all along. They were going to nuke the heartland, sterilize the entire infected region with nuclear fire to prevent the fungus from spreading further. When I asked him how much time we had, Colonel Reeves went quiet for a long moment before answering that the decision would be made within 72 hours. Possibly sooner if the infection spread accelerated beyond current projections. He told me that if I wanted to survive, I needed to find a way to reach the perimeter with proof that I was uninfected. And he gave me coordinates for an extraction point where military personnel would be equipped with proper testing equipment and decontamination facilities. The only problem was that the extraction point was nearly 60 miles away through an infected zone, and I had no vehicle that could make that journey safely, no protective equipment adequate for extended exposure, and a group of survivors who wouldn't all be able to make the trip even if we tried. I shared this information with Father Williams and Dr. Chen, and we made a decision that would define everything that came after. We would try to reach the Agrigene facility, gather hard evidence of what Sterling and his company had done, and then attempt to make it to the extraction point. It was a desperate plan with minimal chance of success, but the alternative was sitting in the church until we starved, or the infected finally broke through, or the nuclear strike vaporized us along with everything else in the region. We told the other survivors that we were going to attempt to get help, that they should stay barricaded in the church until either we returned with rescue or until they absolutely had to flee, and we left them with most of the remaining food and ammunition. A woman named Barbara Shaw, who'd been a nurse before retiring, took charge of the group, promising to keep everyone safe until we returned, though her eyes said she understood we probably wouldn't be coming back. The 3 of us left the church just before dawn on Monday, using the early morning dimness to conceal our movement as we crept through Sterling's devastated streets. The town was a nightmare landscape of fungal growth and infected corpses, with the white mycelium covering buildings and vehicles in thick mats, and spores drifting through the air like toxic snow. We wore cloth masks soaked in water, knowing they were inadequate but having no better options, and moved as quickly and quietly as possible through areas where the infected seemed less concentrated. I'd grabbed a crowbar from the church's maintenance closet, and Father Williams had insisted on bringing his rifle despite my protests about the weight and noise, while Dr. Chen carried a backpack full of medical supplies and sample collection equipment. Our goal was to reach the parking lot where I'd left my truck, hoping it was still functional, and then drive to the Agrigene facility before the situation deteriorated further. We encountered our first group of infected about 2 blocks from the church, a cluster of maybe 10 individuals in various stages of fungal colonization, all of them wearing the tattered remains of civilian clothing and wandering in seemingly random patterns through what had been a residential neighborhood. We moved carefully between parked cars and overgrown hedges, trying to stay downwind so the spores they were releasing wouldn't drift directly toward us, and for the most agonizing minutes we thought we'd make it past them undetected. Then a dog barked somewhere nearby, probably a pet that had been trapped inside a house this entire time, and the infected all turned simultaneously toward the sound. Their movements synchronized in a way that suggested the fungus was creating some kind of hive connection between hosts. They began moving toward the barking dog, which meant moving directly across our path, and we were forced to hide behind a pickup truck while they passed within feet of us. Near enough that I could smell the putrid decay of fungal decomposition and hear the wet gurgling sounds they made with each breath. One of them, an infected woman whose body was so covered in fungal growth that I couldn't tell if she'd been young or old, stopped right next to our hiding spot and stood there swaying slightly as if sensing our presence but not quite able to pinpoint our location. I held my breath, gripping the crowbar so tightly my knuckles went white, ready to strike if she discovered us, but after what felt like an eternity, she moved on, following the others toward whatever had made that barking sound. We waited another 5 minutes to be sure they were gone, then continued our careful progress through the devastated neighborhood, seeing horrors in every direction. Bodies half consumed by fungal growth lying in yards and streets. Houses with doors broken open and fungal colonies growing on the walls inside. Vehicles crashed and abandoned with their infected drivers still trapped in the seats, slowly being converted into spore factories. We reached the church parking lot to find that my truck was still there, covered in a thin layer of fungal material but apparently still functional when I tested the engine. We climbed inside quickly, slamming the doors and locking them, and I noticed that the cloth masks we'd been wearing were already starting to show signs of fungal colonization. The spores we'd breathed through them, trying to establish growth in the moist fabric. We threw the masks out through cracked windows and sealed everything up tight. Then I drove slowly through Sterling's abandoned streets, navigating around wrecked vehicles and clusters of infected heading northwest toward the Agrigene facility. The radio was filled with emergency broadcasts, a mix of official statements telling people to shelter in place and pirate broadcasts from survivors sharing information about safe zones and military movements. One broadcast that caught my attention was from someone claiming to be an Agrigene employee who'd escaped the facility when the outbreak began, warning people that Adrian Sterling knew exactly what his company had done and was now using private military contractors to eliminate anyone who might expose the truth. The drive to the Agrigene facility took nearly 2 hours because we had to constantly detour around infected zones and blocked roads. And the further northwest we traveled, the worse the fungal contamination became. The farmland was completely overtaken, transformed into a surreal landscape where the white mycelium had replaced crops and natural vegetation, creating these huge mounds of fungal growth that looked like burial mounds or ancient ruins. The air itself seemed thick with spores, creating a haze that reduced visibility and made my eyes water and burn despite keeping the truck sealed. We passed through 2 other towns, both of them completely silent and apparently abandoned, with infected wandering through the streets but far fewer than we'd seen in Sterling, suggesting that either most people had fled or the infection had already run its course, and the hosts had collapsed after the fungus consumed them completely. When we finally reached the Agrigene facility, we found it surrounded by a high fence topped with razor wire and guarded by men in black tactical gear carrying military-grade weapons, the private contractors the radio broadcast had mentioned. I parked the truck about a quarter-mile away, hidden behind a large equipment barn, and we observed the facility through binoculars, trying to figure out how to get past that security. Dr. Chen counted at least 8 guards visible on the surface, which meant there were probably twice that many inside the facility itself, and the level of armament suggested they weren't just there to protect company property from looters. These were professional soldiers, probably former special forces, and they had orders to kill anyone who tried to access the underground complex where the fungal research had been conducted. Father Williams asked what we should do now that we'd reached the facility but couldn't get inside, and I told him I had an idea, something from my army days that would be risky but might create enough chaos for us to slip past the security. The plan was simple in concept but difficult in execution. We would wait until nightfall, then set fire to several of the outbuildings in nearby infected zones to create maximum confusion and draw the guards away from the main entrance. While they were distracted, we'd use my old security credentials and some creative lies to talk our way into the underground facility, or if that failed, we'd find an alternative entrance like a ventilation shaft or emergency exit. Dr. Chen thought I was crazy, but admitted she didn't have a better plan, and Father Williams just quietly checked his rifle and said that God had brought us this far and he trusted we'd find a way forward. We spent the afternoon gathering materials for our diversion: gasoline siphoned from abandoned vehicles, cloth for wicks, and anything else that would burn hot and bright enough to be visible from a distance. The infected were becoming more numerous as evening approached, drawn toward the agrigene facility by some instinct or chemical signal, and we had to be increasingly careful to avoid attracting their attention while we prepared. As the sun set over the Kansas plains, painting the sky in shades of orange and red that seemed grimly appropriate for what we were about to do, I looked at my two companions and wondered if we'd all survive the next few hours. Dr. Chen had proven to be tougher than her academic background suggested, adapting to this nightmare with a clinical focus on data collection and survival. And Father Williams had revealed a core of steel beneath his gentle pastor's demeanor, willing to do whatever was necessary to protect innocent people, even if it meant violence. I told them both that if something went wrong, if we got separated, or if I didn't make it out, they needed to get the information we'd gathered to Colonel Reeves and make sure the world knew what Adrian Sterling had done. They both nodded, no dramatic speeches or emotional farewells, just the quiet acknowledgement that we were all probably going to die, but we'd die trying to do the right thing. The diversionary fires worked better than I'd hoped, creating massive blazes that illuminated the night and brought every guard on the surface running to contain them before they spread to the main facility buildings. In the chaos and confusion, with alarms blaring and infected drawn toward the flames and commotion, the three of us made our way to the main entrance, where a single guard remained at his post trying to coordinate the response over a radio. I approached him openly, my hands raised to show I wasn't armed, and started talking fast about being a state inspector who'd been trapped in the outbreak zone and needed to access the facility's communication equipment to report critical information to state authorities. The guard was young, probably not more than 25, and he was rattled by the fires and the screaming of infected in the distance. So he hesitated just long enough for me to get within striking distance. I hit him hard with the crowbar, a brutal blow to the side of his head that dropped him instantly, and I felt sick about it, even though I knew he was working for the people responsible for thousands of deaths. We grabbed his keycard and radio, then dragged his unconscious body into the guard shack, and I used the keycard to access the elevator that would take us down into the underground research complex. The facility below ground was a stark contrast to the chaos outside, sterile white corridors lit by fluorescent lighting, with that particular smell of disinfectant and recycled air that I remembered from military research installations. We moved quickly through the empty hallways, following signs toward the main research level, and found most of the complex abandoned, with computers still running but no personnel visible anywhere. That should have been a warning sign, but we were too focused on finding evidence to think about why the facility would be deserted during a crisis. We reached the main laboratory, the same one I'd photographed during my initial illegal visit, and started gathering everything we could: research notes, computer files downloaded onto USB drives, sample containers, and most damning of all, internal communications that showed Adrian Sterling had been warned repeatedly by his own scientists that the engineered cordyceps strain was dangerously unstable and prone to mutations that made it infectious to mammals, including humans. He'd ignored every warning, pushed ahead with field testing, and when the initial outbreak occurred, his first concern had been covering up the company's liability rather than containing the infection. We were so engrossed in collecting evidence that we didn't hear the footsteps approaching until it was too late. Adrian Sterling himself stepped into the laboratory, accompanied by 6 armed contractors who'd apparently been waiting for someone exactly like us to show up. Sterling was a man in his early 50s, well-dressed even in the middle of an apocalypse, with silver hair and the kind of confident smile that came from decades of getting exactly what he wanted. He looked at us with something like amusement, as if we were children who'd gotten caught doing something naughty rather than the survivors of his genocidal negligence, and he had the audacity to actually applaud our persistence. He told us that he'd seen us on the security cameras, watched us collect all that evidence, and wanted to personally thank us for being thorough, because it would make it easier to ensure that everything incriminating was destroyed along with us. His contractors raised their weapons, and I was certain we were about to be executed. But then Father Williams raised his rifle and fired a shot that caught one of the contractors in the shoulder. And suddenly the laboratory erupted into chaos. Dr. Chen and I dove behind lab equipment as bullets started flying, the contractors returning fire while Father Williams worked his rifle's bolt action and took careful aim at another target. I had my crowbar, but it was useless against guns, so I did the only thing I could think of. I grabbed one of the sample containers holding live cordyceps cultures and threw it at the contractors, the glass shattering and releasing clouds of spores that immediately started spreading through the laboratory's air circulation. The contractors didn't know what they'd been exposed to, but Sterling's face went white with terror, and he started screaming at his men to seal the room to keep the contamination contained. In the confusion, I tackled Sterling himself, bringing him down hard and pinning him to the laboratory floor while Dr. Chen grabbed his radio and started calling for help, broadcasting our location and the evidence we'd collected to anyone who might be listening on emergency frequencies. Father Williams was hit during the firefight, a bullet catching him in the leg, but he kept shooting, his years of hunting experience making him far more effective than the contractors had expected from a small-town pastor. 2 more of Sterling's men went down, and the others were starting to show signs of the respiratory distress that meant the cordyceps spores were taking hold, their engineered efficiency working faster than any natural infection could. Sterling was fighting beneath me, trying to throw me off, and I could smell his expensive cologne mixing with the laboratory's chemical scents as we struggled. I wanted to beat him to death right there, to make him pay for every single person who died because of his greed. But Dr. Chen was screaming at me that we needed him alive to testify, to face justice, and somehow through my rage I understood she was right. We managed to tie Sterling up using cable from the laboratory equipment, and the remaining contractors either fled or collapsed as the fungal infection took rapid hold of their systems, their bodies already showing signs of colonization as the engineered spores found eager hosts. Father Williams was bleeding badly from his leg wound, and Dr. Chen did what she could with the medical supplies she'd brought. But we all knew he needed proper hospital care that wasn't available in this contaminated nightmare zone. I helped him to his feet, and we started making our way back toward the elevator, dragging Sterling with us while he alternated between offering us money to let him go and threatening us with legal action for assault and corporate espionage. His complete inability to grasp the magnitude of what he'd done, to understand that the law was meaningless when he'd killed thousands and potentially destroyed the entire American heartland, would have been darkly comical if it wasn't so enraging. The elevator ride back to the surface felt like it took hours, though it was probably only 2 minutes, and when the doors opened we found ourselves facing a changed situation. The diversionary fires had spread, consuming several outbuildings and creating a massive smoke cloud that was visible for miles. And the infected had been drawn to the chaos in huge numbers, overwhelming the remaining contractors who'd been fighting the fires. We could see bodies everywhere, some of them guards who'd been torn apart by infected, others civilians who'd been shot while trying to enter the facility seeking shelter. The whole scene was illuminated by the orange glow of flames, creating these dancing shadows that made everything look even more hellish. And through it all, we could hear the sound of helicopters approaching, military birds coming to see what the commotion was about. I realized then that we had a narrow window of opportunity. Maybe our last chance to escape the contamination zone before the military sealed it permanently, or made their final decision about nuclear sterilization. I told Dr. Chen to help me get Father Williams to the truck, and we half-carried, half-dragged him across the compound while Sterling stumbled along behind us, his hands bound and his face showing the first signs of infection from his exposure to the laboratory spores. We threw him into the truck bed like a sack of contaminated garbage, which is essentially what he was, and then got Father Williams into the back seat where Dr. Chen could continue treating his wound. I drove away from the Agrigene facility as fast as the truck could handle, not caring about avoiding obstacles anymore, just focused on putting distance between us and that infected hellscape. The drive toward the military perimeter was desperate and chaotic, with the truck's engine protesting as I pushed it beyond safe speeds and infected appearing on the road regularly enough that I had to swerve around them or sometimes straight through them. The impacts making horrible sounds as bodies hit the grill and were thrown aside. Sterling was screaming in the truck bed, experiencing the early stages of infection, the same suffering he'd inflicted on thousands of innocent people, and I felt absolutely no sympathy for him. Dr. Chen was on the radio, broadcasting constantly on emergency frequencies, explaining who we were and what evidence we carried, desperately trying to convince someone to let us through the perimeter before it was too late. Father Williams was fading, blood loss and shock taking their toll, and he kept apologizing for getting shot, as if it was somehow his fault rather than the result of his courage in saving our lives. We'd covered maybe 30 miles when the landscape around us suddenly changed, transforming from merely infected to completely overtaken by fungal growth. The mycelium had created these massive structures rising 10 or 15 feet in the air, with fruiting bodies the size of cars releasing dense clouds of spores that looked like fog banks in the truck's headlights. The road itself was barely visible beneath the fungal mat, and I had to navigate by instinct and memory, hoping I was still heading in the right direction. The air inside the truck was getting harder to breathe despite the sealed windows, and I realized the spores were so concentrated they were infiltrating through the vehicle's air system, meaning we were all being exposed to massive doses. Dr. Chen noticed it too, and she started coughing, then looked at her hands and saw the first signs of rash appearing on her skin. It was a race now between the infection taking hold and us reaching the military perimeter, and I pushed the truck harder, the engine making sounds that suggested it was on the verge of catastrophic failure. Father Williams had gone quiet in the back seat, and when Dr. Chen checked his pulse, she told me in a shaking voice that he was gone. The blood loss had been too much and he died while we were fighting to save him. I wanted to stop, to give him some moment of respect. But there was no time, and stopping meant dying, so I just kept driving while Dr. Chen said a prayer over his body that I could barely hear over the engine noise and the sound of my own terrified breathing. Sterling was still screaming in the truck bed, and I hoped he was suffering. Hoped the infection hurt him as much as it had hurt all his victims, and I made a decision that would define my last act in this nightmare. When we reached the perimeter, if we reached the perimeter, I wasn't letting Sterling leave the contamination zone. The military perimeter appeared suddenly as we crested a hill, a wall of vehicles and armed soldiers with spotlights creating a barrier of light against the darkness of the infected zone. I could see tanks, armored personnel carriers, and soldiers in full hazmat suits manning checkpoints, all of it designed to prevent anything infected from escaping the quarantine. I drove straight toward the checkpoint, ignoring warning shots fired over the truck, and started broadcasting on every frequency that I was Dr. Michael Torres with critical evidence about the outbreak's origin and requesting immediate extraction. The soldiers were yelling through loudspeakers for me to stop, warning that they would fire on the vehicle if I didn't comply. But I kept coming because stopping meant giving up, and I'd come too far to quit now. I finally stopped about 50 yards from the checkpoint, close enough to be heard, but far enough that they couldn't shoot me immediately. And I got out of the truck with my hands raised, yelling that I had evidence about Agrigene Solutions and Adrian Sterling, that I had proof this outbreak was caused by corporate negligence and criminal cover-up. Soldiers in hazmat suits approached cautiously, their weapons trained on me, and I could see someone in officer insignia talking on a radio, probably checking my credentials and deciding whether I was worth the contamination risk of bringing through the perimeter. Dr. Chen got out of the truck too, holding up USB drives and documents, and together we made our case that we were worth saving, that what we knew could prevent this from ever happening again. That's when Sterling, still infected and deteriorating in the truck bed, somehow managed to free his hands and climbed out, stumbling toward the soldiers while screaming about his rights, about how he was going to sue everyone involved, about how this was all a terrible accident and he shouldn't be held responsible. The soldiers raised their weapons, seeing the obvious signs of infection on him, and the officer in charge gave a clear warning to stop or be shot. Sterling kept coming, either too far gone from the infection to understand or too arrogant to believe they'd actually kill him. And the officer gave the order to fire. The gunshots were deafening, multiple soldiers opening fire simultaneously, and Sterling's body danced and jerked as bullets tore through him before he finally collapsed onto the contaminated soil that his company's engineering had created. But Sterling wasn't done dying. As I watched in horror and grim satisfaction, the fungal infection that had been spreading through his body suddenly accelerated, as if his death had removed some biological barrier that had been slowing its growth. The white mycelium erupted from every wound and orifice, spreading across his body and then into the soil beneath him with terrifying speed, creating a feeding frenzy of fungal growth that consumed his corpse in minutes. The officers were yelling for everyone to fall back, and I understood why. The fungus was using Sterling's body and the nutrients in the soil to create a massive fruiting body. One of those huge structures I'd seen covering the landscape further into the contamination zone. In a way I couldn't have planned, Adrian Sterling's final contribution to the world was becoming part of the very infection he'd created, buried in the contaminated soil that was destroying the American heartland. His body transformed into a spore factory that would spread the fungus even further. The military medics pulled Dr. Chen and me through a decontamination process that was thorough to the point of being torturous. Chemical showers, UV light exposure, full body examinations, and isolation in negative pressure quarantine chambers while they ran tests to determine if we were infected. Dr. Chen showed signs of early infection, the rash spreading across her hands and arms, and they immediately started her on an experimental antifungal treatment that they admitted had less than 40% success rate in animal trials. I was in the isolation chamber next to hers, watching through a glass partition as her condition deteriorated despite the treatment, watching the fungus spread. And I knew she was going to die just like Father Williams, just like Janet Peterson, just like thousands of others across Kansas who'd been exposed to Sterling's engineered death. She lasted 3 more days, conscious and lucid almost until the end, using that time to debrief military intelligence officers about everything she'd observed, ensuring that the medical and scientific data would survive even if she didn't. On the last day, when the fungal growth had progressed so far that the medics had given up on treatment and were just keeping her comfortable, she asked to speak with me one final time through the isolation chamber's communication system. Her voice was weak, distorted by the fungal colonization of her respiratory system. But her mind was still clear when she told me that she didn't regret coming with me, that documenting this disaster and exposing the truth was worth the price she'd paid. She made me promise that I'd survive, that I'd testify about what we'd seen, and that I wouldn't let Sterling's death be the end of the story, when his entire company and everyone who'd enabled his negligence needed to face consequences. I promised her everything she asked, and then I watched her die. The monitors flattering as the fungus completed its colonization and shut down her brain function permanently. The tests on my blood and tissue samples came back negative, showing no signs of infection despite my repeated exposure to the spores. The military doctors were baffled until they reviewed my service record and saw my time in the Army Chemical Corps, specifically my participation in experimental resistance training programs where we'd been exposed to various biological agents to build immunity. Apparently, whatever cocktail of vaccines and treatments they'd pumped into me 15 years ago had given me some level of resistance to the cordyceps infection. Not full immunity, but enough that my immune system could fight off the spores before they established colonization. It was blind luck, the kind of coincidence that felt obscene when everyone else around me had died. But it meant I was released from quarantine after 2 weeks of observation and debriefing. The world I returned to was fundamentally changed. The outbreak had spread far beyond Sterling and the immediately surrounding towns, following underground water systems and route networks exactly as I'd feared, creating a contamination zone that covered nearly 40% of Kansas and parts of Nebraska and Oklahoma. The confirmed death toll was over 300,000, with hundreds of thousands more missing and presumed infected, and the infection showed no signs of stopping on its own. The military had expanded the quarantine perimeter 3 times, evacuating millions of people from the heartland states, and the economic impact was staggering as America's agricultural center became an infected wasteland. I watched news reports from the military base where I was being held, seeing footage of the fungal zones shot by drone cameras, and it looked like something from an alien planet. Vast stretches of white and yellow fungal growth, with those massive fruiting bodies releasing constant clouds of spores that created permanent haze in the atmosphere. The news that everyone was waiting for came on a cold morning in late October, delivered by the president in a televised address that would be remembered as one of the darkest moments in American history. The government had made the decision to implement what they called permanent containment measures, which was political language for what I'd known was coming all along. They were going to nuke the heartland. The plan involved a series of strategic nuclear strikes designed to create overlapping zones of complete sterilization, temperatures hot enough to destroy even dormant cordyceps spores, followed by secondary strikes to ensure nothing survived. The evacuation perimeter would be pushed back to 200 miles from the contamination zone center, and then Kansas would cease to exist in any meaningful sense, transformed into a radioactive dead zone that would take centuries to recover. I was brought before a congressional committee to testify about what I'd discovered, showing them the evidence Dr. Chen and I had gathered, explaining the timeline of corporate negligence and cover-up that had led to this disaster. The USB drives and documents we'd collected from Agrigene's underground facility contained enough proof to destroy the company legally, triggering criminal investigations that reached into Congress itself when it was revealed that several senators had received campaign contributions from Agrigene while helping them bypass safety regulations. Adrian Sterling was dead, buried in his own contaminated soil, but his company's board of directors and senior executives were arrested and charged with crimes ranging from negligent homicide to terrorism. None of it brought back the dead or prevented what was coming, but at least the truth was being exposed, and I could tell myself that Dr. Chen and Father Williams hadn't died for nothing. The nuclear strikes began on November 1st, a date that would live in infamy alongside Pearl Harbor and 9/11. I watched from the military base in Colorado, hundreds of miles from the blast zones, but still close enough to see the flashes on the horizon as the missiles found their targets. They started with the Agrigene facility itself, a 5-megaton warhead that created a fireball visible from space, then worked outward in a pattern designed to overlap the blast zones and create complete coverage of the infected area. Sterling, the small town that had been my first encounter with the outbreak, was vaporized in the second wave of strikes. Dale Hutchins' farm, where I'd collected those first samples that started this investigation, was consumed by nuclear fire along with thousands of other farms across the heartland. The church where Father Williams had protected those survivors was reduced to atoms and scattered by the blast winds. I don't know if any of those survivors from the church made it out before the nukes fell. I hope they did. Hope that Barbara Shaw and the families we'd left behind somehow found rescue, but the truth is that the evacuation was chaotic and incomplete, and hundreds of thousands of people who might have been saved were still in the blast zones when the missiles hit because there simply wasn't enough time or resources to move everyone. The death toll from the nuclear strikes themselves was estimated at over 1 million. Adding to the casualties from the infection, and the environmental and economic consequences would ripple out for generations. The American breadbasket had been destroyed, creating immediate food shortages and triggering global economic crisis as grain prices skyrocketed and supply chains collapsed. But the worst part, the detail that haunted my nightmares and drove me to write this account, was that the nuclear strikes didn't even solve the problem permanently. The fungus had already spread beyond the blast zones carried by wind and water and the underground root networks that connected plants across vast distances. Within weeks of the nuclear sterilization, new outbreaks were reported in Iowa, Missouri, and Arkansas, smaller than the original Kansas infection, but still deadly and still spreading. The cordyceps had learned, had adapted, had become more resilient with each generation of hosts, and the spores that survived in soil outside the blast zones were waiting patiently for new opportunities to spread. The military established new containment zones, implemented scorched earth policies in agricultural regions that showed any sign of contamination, and basically surrendered the entire central United States to an enemy they couldn't kill. I moved to the East Coast, living under military protection because there were still people out there who blamed me for the disaster rather than blaming Sterling and Agrigene. Conspiracy theorists who claimed I'd engineered the outbreak or that my testimony had been lies designed to destroy American agriculture. I received death threats regularly, had to move 3 times when my location was discovered by angry mobs, and spent my nights drinking too much and remembering the faces of everyone who'd died while I survived. Dr. Sarah Chen, who'd fought to document the truth, Father Michael Williams, who'd given his life to protect his congregation, Dale Hutchins and his workers, Janet Peterson and the survivors in the church, Rick Morrison, the biology teacher, and hundreds of thousands of others whose names I'd never known but whose deaths I felt responsible for, because I hadn't been fast enough or smart enough to stop the outbreak when it was still containable. My daughter Emma called me less frequently now, disturbed by the hollow sound in my voice and the way I couldn't talk about anything except the outbreak and my survival guilt. My ex-wife had remarried, and they'd moved to Europe to escape the agricultural collapse that was destroying the American economy, taking Emma with them and leaving me alone with my memories and nightmares. Colonel Reeves checked in occasionally, telling me about the ongoing containment efforts, and the news was always grim. The fungus continued to spread, creating these expanding dead zones where nothing could live except the cordyceps and the infected humans who'd become its unwilling servants. The military had switched from containment to simple monitoring, accepting that they couldn't stop the infection and just trying to slow its spread enough that evacuation efforts could stay ahead of it. The scientific community studied the fungus obsessively, looking for weaknesses or treatments, but everything they tried either failed completely or just made the infection worse. The engineering that Sterling and Agrigene had done was too sophisticated, with fail-safes and redundancies that prevented simple solutions. Some researchers suggested that the fungus had somehow incorporated genetic material from its human hosts, making it more intelligent and adaptive than any natural organism could be. Others proposed that the contamination was permanent, that the American heartland would remain infected for decades or centuries until the fungus finally exhausted all available nutrients and died out naturally. A few extremists argued for more nuclear strikes, for sterilizing the entire central United States to prevent global contamination, but the political will for such drastic action had evaporated after the first strike's casualties and the realization that it hadn't solved anything. I eventually went back to work, not as a soil scientist anymore because that career was finished, but as a consultant for the military's biological warfare division, using my knowledge of the fungus and my first-hand experience with the outbreak to help develop new containment strategies. It was hollow work, analyzing data and writing reports that I knew wouldn't change the fundamental situation. But it gave me something to do besides drink and remember. I also started writing this account, documenting everything that happened from my first visit to Dale Hutchins' farm, to the nuclear strikes that destroyed Kansas, because I needed the truth to survive even if I didn't. This testimony, these words, are my attempt to ensure that history remembers exactly how the cordyceps outbreak began, who was responsible, and what price innocent people paid for one man's greed and negligence. The infected zones continued to grow, expanding at a rate of several miles per month, and projections suggested that within 5 years the contamination would reach the Mississippi River and start spreading into the eastern states. The government was already making plans for additional evacuations, for abandoning entire regions to the fungus, and there was serious discussion about whether the United States as a unified nation could survive this disaster, or if it would fragment into smaller territories separated by infected dead zones. Other countries closed their borders to American refugees, terrified that the cordyceps spores would spread globally if they allowed mass immigration from contaminated areas, and the international community provided minimal aid while quietly celebrating that the infection was confined to North America. I sometimes thought about Adrian Sterling, about his body buried in contaminated soil, consumed by the very fungus he'd engineered for profit. There was a poetic justice in how he'd died, transformed into part of the infection he'd created. His last contribution to the world being to spread more spores and contaminate more earth. But that justice was cold comfort when measured against the hundreds of thousands who'd died, the millions who'd been displaced, and the destruction of an entire region that had fed America and much of the world. Sterling had wanted to create super-efficient decomposers for agricultural waste, and he'd succeeded beyond his wildest dreams, creating something that could decompose anything organic, including living human beings, and that would continue decomposing until there was nothing left to consume. The dreams were the worst part, worse than the guilt or the isolation or the knowledge that I'd survived when better people had died. I dreamed of Sterling, walking through fields of white fungal growth, of Father Williams bleeding in the back seat of my truck, of Dr. Chen covered in mycelium and still trying to collect data, of infected people screaming as the fungus consumed them from the inside. I dreamed of the nuclear flashes, of entire cities being vaporized in an instant, of millions of spores being released into the atmosphere by the blasts and spreading even further. And worst of all, I dreamed of the church, of Barbara Shaw and the families I'd abandoned when I went to collect evidence, wondering if they were still alive when the missile hit, or if they'd already been consumed by the infection. The anniversary of the first outbreak came and went, marked by memorial services and political speeches that felt empty and performative. Nobody wanted to acknowledge the fundamental truth of the situation. We'd lost. The cordyceps had won. The fungus would continue to spread, consuming the American heartland and eventually reaching the coasts and beyond, and there was nothing anyone could do to stop it. The best we could manage was documentation, recording the fall of civilization for whoever might eventually read these accounts, and trying to learn enough about the infection that maybe future generations could reclaim the contaminated zones after the fungus finally ran out of nutrients and went dormant. I received a letter from a woman named Susan Mitchell, who identified herself as Dale Hutchins' daughter, thanking me for trying to help her father and asking if I knew what had happened to him in the end. I wrote back honestly, telling her that I didn't know, that her father's farm had been consumed by the fungal infection and then destroyed in the nuclear strikes, and that I hoped he'd been evacuated before things got too bad but couldn't confirm it. She wrote again a month later, telling me she'd found out through Red Cross records that her father had died in the initial outbreak, probably within days of my last visit to his farm, and that knowing the truth was better than not knowing, even though it hurt. We maintained a correspondence for several months, two survivors trying to make sense of senseless loss, until she stopped responding, and I assumed she'd either moved on or couldn't handle the continued reminders of what had been destroyed. The government eventually classified most of the details about Agrigene Solutions and the underground facility, declaring it a matter of national security and sealing the records I'd helped collect. The executives who'd been arrested took plea deals, accepting reduced charges in exchange for their silence about classified aspects of the research program. And the truth about military involvement in the original cordyceps development was buried under layers of secrecy and misdirection. I was ordered to stop discussing certain aspects of the outbreak, threatened with prosecution under national security laws if I revealed specific details about the fungus's origin or the government's failed response. This account, which I'm writing anyway despite those threats, will probably be seized and classified if anyone in authority discovers it, but I don't care anymore because the truth matters more than my personal safety. The infected zones became permanent features of American geography, marked on maps with red hatching and labeled as contaminated dead zones requiring military permits for any access. A few researchers were allowed into the outer edges of the zones wearing full environmental suits, collecting samples and documenting how the fungal ecosystem was evolving. And their reports described landscapes that looked like something from another world. Vast expanses of white and yellow growth, with those massive fruiting bodies creating forests of fungal structures that towered over the dead fields, and the spores so thick in the air that visibility dropped to near zero during reproductive cycles. Some of the infected humans survived for years in that environment, their bodies completely colonized but somehow still mobile, wandering through the fungal forests like mindless drones, and the researchers called them walkers, a term that felt pulled from horror fiction but was horribly accurate. I eventually quit my consulting job with the military, unable to stomach the bureaucratic acceptance of permanent contamination and the casual way they discussed writing off entire states as lost causes. I moved to a small town in New England as far from the infected zones as I could get while staying in the United States, and tried to build some kind of normal life despite knowing that the fungus would eventually reach even here if it continued spreading at current rates. I met a woman named Catherine who worked at the local library, and we formed a cautious relationship built on long conversations about everything except the outbreak, though she knew my history and sometimes I'd catch her looking at me with a mixture of sympathy and fear, as if I carried contamination in my very presence. The news reports became routine, just another aspect of daily life like weather reports or traffic updates. The contamination had advanced another 3 miles. New evacuation orders were issued for counties along the expansion front. Agricultural production continued to decline as more farmland was lost to the fungus. People adapted with the strange resilience humans show when faced with slow-moving disasters, accepting the new normal and finding ways to continue living despite the knowledge that everything was slowly falling apart. Food prices continued to rise, unemployment stayed at crisis levels, and the government issued increasingly desperate pleas for people to volunteer for work programs that would help replace the lost agricultural capacity. But it was all rearranging deck chairs on a sinking ship, and everyone knew it. I testified before Congress again 3 years after the initial outbreak, this time for a commission investigating the long-term implications of the contamination and the government's response. I told them exactly what I'd told the first committee. This disaster was preventable. Corporate negligence had been enabled by regulatory capture and political corruption, and Adrian Sterling's death didn't absolve anyone else who'd enabled his dangerous research or covered up early warning signs. The commissioners nodded and took notes and thanked me for my testimony, then proceeded to issue a report that assigned blame generically to systemic failures, while protecting the specific individuals and institutions that had made those failures possible. It was a masterclass in bureaucratic ass-covering, and I realized that no amount of truth-telling would ever produce real accountability when the people responsible were the same ones writing the official history. The cordyceps continued to evolve, developing new forms and reproductive strategies that made it even harder to contain. Some variants produced spores that remained viable for months in dry conditions, creating persistent contamination risk in areas that had been thought cleared. Others developed the ability to penetrate building materials, spreading through walls and foundations to reach sealed structures that should have been safe. The walkers, those infected humans who somehow remained mobile despite complete fungal colonization, became more aggressive and organized, displaying behavior that suggested the fungus was developing some kind of collective intelligence through its network of hosts. Military units assigned to containment duty reported encounters with groups of walkers that showed tactical coordination, using basic tools and even setting traps. Though whether this was the fungus learning or just reflex actions from residual human muscle memory remained disputed. My daughter Emma came to visit me 5 years after the outbreak, making the trip from Europe with her mother and stepfather, and I barely recognized her. She'd grown into a young woman, confident and poised, speaking with a slight British accent from her years abroad, and she looked at me with a mixture of sadness and pity that broke my heart. We spent a week together, carefully avoiding discussions of the outbreak and the destruction of her homeland, focusing instead on her life in London and her studies at university. But on her last night, after her mother and stepfather had gone to bed in the guest room, she asked me directly if I blamed myself for failing to stop the fungus earlier, and I gave her the honest answer. Yes, absolutely, even though logically I knew one person couldn't have changed the outcome when corporate greed and government corruption were so deeply embedded in the system. She cried then, and told me it wasn't my fault, that I'd been one of the only people who'd actually tried to do the right thing. But her words felt hollow because they couldn't change the fundamental truth that I'd survived when so many others hadn't. The contaminated zones reached the Mississippi River in the 8th year after the outbreak, exactly as the projections had predicted, and the government made the decision to fall back and establish a new primary defensive line along the Appalachian Mountains. Everything west of that line was effectively being written off. A third of the continental United States surrendered to the fungus, and the evacuation orders displaced another 20 million people who had nowhere to go and no resources to rebuild their lives. Refugee camps stretched along the East Coast, filled with Americans who'd become internal refugees in their own country, and the crime and disease and despair in those camps created a secondary humanitarian crisis on top of the primary fungal disaster. I continued writing this account, adding to it whenever I had new information or remembered another detail that needed to be recorded. Catherine helped me organize it, creating a chronological timeline and formatting it for readability. though she told me she had nightmares after reading the sections about Sterling and the church and Dr. Chen's death. We talked about leaving the United States entirely, following Emma to Europe, or maybe going to Australia or New Zealand where the cordyceps hadn't reached and probably never would if the international quarantine protocols held. But I couldn't bring myself to abandon the country entirely, feeling like that would be a final admission of defeat, and Catherine understood, or at least pretended to understand, my stubbornness. The 10th anniversary of the outbreak was marked by a national day of mourning, with the president giving a speech acknowledging that the United States had been fundamentally changed by the disaster and would never return to what it had been before. The death toll estimates had reached 5 million, a number so large it became meaningless, just abstract statistics that couldn't capture the individual tragedies of each lost life. The economic collapse was complete, with the GDP down 70% from pre-outbreak levels, and no realistic path to recovery when a third of the nation's territory was contaminated dead zone. The military had transformed into primarily a containment force, with most of the Army and National Guard assigned to maintaining the defensive line and preventing the infection from advancing further east. New reports emerged about what was happening in the contaminated zones, brought back by reconnaissance drones and the few researchers brave or crazy enough to venture into the fungal wilderness. The cordyceps had transformed the landscape entirely, creating ecosystems that bore no resemblance to the farmland and towns that had once existed there. The fungal forests had grown dense and tall, with some of the structures reaching over 100 feet in height, and the spore clouds during reproductive seasons were thick enough to block satellite imagery. The walkers, those infected humans, had spread throughout the zones and developed what could only be described as primitive society, gathering in groups around the largest fruiting bodies and displaying territorial behavior toward anything that entered their domain. Some researchers speculated that the fungus was using the human hosts as a distributed intelligence network, processing information across thousands of individual bodies to create something approaching consciousness, though this theory was controversial and largely dismissed by mainstream science. I received a letter from Colonel Reeves, retired now and living in Montana, telling me that he'd been diagnosed with terminal cancer and wanted to share some classified information before he died. We met at a veterans hospital where he was receiving treatment, and he looked like a ghost of the man I'd known, wasted by disease and chemotherapy, but his mind was still sharp. He told me that the original cordyceps research had been even more extensive than I'd discovered, that it was part of a black budget program developing multiple biological weapons based on parasitic organisms, and that Agrigene Solutions had been just one of several contractors working on similar projects. The program had been shut down officially, but elements of it continued in secret, and there were at least 3 other biotech companies that had access to similar engineered organisms, meaning another outbreak was not only possible but probable if those safety protocols failed. He gave me names, locations, documented evidence of ongoing research that violated every international biological weapons treaty, and he made me promise to expose it all if anything like the cordyceps outbreak happened again. Catherine found me that night sitting in our kitchen with all of Colonel Reeves' documents spread across the table, trying to decide what to do with information that could potentially prevent future disasters, but would also paint a target on my back if I revealed it. She didn't tell me what to do, just sat with me while I worked through the implications, and eventually I decided to create multiple encrypted copies of the documents, distributing them to trusted contacts with instructions to release them publicly if anything happened to me. It was inadequate insurance, but better than nothing, and it gave me some small sense that maybe the sacrifices of Dr. Chen and Father Williams and all the others hadn't been completely meaningless if this documentation could prevent similar tragedies. The fungal advance slowed as it reached less hospitable environments, with the Appalachian terrain and climate proving less ideal for the cordyceps than the fertile plains of Kansas had been. This gave humanity a breathing space, a temporary reprieve where the situation stabilized at horrible instead of continuing to deteriorate toward extinction. The defensive line held, military forces developing better protocols for containment and decontamination. And for the first time since the outbreak began, there was cautious optimism that the infection might be confined to its current territory rather than consuming the entire continent. But that optimism was tempered by the knowledge that the fungus was still evolving, still adapting, and that it might develop new forms capable of overcoming the current containment measures. I grew old in that small New England town, watching the years pass while the world adapted to permanent contamination and loss. Catherine stayed with me despite everything, and we built a quiet life together, marked by small pleasures and careful avoidance of the trauma that defined my past. Emma visited occasionally, bringing grandchildren I barely knew, and I tried to be present for them while carrying the weight of memory that made normal interaction feel false and hollow. The nightmares never stopped, just became more familiar, and I learned to function despite them, getting a few hours of sleep between the screaming and the visions of fungal growth consuming human faces. This account, these words, represents my attempt to make sense of the cordyceps outbreak and my role in documenting it. I don't claim to be a hero. I survived through luck and military training while better people died, and that survival guilt has defined the rest of my life. But I can at least ensure that the truth is recorded, that future historians will know exactly how Adrian Sterling's greed and corporate negligence destroyed the American heartland, and that the names of people like Dr. Sarah Chen and Father Michael Williams are remembered alongside the millions of anonymous victims. The Kansas I knew, the farmland and small towns and agricultural communities that formed America's breadbasket, no longer exists except in memory and in fungal form, transformed into something alien and hostile that will outlast everyone who remembers what it used to be. The contaminated zones became permanent, marked on maps as dead territory that would remain uninhabitable for generations, even if the fungus eventually went dormant. The American government, weakened by the economic collapse and territorial loss, struggled to maintain authority over what remained, and there was serious discussion about whether the nation would survive or fragment into smaller states based on the new geographic realities. The international community provided some aid but largely left America to deal with its own disaster, focused on ensuring the cordyceps didn't spread globally and willing to sacrifice North America to contain it. I write this final section knowing that my time is limited. The cancer that Colonel Reeves died from has appeared in my body now, probably caused by radiation exposure during the nuclear strikes, even though I was far from the blast zones, and the doctors give me maybe 6 months to a year. Catherine cries when she thinks I can't hear her, and Emma has started calling more frequently, recognizing that our conversations are numbered. But I'm strangely at peace with dying, seeing it as an end to the guilt and memory and nightmares that have defined my existence since that first visit to Dale Hutchins' farm over a decade ago. My only real fear is that this account will be suppressed or lost, that the truth I've tried to preserve will die with me, which is why I've arranged for multiple copies to be distributed after my death, sent to journalists and historians and anyone who might ensure it reaches public awareness. The cordyceps outbreak changed everything, destroying the America I grew up in and creating something new and terrible in its place. The fungus won, plain and simple, spreading through the soil and root systems and human hosts until it consumed 1/3 of the continent and showed no signs of stopping permanently. The nuclear strikes failed to sterilize the infection, just created radioactive dead zones where the cordyceps learned to thrive in contaminated soil. Adrian Sterling died buried in that contaminated earth, transformed into the very thing he'd engineered for profit. But his death brought no real justice when the systems that enabled him remained intact and ready to create the next disaster. And I survived, carrying the memory of everyone who didn't, trying to document the truth while knowing that documentation is cold comfort when measured against millions of deaths and the destruction of an entire region. This is how the world ended. Not with a bang, but with spores. Not through war or natural disaster, but through corporate greed and engineered biology that proved smarter than its creators. This is how Kansas died, transformed from America's breadbasket into fungal wilderness where nothing human can survive. This is how I lived when better people died, and this is my testimony, my attempt to ensure that history remembers exactly what happened and why, so that maybe somehow it never happens again. But I don't have much faith in humanity's ability to learn from disaster, not when the same patterns of greed and negligence and cover-up that created the cordyceps outbreak still define how corporations and governments operate. The next outbreak is probably already developing in some secret laboratory, another engineered organism designed for profit without adequate safety protocols. And when it escapes and spreads, maybe whoever survives that disaster will read this account and recognize the warning signs before it's too late. The earth itself became hostile, the soil that should have fed millions transformed into contaminated death that would persist for generations. The cordyceps won because it was patient, because it could survive in dormant spore form waiting for new hosts, because it had been engineered to be more efficient than nature while humans remained as fallible and short-sighted as we'd always been. Kansas is gone, replaced by fungal wilderness where walkers roam through forests of alien growth, and the rest of America follows slowly behind, being consumed acre by acre despite every desperate attempt at containment. This is my final testimony, my last act before the cancer takes me, and I hope it matters. Hope that someone reads these words and understands what was lost and why. Hope that Dr. Chen and Father Williams and all the others didn't die completely meaningless deaths. The withered earth spreads still, following root systems and underground water, carrying spores that drift on the wind and settle in soil waiting for the right conditions to germinate. The cordyceps continues its patient advance, consuming everything organic in its path, transforming the American heartland into something that would be unrecognizable to anyone who knew it before. And I'll die soon, another casualty of the outbreak, even if it takes years to finish killing me, but at least I'll die knowing I tried to tell the truth, tried to document the disaster, tried to honor the memory of those who fought beside me in that Kansas nightmare. This is how the world ends, with fungal growth spreading through contaminated soil, with nuclear fire failing to sterilize the infection, with humanity retreating while the earth itself turns against us. And all of it started because one man wanted to make money from engineered decomposition and didn't care about the consequences until it was far too late to matter. Now let's move on to the next story. The service began at 10 o'clock sharp, as always. I stood at the pulpit and looked out over the congregation, seeing faces I'd known for years alongside the visitors, all of them settling into their seats with the comfortable rustle of Sunday clothes and whispered conversations. The choir, led by Janet Morrison, Tommy's mother, began the opening hymn, their voices rising in harmony toward the vaulted ceiling. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. The words echoed through the sanctuary, familiar and comforting, the same words that had been sung in this building for over a century, connecting us to generations of believers who had sat in these same pews, seeking the same comfort, the same hope. I began my sermon with a reading from Matthew, chapter 24, verses 6 through 8. And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that ye be not troubled. For all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines and pestilences and earthquakes in divers places. All these are the beginning of sorrows. I hadn't chosen the passage with any prophetic intent. It was simply the scheduled reading from the lectionary. But later I would remember those words with bitter irony, recognizing them as the most accurate description possible of what was about to unfold. My sermon focused on finding faith during uncertain times, on trusting in God's plan even when the world seemed chaotic and frightening. I talked about my experiences in Afghanistan, about holding services in forward operating bases while mortars fell around us, about how faith had sustained soldiers facing death daily, about how that same faith could help us navigate the anxieties of modern life. Job insecurity, political division, fears about the future. The congregation listened attentively, some nodding along, some taking notes, some simply sitting with closed eyes in contemplation. I saw Mrs. Henderson in her usual spot in the third row, her face serene. I saw the Morrison family together, Tommy sitting between his parents and younger sister. I saw faces I recognized and faces I didn't, all of them united in this moment of worship, all of them seeking something larger than themselves. After the sermon came the Eucharist, the most sacred part of the service, the ritual that Catholics believe transformed bread and wine into the literal body and blood of Christ. I had always found something profound in this mystery, something that connected me to 2,000 years of Christian tradition, to the Last Supper itself, to the moment when Jesus had told his disciples to remember him in this way. I prepared the communion elements with the usual reverence, lifting the chalice of wine and speaking the words of consecration, watching the congregation bow their heads in prayer. The wine looked perfectly normal, deep red and slightly translucent in the silver vessel. No different from the hundreds of times I'd performed this ritual before. The distribution of communion took longer than usual because of the larger crowd. I stood at the front of the church with 2 lay assistants, each of us offering the wafer and the wine to the faithful as they approached in a steady stream. The body of Christ, I would say, placing the wafer on an outstretched tongue or into an open palm. The blood of Christ, I would say, offering the chalice for a small sip. Person after person came forward, some with heads bowed in deep reverence, some with casual familiarity, children and adults, regulars and visitors, all of them partaking in this sacred meal, all of them unknowingly consuming the contamination that would transform them into monsters. It was Mrs. Henderson who showed the first symptoms. We were perhaps halfway through the distribution when I noticed her swaying slightly in her pew. At first I thought she might be overcome with emotion. She was a deeply devout woman who sometimes wept during communion. But then she stumbled, catching herself on the pew in front of her. Her nephew, sitting beside her, reached out to steady her, concern evident on his face. I paused in the distribution, watching, worried that she might be having a stroke or heart attack. She was pale, sweat beading on her forehead, and when she looked up at me, I saw something in her eyes that I couldn't quite identify, something wild and unfocused. "Mary," I called out, stepping down from the altar area. "Are you all right?" She opened her mouth to respond, but instead of words, she vomited, a violent expulsion of dark liquid that splattered across the pew and floor. The congregation gasped, people near her recoiling instinctively. Her nephew tried to help her, pulling out a handkerchief, but she pushed him away with unexpected strength, stumbling into the aisle. "I'm sorry," she managed to choke out, her voice thick and strange. I don't... She vomited again, this time flecked with blood, and then she collapsed, her body convulsing on the ancient wooden floor. "Someone call 911, I shouted, rushing toward her, my old combat medic training kicking in instinctively. I knelt beside her, trying to assess her condition, checking her pulse, which was racing at an impossible rate, her skin burning with fever. She was having a seizure. Her eyes rolled back, foam gathering at the corners of her mouth. I turned her on her side to keep her airway clear, speaking calmly to her even though I wasn't sure she could hear me. "It's okay, Mary, help is coming. You're going to be fine." I didn't know if that was true, but I said it anyway. The same lie I'd told dying soldiers, the same comfort I'd offered when there was no real comfort to give. But then others started showing symptoms. A man in the back rows stood up suddenly, clutching his stomach, his face twisted in agony. A woman near the front began coughing violently, her body racked with spasms. A child, maybe 7 years old, started crying and pointing at her mother, who had gone rigid in her seat, her hands gripping the pew in front of her so tightly her knuckles were white. Within minutes, chaos erupted throughout the sanctuary as more and more people collapsed or began exhibiting the same symptoms: fever, vomiting, seizures, and almost rabid confusion in their eyes. I tried to maintain order, tried to help where I could, but I was overwhelmed by the scale of what was happening. People were screaming, rushing for the exits, trampling over each other in their panic. Those who had received communion earlier seemed to be affected first and most severely, but the symptoms were spreading through the congregation like wildfire. I saw Sarah Chen trying to help an elderly man who had fallen, and then she began vomiting too, blood streaming from her nose. I saw Bill Pritchard stumbling through the aisle, his eyes glazed, colliding with pews and people as if he couldn't see properly. The Morrison family was huddled together, Janet holding her children close while her husband Mark shouted into his cell phone trying to reach emergency services. Mrs. Henderson's seizure had stopped, and for a moment I thought she might be recovering. But when I looked into her face, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Her eyes had changed, the warm brown irises now clouded with a milky film, her expression completely blank, devoid of all the warmth and kindness that had defined her. She looked at me without recognition, without any human emotion at all, and then her mouth opened in a low, guttural moan that didn't sound like anything a human should make. Her teeth were stained with her own blood, and when she lunged at me, her hands reaching for my face with clawed fingers, I barely rolled away in time, my heart hammering with primal terror. She crawled after me with disturbing speed, that inhuman moan continuing, and I scrambled backward until I hit a pew, trapped. She was on me in seconds, her fingers digging into my shoulders, her face lowering toward my neck, her mouth opening wide. I grabbed her wrists and held her back with all my strength, shocked by how powerful she'd become, how she seemed to feel no pain as she thrashed and snapped at me. "Mary, Mary, it's me, it's Father Marcus," I shouted, hoping to reach some part of her consciousness, but there was nothing there, just hunger and rage and something utterly inhuman looking out through her eyes. Someone pulled her off me. Mark Morrison, who threw her aside with enough force that she crashed into a pew. "We need to get out of here, Father," he yelled. "Something's seriously wrong with these people." He helped me to my feet, and I looked around the sanctuary with growing horror, realizing that the situation had deteriorated beyond anything I could have imagined. At least 50 people were now exhibiting the same symptoms as Mrs. Henderson, their seizures subsiding into that same blank predatory state, and they were attacking everyone around them. The sanctuary had become a battlefield, screams echoing off the Gothic arches, people fighting desperately against their own friends and family members who had transformed into something monstrous. I saw a young woman being dragged down by 3 of the infected, her screams cutting off abruptly as they tore into her flesh with their teeth. I saw a man trying to barricade himself inside a confessional booth while infected parishioners pounded on the door. I saw bodies on the floor, some convulsing through their transformation, some lying still in pools of blood, some crawling mindlessly toward the nearest living person. The stained glass windows filtered colored light across scenes of carnage that would have seemed impossible just minutes ago, when we'd all been singing hymns and praying together like civilized people. "The wine," I said suddenly, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. It was in the communion wine, everyone who drank it. I couldn't finish the sentence, couldn't process the implications of what I was saying. This was supposed to be sacred, blessed by the Archbishop, meant to represent the blood of Christ, and instead it had been poisoned, contaminated with something that turned people into flesh-eating monsters. Then we need to get anyone who hasn't taken communion out of here now. Mark grabbed his family, pushing them toward the side exit that led to the parish hall. Janet was crying, clutching little Emily, while Tommy looked back at the carnage with wide, terrified eyes. Other survivors were trying to escape too, fighting their way through the infected, climbing over pews, breaking windows in their desperation to flee. I wanted to help them all, wanted to save my congregation, but I knew that was impossible now. All I could do was try to survive and figure out what the hell was happening. I ran toward the sacristy, the small room behind the altar where we kept vestments and sacred vessels, planning to grab my keys and phone and get to safety, but one of the infected blocked my path. Bill Pritchard, or what used to be Bill Pritchard. His face was covered in blood, whether his own or someone else's I couldn't tell, and he moved with that same jerky, predatory motion I'd seen in Mrs. Henderson. He lunged at me with surprising speed for a man in his 70s, and I sidestepped, grabbing a heavy brass candlestick from the altar as I passed. When he came at me again, I swung the candlestick with all my strength, connecting with his skull with a sickening crack. He went down hard, blood spreading across the floor, but I could see him still moving, still trying to get up despite the devastating head wound. I hit him again, and again, my military training overriding my horror at what I was doing, reducing this man I'd known for years to a threat that needed to be neutralized. His skull caved in on the third blow, brain matter visible, and finally he stopped moving. I stood over his corpse, breathing hard, covered in blood spatter, the candlestick heavy in my trembling hands. I had just killed a member of my congregation inside my own church. And even though I knew he wasn't really Bill Pritchard anymore, even though I'd had no choice, the weight of it threatened to crush me. The sacristy door was locked, thank God, and I fumbled with my keys until I got it open, slamming it behind me and throwing the bolt. The room was small and windowless, lined with cabinets and shelves holding ceremonial items, a safe haven for the moment. I could still hear the chaos from the sanctuary. Screams, crashes, that horrible moaning sound multiplied by dozens of throats. I grabbed my cell phone from the desk and tried to call 911, but the line was busy. Just a recorded message saying all circuits were occupied and to please try again. I tried again anyway, and again, getting the same result each time. I pulled up the internet on my phone, my hands shaking so badly I could barely type, and searched for news about Memphis, about the hospital incident Tommy had mentioned. The results made my stomach drop. Multiple hospitals across Memphis were reporting similar outbreaks, patients attacking staff, the violence spreading through emergency rooms and intensive care units. Videos were already circulating online, shaky footage of people with that same milky-eyed look biting and clawing at anyone they could reach. The CDC had issued an alert about a potential biological contamination, urging people to avoid public spaces and seek immediate medical attention if experiencing fever, nausea, or violent behavior. The news was maybe an hour old, but already there were reports coming in from other cities, Nashville, Chattanooga, Knoxville, all across Tennessee and spreading into neighboring states. This wasn't just my church. This was an outbreak, a catastrophe unfolding in real time, and I was trapped in the epicenter of one incident among hundreds or thousands. I tried to call my brother in Chicago, but the call wouldn't go through. I tried the diocese headquarters in Memphis, but again, no answer. Just endless ringing. The cellular network was being overwhelmed by millions of people all trying to reach their loved ones at once, all trying to find out if this nightmare was real. A pounding on the sacristy door made me jump. "Father Marcus, Father, please, let us in." It was Sarah Chen's voice, desperate and terrified. I looked through the small window in the door and saw her standing there with her teenage daughter, Amy, both of them covered in blood but apparently uninjured. Behind them, the sanctuary was a scene from hell. Infected parishioners tearing into the bodies of the fallen, others shambling through the pews looking for more victims. I unlocked the door and pulled them inside quickly, securing it again behind them. "Are you hurt? Were either of you bitten?" I examined them quickly, looking for wounds, knowing instinctively that infection would spread through bites, even though I had no medical basis for that belief, just horror movies and survival instinct. No, we're okay," Sarah gasped, holding Amy close. "We didn't take communion yet. We were waiting in line when everything went crazy. What's happening? What's wrong with them?" "I don't know," I admitted. "Something in the wine, some kind of contamination. It's not just here, it's happening all over the state, maybe the country. We need to get out of the church, get somewhere safe." "Where's safe?" Amy asked, her voice small and scared. "If it's everywhere?" I didn't have an answer for that. Through the window, I could see the infected still moving through the sanctuary, driven by some mindless instinct to find prey. There had to be at least 60 or 70 of them now. Everyone who'd taken communion, plus anyone they'd managed to bite or scratch in the chaos. The survivors had either escaped or been killed, their bodies now being torn apart by former friends and neighbors who no longer remembered what it meant to be human. The sacristy had a back door that opened onto a small courtyard between the church and the rectory. I looked out cautiously, seeing the courtyard was empty for now, though I could hear sirens in the distance and occasional screams from other parts of town. "We're going to make a run for the rectory," I told Sarah and Amy. "I have weapons there, supplies. We can barricade ourselves in and figure out our next move." "Weapons? You?" Sarah looked at me with surprise. "I was in the army, remember? Before I became a priest." I checked the courtyard again, making sure it was still clear. "Stay close to me and move fast. If you see one of them, don't try to fight. Just run." We slipped out of the sacristy and crossed the courtyard at a sprint, reaching the rectory's back door without incident. I unlocked it with keys that felt foreign in my shaking hands, and we tumbled inside, slamming the door and locking it behind us. The rectory felt surreal in its normalcy. The coffee Mrs. Henderson had made still warm on the kitchen counter. The breakfast she'd prepared sitting untouched on the table, everything exactly as it had been 90 minutes ago when the world still made sense. I led Sarah and Amy upstairs to my bedroom, where I kept a locked gun safe in the closet. My hands were steadier now as I entered the combination and opened it, revealing a small arsenal I'd maintained since my army days. A Glock 19 pistol, a Remington 870 shotgun, a Smith & Wesson M&P 15 rifle that was essentially a civilian AR-15, and several boxes of ammunition. I'd kept them partially as a security measure in a rural area where police response times could be slow, but mainly as a connection to my past, to the soldier I'd been before I became a priest. I'd never expected to actually need them. "Jesus Christ," Sarah whispered, staring at the weapons. "You really are prepared for anything." "Old habits die hard." I loaded the Glock and chambered a round, the familiar weight and mechanics of it oddly comforting. I handed Sarah the shotgun after giving her a quick lesson on how to use it. Safety off, pump to chamber a shell, aim and squeeze the trigger. Simple enough for anyone in an emergency. Amy got a tire iron from the garage downstairs, something she could swing if needed. It wasn't much, but it was better than being defenseless. We barricaded ourselves in the rectory's living room, pushing furniture against the doors and windows, and I turned on the television to get whatever news was available. Every channel showed the same thing: emergency broadcasts, shaky footage of violence in the streets, reporters trying to maintain composure while describing what sounded like the apocalypse. The virus, they were calling it the Walker virus after the way infected individuals shambled around when in their hunting mode, had spread with unprecedented speed through some kind of coordinated attack. The details were still unclear, but intelligence agencies were investigating possible terrorism. possible sabotage of water supplies or food distribution networks, possible biological warfare. The scope of it was staggering. Outbreaks had been reported in every major city in Tennessee, Kentucky, Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, Georgia, and the Carolinas, the entire Bible Belt essentially under siege. Thousands were infected, thousands more dead, and the numbers were climbing exponentially as each new victim rose to join the ranks of the infected. The National Guard had been activated, military units were being deployed, but they were overwhelmed by the speed and scale of the outbreak. Martial law had been declared in multiple states. Evacuation orders were being issued, but with the roads clogged and the chaos spreading, there was nowhere to evacuate to. "How is this possible?" Sarah asked, staring at the television in disbelief. "How could something like this spread so fast?" "Coordination," I said, pieces falling into place in my mind. It wasn't accidental contamination. Someone did this deliberately, targeted churches and probably other gathering places at the same time. Sunday morning services when people would be gathered in close quarters, taking communion, sharing the peace. It's brilliant, in the most evil way possible. I thought about the wine Brother DeMarco had sent from St. Peter's in Nashville, blessed by the Archbishop supposedly, but now I wondered if that was just a story to get contaminated supplies into churches across the region. How many other parishes had received similar shipments? How many congregations had been infected simultaneously, spreading the virus to thousands of people in a single coordinated strike? It would explain the geographic pattern, the way it had erupted across the Bible Belt all at once. Someone had weaponized faith itself, turned our most sacred rituals into vectors for biological warfare. The television showed footage from Memphis, where the outbreak was worst. Downtown had become a war zone with military helicopters firing down into crowds of infected that filled the streets from building to building. Fires burned out of control in several neighborhoods. A bridge over the Mississippi had collapsed. Whether from damage or sabotage wasn't clear, trapping people on both sides. The camera showed close-ups of the infected, and I recognized the same blank, predatory expression I'd seen on Mrs. Henderson and Bill Pritchard. The same inhuman movements, the same single-minded focus on killing and consuming the living. A breaking news alert interrupted the footage. "We're receiving reports of a group claiming responsibility for the attacks," the anchor said, her voice shaking slightly. "A domestic terror organization calling itself the Divine Remnant has released a video statement claiming they orchestrated the contamination of communion supplies across multiple states. They say this is divine judgment, that only the pure of faith will be spared, and that a new kingdom will rise from the ashes of the old world. The FBI is treating this as an act of biological terrorism," and the signal cut out, replaced by static, then a generic emergency broadcast screen with a high-pitched tone. "The Divine Remnant," I repeated, the name familiar. "I've heard of them. They're a fringe group, extremists who split off from mainstream Christianity years ago. They believe in a radical purification of the faith, that modern churches have become corrupt and need to be destroyed so a pure remnant can rebuild. Their leader is Brother Solomon, I think, Marcus Solomon. He was kicked out of the Southern Baptist Convention for advocating violence against other denominations." "And you think he did this?" Amy asked, her face pale. "If anyone would, it's him." I tried to remember what I knew about Brother Solomon and his followers. They'd established a compound somewhere in Tennessee, a self-sufficient community where they practiced their own version of Christianity, mixing biblical literalism with survivalist paranoia and apocalyptic visions. There had been investigations into them, concerns about weapons stockpiling and radicalization, but nothing had ever stuck. They'd been careful, always staying just within legal boundaries, and now they'd shown why. They'd been planning something much bigger than anyone suspected. The power went out suddenly, plunging us into darkness. Emergency backup lights kicked in after a moment, but the television was dead, along with everything else electronic. Through the windows, I could see smoke rising from multiple points in town, hear the crack of distant gunfire, the wail of sirens that seemed to be coming from everywhere at once. Redemption, Tennessee, population 4,500, was falling apart just like the rest of the world. "We need to leave," Sarah said urgently. "We can't stay here." "And go where?" "The roads will be death traps. Better to hold position, fortify, wait for help." "Help isn't coming," Amy said quietly. "You heard them. The military's overwhelmed. The government is falling apart. We're on our own." She was right, and I knew it, but accepting that meant accepting that everything I'd built my life around, faith in institutions, in order, in the basic goodness of humanity, had been an illusion. I was a priest and a former soldier, trained to believe in chains of command and divine providence. But neither of those things were going to save us now. We were alone in a world that had gone mad, surrounded by monsters that used to be my parishioners, targeted by a terrorist organization that had weaponized my own faith against me. A crash from downstairs made us all freeze. Someone, or something, was trying to get into the rectory. I grabbed the rifle and moved toward the stairs, gesturing for Sarah and Amy to stay back. The barricade we'd set up on the back door was holding, but I could hear the infected on the other side, their hands slapping against the wood, their moans echoing through the house. The front door barricade was shaking too, more of them gathering there, drawn by some instinct to the living people inside. "The attic," I said. "We can get onto the roof from there, move across to other buildings if we need to. Grab whatever supplies you can carry, food, water, medical kit, ammunition." We loaded ourselves down with everything we could manage and climbed the narrow stairs to the attic, a cramped space filled with old furniture and boxes of church records. A small window opened onto the rectory's pitched roof, and I kicked it out, clearing away the remaining glass with the rifle butt. The roof tiles were slick and steep, but manageable. I went out first, then helped Sarah and Amy climb through, all of us moving carefully to avoid sliding off the edge. From the rooftop, I had a view of Redemption that I'd never seen before, and what I saw made my heart sink. The town was burning in multiple places, columns of smoke rising into the clear autumn sky. The streets were filled with infected, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, shambling between buildings or clustered around vehicles and homes where survivors were trapped. I could see some people trying to flee in cars, only to crash into the massive traffic jam at the edge of town where everyone had the same idea. I could see others fighting desperately on the streets, swinging improvised weapons, trying to reach safety that didn't exist anymore. The church bells were ringing again, but not in the normal patterns. Someone or something was hitting them randomly, creating a discordant clanging that mixed with the screams and gunfire to create a symphony of chaos. I looked at St. Augustine's and saw infected inside, visible through the stained glass windows, their silhouettes moving in mindless patterns. My beautiful church, the center of this community's spiritual life for over a century, had become a tomb and a charnel house. "There," Sarah pointed to a house about 3 buildings over. "The Petersons' place. I can see lights inside. They must have a generator. If we can get there..." It was dangerous, but staying put was suicidal once the infected broke through our barricades. We moved carefully across the rooftops, finding places where buildings were close enough to jump between. Places where we could climb down and across alleys. It was slow going, every noise we made potentially attracting attention from below, but gradually, we made our way toward the Peterson house, a 2-story craftsman with a fortified look, boards over some windows, the doors probably barricaded. We were 1 building away when I heard voices, human voices, shouting commands. I looked down into the street and saw a group of men, maybe a dozen of them, armed with rifles and moving with military precision. For a moment I felt relief, thinking they might be National Guard or police, but then I saw what they were doing. They were herding infected, using loud noises to drive them like cattle toward a specific building, corralling them deliberately. When the infected were clustered thick around the building's entrance, the men opened fire not just on the infected but on the building itself, and I realized with horror that there were people inside, survivors who started screaming as bullets tore through the walls. "What are they doing?" Amy whispered. "Clearing the town," I said grimly. "Killing everything, infected or not." These weren't soldiers or police. They moved with too much purpose, too much cruelty. They wore mismatched tactical gear with white armbands, and on those armbands was a symbol I recognized from my research into extremist groups. A black cross wrapped in barbed wire, the symbol of the divine remnant. Brother Solomon's people, his cult followers, here in redemption, not to help, but to finish what the virus had started. One of them looked up and saw us on the roof. He shouted to the others and pointed, and suddenly we were taking fire, bullets whining past us and punching through roof tiles. I returned fire with the rifle, forcing them to take cover while Sarah and Amy scrambled back the way we'd come. I provided covering fire until my magazine was empty, then ran after them, reloading on the move, the muscle memory of combat drills from 15 years ago coming back like I'd never left the service. We made it back to the rectory roof and dropped through the attic window just as more bullets stitched across the shingles above us. I could hear the cultists shouting, coordinating. And I knew they'd be coming for us, knew that Brother Solomon wanted to eliminate any religious authority that might challenge his narrative about this being divine judgment. Priests, pastors, ministers. We were all threats to his vision of a purified faith built on the corpses of everyone who disagreed with him. "Barricade this window," I told Sarah, shoving a heavy dresser toward the opening. "They'll try to follow us up here." "We're trapped," Amy said, and she was right. The infected were still trying to break in from below, and now we had armed cultists approaching from above. The rectory had become our coffin, unless we fought our way out. I checked my ammunition, 3 magazines for the rifle, 2 for the pistol, half a box of shotgun shells. Not enough for a prolonged firefight, but maybe enough to break through if we were fast and ruthless. The army had trained me for close-quarters combat, for urban warfare, for exactly this kind of desperate situation. I'd left that life behind when I took my vows, when I decided to save souls instead of taking lives, but that life had been waiting for me all along, waiting for the moment when I'd need those skills again. "Listen to me carefully," I said to Sarah and Amy. "We're going to go down fighting. When we hit the ground floor, don't stop moving, don't try to help anyone, just run straight for the garage. My truck has a full tank of gas and reinforced bumpers from my army days. We're going to drive through anything that gets in our way and get out of this town. Understood?" They nodded, scared but determined. Sarah checked the shotgun, making sure she knew how to work it. Amy gripped her tire iron with white knuckles. I took a deep breath, said a quick prayer, not for salvation but for strength, and kicked open the attic door. The infected had broken through the back door barricade and were flooding the first floor, maybe 20 or 30 of them, filling the hallway and stairs with their moaning, clawing mass. I opened fire from above, the rifle on full automatic, cutting through them with precision shots to the head that dropped them instantly. The noise was deafening in the enclosed space, brass casings cascading down the stairs, blood spraying across walls that had always been clean and peaceful. I emptied the magazine in seconds and switched to the pistol, continuing to fire as we descended, clearing a path through the bodies. We reached the ground floor and I could see the garage door through the kitchen. The infected were everywhere, crawling over each other to reach us, and behind them I could hear the cultists breaking through the front door. I grabbed a canister of gasoline from the utility closet, kept for the lawnmower, and splashed it across the floor and walls, then pulled out a lighter. "Run!" I shouted. and as Sarah and Amy sprinted for the garage, I lit the accelerant and dove after them. The fire caught instantly, racing up the walls and across the floor, turning the rectory into an inferno. The infected didn't know enough to avoid it and burned where they stood, their moans rising to shrieks. I reached the garage and slammed the door behind me, cutting off the heat and smoke. My truck was there, a black Ford F-150 with heavy-duty bumpers and reinforced chassis, exactly what we needed. We piled in and I started the engine, the sound like music after the chaos of the last few hours. "Hold on," I said and punched the garage door opener. The door rolled up to reveal infected crowding the driveway, drawn by the noise and the fire. I didn't slow down, just hit the gas and plowed through them, feeling the sickening impacts as bodies went under the wheels or bounced off the bumpers. The truck's weight and momentum carried us through, leaving a trail of crushed corpses as we hit the street and accelerated. The town was even worse at street level than it had looked from the rooftop. Infected filled every intersection, every alley, drawn out of homes and buildings by the virus's insatiable hunger. I drove through them without mercy, steering around the worst clusters when possible, ramming through when necessary. The windshield cracked from repeated impacts, blood and worse smearing across the glass. Sarah kept the shotgun ready, Amy clutched her tire iron, all of us locked in survival mode where nothing mattered except getting through the next minute, the next block. The cultists had set up a roadblock at the edge of town, vehicles parked across the two-lane highway, armed men behind them. They started firing as soon as they saw us, bullets punching through the truck's body. I swerved, looking for a gap, seeing none, and made a decision. "Get down!" I shouted and aimed the truck at the thinnest part of the barricade, a sedan that looked lighter than the pickup trucks on either side of it. We hit it 60 miles per hour, the impact throwing us against our seatbelts, airbags deploying in explosive puffs. The truck's reinforced frame did its job, shoving the sedan aside and creating an opening just wide enough for us to squeeze through. More bullets followed us, punching through the rear window, but we were through, accelerating away from redemption on open highway while the town burned behind us. I drove for 10 minutes before pulling over, needing to catch my breath, needing to process what had just happened. My hands were shaking again, my heart racing, my mind replaying the violence on an endless loop. I'd killed people today, infected people who'd been my parishioners, living people who'd been Brother Solomon's followers. I'd burned down the rectory, abandoned my church, fled my post like a coward instead of staying to help my congregation. The guilt threatened to overwhelm me, but I pushed it down, knowing I couldn't afford to break down now. "Where do we go?" Sarah asked quietly. I pulled out my phone, checking the news feeds even though I knew what I'd find. The Walker virus had spread beyond the Bible Belt now, cases reported in Texas, Missouri, Virginia, Florida. The CDC estimated millions infected, millions more dead, and the numbers were doubling every few hours. Major cities were under siege, the military was declaring certain areas lost causes, and the president had authorized any means necessary to contain the outbreak, which everyone knew meant tactical nuclear strikes on American soil if things got bad enough. "We need to find out who did this," I said. "Brother Solomon and the Divine Remnant. They have to have a base of operations, a compound or facility where they coordinated this attack. If we can find it, if we can get evidence of what they did, maybe we can help the authorities take them down." "You want to hunt terrorists in the middle of a zombie apocalypse?" Amy looked at me like I was crazy, and maybe I was. "They targeted churches specifically. They turned our faith into a weapon, killed thousands of believers who were just trying to worship. If I don't stop them, who will? The authorities are overwhelmed. The military is scattered. Civil order is collapsing. This is personal, and it's my responsibility." It was more than that. Though I couldn't articulate it, I needed vengeance. I needed Brother Solomon to pay for what he'd done. Needed to look him in the eye and make him account for his sins before God and man. The army had taught me to fight for a cause. The priesthood had taught me to believe in justice and redemption, and now both of those things were demanding that I hunt down the man who destroyed my world. We drove for hours, moving between small towns and back roads, avoiding the highways where military checkpoints were turning people away or shooting anything that moved. The radio crackled with emergency broadcasts, evacuation routes, safety zones, instructions to shelter in place, but it was clear that no one was in control anymore. The government was issuing contradictory orders. Local authorities were abandoning their posts, and the infection was spreading faster than anyone could track. We stopped at an abandoned gas station to refuel and gather supplies. The place had been looted already, but we found some food, bottled water, a first aid kit. While Sarah and Amy stood guard, I searched the station's office and found a road atlas and some local maps. I spread them across the hood of the truck and tried to figure out where the Divine Remnant's compound might be. I remembered reading that they'd established themselves somewhere in the Cumberland Mountains, remote enough for privacy but close enough to major population centers for recruiting. I traced possible locations with my finger, looking for isolated areas with road access, and found a likely spot near a town called Blackwater Creek, about 80 miles northeast of Redemption. The location made sense. Close to Interstate 40 for transportation, mountainous terrain for defense, far from major cities but within striking distance. "That's where we're going," I said, tapping the map. "If I'm right, that's where Brother Solomon is hiding." "And if you're wrong?" Sarah asked. "Then we wasted some gas and we're no worse off than we are now." We drove through the night, navigating by back roads and avoiding any signs of human habitation. The landscape was surreal. Empty fields where people should have been working, abandoned cars on the roadside, occasional glimpses of fires in the distance. We passed through one small town where every building was dark and silent. No movement, no signs of life or death, just eerie absence. We didn't stop to investigate. Dawn came gray and cold, revealing a world that had changed overnight. We saw our first military presence around sunrise, a convoy of army vehicles heading south, soldiers in full combat gear with faces that looked shell-shocked and exhausted. They didn't try to stop us, didn't even seem to notice us, just kept driving toward whatever catastrophe they were being sent to contain or die trying. We reached Blackwater Creek around mid-morning. The town was small, maybe 1,000 people, and it looked like it had been hit hard by the outbreak. Many buildings were burned out, bodies lay in the streets, and infected wandered aimlessly through the ruins. We skirted around the town's edge, following a dirt road that climbed into the mountains, and after about 5 miles we saw it. A compound behind high fences, guard towers at the corners, multiple buildings arranged in a defensive pattern. The symbol of the Divine Remnant flew from a flagpole in the center, the black cross and barbed wire unmistakable. "That's it," I said, hula, pulling the truck off the road and into the tree cover. "That's where they planned all of this." "Now what?" Amy asked. "We can't exactly walk up and knock on the door." "No, but we can scout the perimeter, see how many people they have, figure out their defenses. Then we decide our next move." We spent the rest of the day observing the compound from different angles, staying hidden in the forest, watching the cultists move around inside. I counted maybe 40 people total, all armed, all moving with military discipline. They had vehicles, supplies, what looked like a command center in the largest building. This wasn't just a church or religious community. It was a paramilitary organization, well-funded and well-organized. Exactly the kind of group that could have pulled off a coordinated biological attack across multiple states. As evening approached, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A group of cultists dragged several prisoners out of one of the buildings. Civilians by the look of them, dirty and terrified, their hands bound. They forced the prisoners to kneel in a clearing while Brother Solomon himself emerged from the command center. A tall man in his 50s with a gray beard and intense eyes, wearing a black suit that made him look like a preacher from a previous century. "Brothers and sisters," Solomon's voice carried across the compound, amplified by a PA system. "These sinners were found harboring doubt, questioning the divine judgment that has cleansed this corrupted world. They refuse to accept that the righteous have been spared, that those who died were unworthy of God's grace. What punishment befits such blasphemy?" The cultists responded in unison, voices raised in a chilling chant. "Cast them out, let them join the damned." Solomon gestured, and the cultists opened a gate in the compound's fence. From beyond it came a swarm of infected, drawn by the noise and the promise of flesh. The prisoners screamed and tried to run, but the cultists held them in place, forcing them to watch as the infected approached. When the monsters were close enough, the cultists released the prisoners and retreated behind the fence, leaving the civilians to be torn apart by the undead swarm. I had to look away, my stomach churning with rage and horror. This was what Brother Solomon considered righteous. This was his vision of a purified faith, watching innocent people be devoured by monsters while congratulating himself on his own holiness. The man was insane, a megalomaniac who'd convinced himself that mass murder was God's will, and he had 40 armed followers willing to die for his twisted beliefs. "We can't let him get away with this," Sarah whispered, tears streaming down her face. "Those people. He won't get away with it," I promised. "I'm going to make sure he pays for every single death." "But how?" We were 3 people with limited weapons against a fortified compound full of armed zealots. A frontal assault would be suicide. We needed something else, some way to get inside, to reach Brother Solomon and end this. The answer came that night when I saw a supply truck approaching the compound, returning from a run to a nearby town. The guards waved it through without much scrutiny, trusting their own people. That was our opening. If we could intercept the truck on its next run, take it over, we could drive right into the compound disguised as cultists. It was dangerous and stupid and probably wouldn't work, but it was better than doing nothing. We waited until midnight, then moved to intercept the next supply run. The truck came lumbering up the dirt road around 2 in the morning. A big cargo truck with 2 cultists in the cab. I let it pass us, then pulled the truck onto the road behind it, following with lights off until we were close. Then I accelerated hard and rammed into its rear bumper, sending it fishtailing. The truck skidded to a stop and the cultists jumped out, reaching for weapons, but I was faster. 2 shots from the pistol dropped them both before they could raise their rifles. We dragged the bodies into the woods, then searched the truck, finding food supplies, ammunition, medical equipment, everything a compound under siege would need. We also found cultist uniforms in the cab, complete with those white armbands bearing the twisted cross symbol. "Put these on," I told Sarah and Amy, handing them the uniforms. "We're going to pretend to be cultists, drive right in, and hope they're too busy to notice we're not who we're supposed to be." "This is insane," Sarah said, but she put on the uniform anyway. We all did, becoming the enemy in order to infiltrate them. I drove the supply truck while Sarah and Amy hid in the back among the boxes and crates. My heart pounded as we approached the compound gates, but I forced myself to breathe normally, to project confidence instead of terror. The guards waved us through just like I'd hoped, not bothering to check the cargo or ask questions. We drove into the compound's central area and I parked near the command center, watching through the windshield as cultists went about their business, completely unaware that they'd let their enemy inside. I waited until the area was relatively clear, then signaled for Sarah and Amy to join me. We slipped out of the truck and moved quickly toward the command center, trying to blend in, 3 more zealots among dozens. The building's interior was laid out like a military headquarters, with maps on the walls showing infection zones, deployment schedules, supply chains. I saw evidence of how they'd done it. Photos of corrupted communion wine shipments, lists of churches that had received the contaminated supplies, documentation of the divine remnant's infiltration of religious supply companies over the past year. They'd been planning this for months, maybe years, carefully positioning themselves to strike at Christianity from within, to destroy the churches they saw as corrupted and build their pure remnant on the ashes. "Looking for something, Father?" The voice came from behind us, cold and familiar. I turned to see Brother Solomon standing in the doorway with a rifle pointed at my chest. He smiled, a thin expression devoid of warmth. "Did you really think we wouldn't recognize you?" "Marcus Grant, the military chaplain turned parish priest. You're quite famous among those of us who pay attention to such things." "Solomon," I said, keeping my voice steady even though my hand was itching to reach for my pistol, "you're under arrest for terrorism, mass murder, and crimes against humanity." He laughed, a harsh sound. "Under arrest? By whose authority? The government that failed its people, the military that couldn't stop the spread, the church that preached false doctrines and led souls astray. All of those institutions are dead or dying, Father Grant. Only the righteous remain, only those pure enough to inherit the new world God is creating." "God didn't create this," I said, gesturing at the evidence around us. "You did. You murdered thousands of believers, infected innocent people, destroyed communities and families. You're not righteous. You're a mass murderer hiding behind perverted theology. Those who died were unworthy." Solomon's voice rose, taking on the cadence of a sermon. "They polluted the faith with their compromise and tolerance, their acceptance of sin and corruption. God has judged them through me, and I have found them wanting. Only my followers, only those who believe in true purification will survive to build the new kingdom." "Your followers are cult members and killers," Sarah said. "You've brainwashed them into thinking murder is holy." Solomon's eyes focused on her for the first time, his expression darkening. "The woman speaks. Tell me, sister, did you partake of the cleansing wine? Or are you among the unclean who must be purged?" Before any of us could react, Solomon pulled the rifle's trigger. The shot was deafening in the enclosed space, and Sarah crumpled to the floor, blood spreading across her stolen uniform. Amy screamed and rushed to her mother, trying to stem the bleeding even though I could see it was fatal. The bullet having caught her in the chest, probably piercing her heart or lungs. Rage overwhelmed me, white-hot and consuming. I drew my pistol and fired at Solomon, but he'd already moved, ducking through a doorway and shouting for his followers. Alarms began blaring throughout the compound, lights flashing, and suddenly we were in the middle of a firefight as cultists converged on the command center from all directions. I grabbed Amy and pulled her behind a desk as bullets tore through the walls around us. "We have to go," I shouted, but she was frozen, staring at her mother's body, unable to process what had just happened. I physically dragged her toward a back exit, firing my pistol to clear the way, knowing we had seconds before we were overwhelmed. We burst out of the building into chaos. Cultists were running everywhere, organizing a response, searching for the infiltrators. I spotted the supply truck and made a run for it, half carrying Amy, who seemed to be moving on autopilot. We reached the truck, and I threw her into the passenger seat, then jumped behind the wheel and started the engine. Bullets pinged off the truck's body as I floored the accelerator, aiming for the compound's front gate. The gate was closed and reinforced, but the truck was heavy and moving fast. We hit it with tremendous force, the impact throwing us forward against our seatbelts, but the gate buckled and collapsed, and we were through, tires spinning as we accelerated down the dirt road. Behind us, I could see cultists jumping into vehicles to pursue, Solomon probably among them, all of them intent on hunting us down. I drove like a madman, pushing the truck to its limits on the narrow mountain roads, taking turns too fast, barely keeping us from going over the edge. The cultists followed in pickups and SUVs, faster and more maneuverable than our cargo truck. They were gaining and they were shooting, rounds punching through the truck's body, shattering the side mirrors, spiderwebbing the rear window. "Hold on!" I yanked the wheel hard left, taking a side road that branched off into denser forest. The truck barely fit between the trees. Branches scraping both sides, but it gave us momentary cover from the gunfire. I could see a clearing ahead, maybe a place where we could ditch the truck and disappear into the woods on foot. But then I saw what was in the clearing and my blood ran cold. Infected. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, a massive horde that had congregated in this isolated valley, drawn together by whatever instinct drove them. They turned at the sound of our engine, their milky eyes fixing on us with predatory hunger, and began shambling toward the truck as we burst into the clearing. I had no choice but to drive straight through them, plowing into the mass of undead bodies, the impacts constant and sickening. The truck's engine roared, wheels spinning as they tried to gain traction on ground slick with blood and worse. Behind us, the cultists' vehicles emerged from the tree line and immediately found themselves engulfed by the horde. I saw one pickup get swarmed, infected crawling over it like ants, breaking through the windows, dragging the screaming occupants out into the mass of clawing hands and gnashing teeth. We made it through the thickest part of the horde, leaving the cultists to fight for their lives against the monsters they'd helped create. The irony wasn't lost on me. Solomon had weaponized the virus to purge the unworthy, and now that same virus was consuming his followers. Divine justice, perhaps, though it brought no comfort. We drove until the truck finally gave out, its engine overheating from the abuse, steam billowing from under the hood. We were somewhere deep in the mountains, miles from anything. The sun setting and temperature dropping. Amy hadn't spoken since watching her mother die, sitting rigid in the passenger seat, staring at nothing. I checked her for wounds and found none physical, but the emotional trauma was obvious. She'd lost everything in the space of a few hours. Her home, her community, her mother. And I had no words of comfort to offer because there was no comfort to be had. I found a small cave in a rocky hillside, defensible and hidden, and made camp there for the night. We had minimal supplies, no heat source, no real shelter. I stayed awake while Amy slept fitfully, my mind replaying the day's events, seeing Sarah's death over and over, hearing her daughters scream, feeling the weight of my failure. I'd promised to protect them, and I'd gotten one of them killed. I'd gone hunting for vengeance and found only more death. But Solomon was still alive. The divine remnant still existed. The virus was still spreading. And I was still here, still breathing, still capable of finishing what I'd started. I couldn't bring back Sarah or any of the thousands who'd died. Couldn't undo the horror that had been unleashed, but I could make sure the man responsible paid the ultimate price. Dawn came cold and harsh. I woke Amy and we began walking, following the road back toward civilization. Though what passed for civilization now was increasingly questionable. We passed abandoned homes, burned vehicles, bodies in various states of decay. The infected were everywhere, drawn to movement and sound, and we had to hide multiple times to avoid being seen. My pistol had 3 rounds left. Amy had her tire iron, and we had no food or water. Our chances of survival were minimal at best. We reached a town around midday, another small community that had been devastated by the outbreak. Most of the infected seemed to have moved on, leaving behind a ghost town of empty buildings and scattered corpses. We scavenged what we could. Canned food from a looted grocery store, bottled water from a gas station, fresh ammunition from a sporting goods store where the owner had apparently made his last stand behind a barricade of mannequins and camping gear. While we were searching the sporting goods store, I heard vehicles approaching, multiple engines moving fast. I looked out the shattered storefront windows and saw them, cultist vehicles, 6 or 7 of them driving through the town in formation. They were searching for us, hunting us, and Solomon was with them. I could see him standing in the back of a pickup truck, directing his followers, his face twisted with rage and zealotry. "They found us," Amy whispered, fear breaking through her shock. "Not yet." I grabbed her and we moved to the back of the store, looking for an exit, finding a door that led to an alley. We slipped out just as the cultists entered the front of the store, searching the aisles methodically. We ran through the alleys, trying to lose ourselves in the maze of buildings, but they had too many people, too much coverage. We were being herded, driven towards some destination. And then I saw what it was. The town's old church, a white clapboard building with a tall steeple standing at the intersection of two main streets. The church's front doors were open, and I realized Solomon wanted us there. He was orchestrating this, forcing us toward a confrontation in a place of worship, making some twisted point about the corruption of modern Christianity. Fine. If he wanted a final confrontation, I'd give him one, but I'd do it on my terms, not his. "Can you shoot a rifle?" I asked Amy, showing her the weapon I'd taken from the sporting goods store. "Mom was teaching me," she said quietly. "Before..." "Good enough. Get up in that steeple and cover me. Don't come down no matter what happens." She started to protest, but I cut her off. "Your mother died saving you. Don't make that sacrifice meaningless. Survive. That's all that matters now. Survive and remember what they did, and someday, somehow, make sure the world knows." I pushed her toward the church while the cultists were still organizing their search, giving her a head start. Then I walked out into the open street, my pistol in hand, and shouted at the top of my lungs, "Solomon, I'm here. Face me like a man instead of hiding behind your brainwashed followers." The cultists emerged from various buildings surrounding me, rifles trained but not firing. Solomon walked down the center of the street like some Old West gunfighter, confident and theatrical. He stopped about 20 feet away, smiling that cold smile. "Father Grant, you've led us on quite a chase. I admire your persistence even if your cause is misguided." "My cause?" I laughed bitterly. "I'm trying to stop a terrorist. You're trying to justify mass murder as divine will. Which of us is misguided?" "You still don't understand." Solomon shook his head in mock sympathy. "This isn't terrorism, it's cleansing. The church had become a marketplace of compromised doctrines, a circus of tolerance and acceptance that perverted God's true word. Someone had to burn it down so something pure could rise from the ashes. I am that someone. I am God's instrument." "You're a cult leader who got hold of a bioweapon," I said. "Nothing divine about it. You're just another small man drunk on power, using religion to justify your own sadism." Solomon's smile vanished. "I offered salvation to those worthy of receiving it. I created a plague that would separate the wheat from the chaff, the righteous from the wicked. Those who died deserved their fate." "Mrs. Henderson deserved to die?" I asked. "A woman who spent her life serving others, who lived her faith every single day. Tommy Morrison, a teenage boy who'd never hurt anyone. All the children, all the families who were just trying to live their lives and worship in peace. They all deserved to be turned into monsters?" "Yes," Solomon's voice rose to a shout. "Because they followed false prophets. Because they attended churches that preached corruption disguised as compassion. Because they..." I shot him 3 times, center mass, before he could finish his blasphemous sermon. He staggered backward, surprise and pain replacing his zealotry, blood spreading across his black suit. The cultists opened fire immediately, bullets tearing into me from multiple directions. I felt impacts in my shoulder, my leg, my side, white-hot pain exploding through my body as I fell to the ground. But I'd hurt them too. Their leader was down, maybe dying, and that created confusion, hesitation. Some rushed to Solomon, others kept firing at me, others looked around uncertainly, waiting for orders that might never come. And from the church steeple, Amy opened fire with the rifle, her shots cracking through the chaos, dropping cultists one by one. She was a better shot than I'd expected, each round finding its target with methodical precision. The cultists broke and ran, dragging Solomon with them, retreating to their vehicles and fleeing the town. Amy kept firing until they were gone, then climbed down from the steeple and ran to where I lay bleeding in the street. She tried to stop the bleeding, applying pressure to the worst wounds, but I knew I was finished. Too many holes, too much damage, too much blood already soaking into the dirt. "You need to go," I told her, my voice weak. "Find somewhere safe. Find other survivors. Live." "I can't just leave you," she sobbed. "You can and you will. That's an order." I managed a smile. "Take the rifle. Take whatever supplies you can carry and get out of this town. The infection will spread here eventually. Head north toward the mountains, away from population centers. And Amy, when you meet other survivors, tell them what happened here. Tell them about Brother Solomon and the Divine Remnant. Make sure people know who did this." She nodded, tears streaming down her face, and then she was gone, following my instructions, disappearing into the ruins of the town. I lay there in the empty street, bleeding out under the afternoon sun, thinking about everything that had led to this moment. I'd been a soldier, seen combat, killed enemies of my country. Then I'd become a priest, tried to save souls instead of taking lives, tried to build something good in a fallen world. And in the end, I'd returned to violence, become a soldier again, failed to protect the people I cared about. But I'd hurt Solomon. I'd made him pay at least some price for his crimes. Maybe he'd survive, maybe not. But either way, he'd know that someone had stood against him, that not everyone would accept his twisted vision of purity through genocide. That had to count for something. I heard helicopters in the distance, military birds flying low and fast. I saw contrails high in the sky, vapor trails from jets heading toward population centers, and I knew what that meant. The government was implementing its final solution, the option they'd been holding in reserve. Tactical nuclear strikes on infected zones, burning out the virus with atomic fire, sacrificing cities to save the rest of the country. Redemption would be one of the targets, along with Memphis and Nashville and Chattanooga and dozens of other communities across the Bible Belt. The bombs fell at sunset. I felt the ground shake with distant impacts, saw mushroom clouds rising on the horizon like divine judgment, felt the heat wash over me even from miles away. Solomon had gotten his apocalypse, his cleansing fire, but not the way he'd intended. The pure and impure were burning together, righteous and wicked consumed in the same atomic flames, no discrimination, no salvation, just total annihilation. I thought about St. Augustine's, my beautiful church with its stained glass and Gothic arches, now either overrun with infected or about to be vaporized. I thought about the parishioners I'd known and served, all of them dead or transformed into monsters. I thought about Sarah, who died trying to stop the people responsible. I thought about Mrs. Henderson and Bill Pritchard and all the others who'd come to worship one Sunday morning and never gone home. The light was fading now, my vision growing dim, my breathing shallow and labored. I could hear infected moaning in the distance, drawn toward the town by the noise and activity. They'd find me eventually, but I'd be dead before they arrived. At least I'd die as myself, not as one of them, not as a mindless consumer of flesh driven by viral instinct. I said my final prayers not for myself, but for everyone who died in this catastrophe, everyone who'd lost their faith or their lives or their loved ones to Solomon's madness. I prayed that Amy would survive, would find others, would help rebuild something from the ashes. I prayed that someday, somehow, the virus would burn itself out and humanity would have a chance to start again. But I didn't pray for salvation or divine intervention. Because if this whole nightmare had taught me anything, it was that we were on our own. God, if he existed, had given us free will, and free will meant the freedom to create monsters like Brother Solomon. To weaponize faith itself, to destroy everything we'd built in the name of purity and righteousness. We had done this to ourselves, and we would have to save ourselves if salvation was even possible anymore. The infected reached me as full darkness fell, their moans rising in a chorus around my dying body. But I was already gone, my last thoughts scattered and fragmentary, my last heartbeat carrying me into whatever waited beyond. The Walker virus would continue to spread. Solomon might survive to rebuild his cult. The bombs would keep falling until the entire region was a radioactive wasteland. There would be no cure, no happy ending, no miraculous turnaround. The zombies had won, humanity had lost, and all that remained was to endure the slow extinction that we'd brought upon ourselves. That should have been the end of my story. The final words of Father Marcus Grant, former Army chaplain and failed priest, dead in a nameless town in the ruins of Tennessee. But death, I discovered, was not the end I'd expected. I woke in darkness, confusion overwhelming me. I shouldn't have been able to wake at all. I'd felt myself dying, felt my consciousness fading, felt the absolute certainty that I was finished. But now I was aware again, my mind functioning, my senses processing information. Was this the afterlife? Heaven, hell, some intermediate state? No. I was still in the street where I'd fallen, still surrounded by infected, but I wasn't dead. My wounds had stopped bleeding, scabbed over with dark, unhealthy-looking tissue. My heart was beating, slow and labored, but beating. My lungs were drawing breath. Somehow, impossibly, I was alive. Or was I? I looked at my hands and saw the veins were dark, almost black, visible beneath pale skin. My fingers were cold, numb, responding to my mental commands but feeling distant, disconnected. I tried to stand and my body obeyed, muscles working mechanically, pain present but muted, filtered through some barrier that shouldn't exist. The infected around me were behaving strangely. They weren't attacking, weren't even seeming to notice me despite being close enough to touch. I waved my hand in front of one's face and got no reaction. I pushed another one aside and it simply stumbled away without turning aggressive. They were treating me like I was one of them, like I was infected too. Horror and understanding hit me simultaneously. The virus. Solomon's bioweapon. At some point during the attack, I must have been exposed, a scratch from an infected, blood in an open wound, something that had introduced the pathogen into my system. But instead of transforming me completely, instead of destroying my mind and leaving only hunger, something different had happened. The virus had taken hold, but not completely, leaving me in some liminal state between human and infected, conscious but changed, aware but altered. I staggered away from the infected horde, my movements clumsy and uncoordinated, and found a broken mirror in a ruined storefront. The face looking back at me was my own, but wrong. Skin gray and waxy, eyes yellowed, veins standing out in dark relief. I looked like the infected, but I could still think, still remember who I was, still feel emotions beyond pure hunger. I was something new, something the virus hadn't intended, a failed transformation that had created a hybrid instead of a monster. How long would it last? How long before the virus finished its work and I lost myself completely? Hours? Days? However long I had, I needed to use it. Solomon was still alive, the divine remnant still operational, and now I had an advantage they couldn't anticipate. I could walk among the infected unnoticed, could move through zones too dangerous for normal humans, could reach Solomon in his compound and finish what I'd started. I searched the town for supplies, moving carefully to avoid attracting attention from any surviving cultists. My body was failing. I could feel it, systems shutting down as the virus worked its way through my organs and tissues. I had maybe 48 hours before I degraded to the point of uselessness, maybe less. I needed to move fast. I found a working vehicle, a Jeep with keys still in the ignition, and drove back toward the mountains, back toward Blackwater Creek and the Divine Remnants compound. The roads were even worse now, clogged with abandoned vehicles infected wandering aimlessly, evidence of military operations that had swept through and moved on. I saw burned-out tanks, crashed helicopters, makeshift barricades that had been overrun. The government's attempt to contain the outbreak had clearly failed. I reached the compound at dawn, parking the Jeep a mile away and approaching on foot. The fence was still intact, but the guard towers were empty, no one visible in the compound itself. Had they abandoned it after the attack? Had the infected gotten through the defenses? I climbed the fence easily, my infected body feeling no pain from the barbed wire that tore my clothes and skin. The compound was deserted, or appeared to be. Buildings stood open, supplies scattered, vehicles gone. I searched methodically, looking for any sign of Solomon or his followers, finding nothing but abandoned equipment and documents. They'd packed up and moved out in a hurry, probably right after our confrontation, relocating to some backup facility to continue their operations. But where? I searched the command center, looking through files and maps, and found a reference to something called the Black Chapel, described as the final sanctuary, and Brother Solomon's judgment seat. There was a location marker on a map, another mountain compound. This one even more remote, accessible only by a single dirt road that wasn't on standard maps. The Black Chapel. Of course, Solomon would have a fallback position, a place where he could continue his work if the primary compound was compromised. And he'd call it something biblical and dramatic, something that fit his apocalyptic delusions. I took the map and headed back to the Jeep, knowing I was running out of time. The virus was working faster now, my vision blurring, my coordination deteriorating, my thoughts becoming fragmented and scattered. The drive to the Black Chapel location took hours on winding mountain roads that barely deserved the name. The Jeep handled the terrain poorly, bottoming out on rocks, getting stuck in mud, forcing me to winch it free and continue. I could feel my body breaking down cell by cell, the virus consuming what was left of my humanity. But I pushed forward on pure determination, on the need to finish this before I lost myself completely. I reached the Black Chapel compound in late afternoon. It was smaller than the first one, maybe a dozen buildings clustered around a central structure that was indeed a chapel, painted entirely black, its cross twisted and wrapped in barbed wire like their symbol. Cultists were visible, fewer than before, but still armed, still organized. Solomon's pickup truck was parked near the chapel, confirming he was here. I walked through the compound's gate without hiding, without stealth, knowing the infected appearance of my deteriorating body would protect me from immediate recognition. The cultists saw me and raised their weapons, but they didn't fire, uncertain whether I was infected or human. I kept walking, heading straight for the Black Chapel, my pistol hidden under my torn and bloody shirt. "Stop right there!" One of the cultists stepped into my path, his rifle pointed at my chest. "Identify yourself!" I looked at him with my yellowed eyes and moaned, the sound coming naturally now, my vocal cords damaged by the virus. He hesitated, clearly conflicted. Shoot the infected thing approaching the chapel or wait for orders about this unusual situation? That hesitation was all I needed. I drew the pistol and shot him point blank, then turned and fired at the other cultists as they scrambled to respond. Chaos erupted through the compound again, but this time I had nothing to lose. I was already dead, already infected, already damned. I fought my way toward the chapel with the single-minded focus of the infected themselves, killing anything that got in my way, not from hatred or strategy, but from pure mechanical determination. Bullets hit me and I kept moving, A cultist tackled me and I threw him off with infected strength. The chapel doors were ahead, black wood with that twisted cross carved into it, and I kicked them open and entered Solomon's inner sanctum. The interior was as black as the exterior, lit by candles that cast flickering shadows across walls covered in religious iconography, but twisted, corrupted, reinterpreted through Solomon's warped theology. Crosses were inverted, saints depicted in agony, biblical passages painted in blood-red letters. At the far end was an altar, and on that altar was Brother Solomon tending to his wounds from our earlier confrontation. His chest wrapped in bandages, his face pale but determined. He looked up when I entered, recognition and shock crossing his features. "Grant, but you're infected." "Not quite," I said, my voice thick and distorted. "Something different, something your virus didn't plan for." "Impossible. The Walker virus allows for no middle ground. You're either human or you're one of them." Solomon grabbed a rifle from beside the altar, leveling it at me. "You should be mindless, driven only by hunger. How are you still conscious?" "Maybe God has a sense of irony," I said, advancing slowly. "You wanted to create a plague that would separate the righteous from the wicked. Maybe I'm neither. Maybe I'm what you really deserve, divine judgment in the form of a flesh-eating monster that still remembers how to hate you." Solomon fired, the bullet catching me in the shoulder, spinning me around but not stopping me. I returned fire, my aim poor but close enough to make him dive for cover behind the altar. We traded shots, his bullets tearing chunks from my infected body that I barely felt, my bullets missing more often than hitting but keeping him pinned. "You can't win!" Solomon shouted from behind the altar. "Even if you kill me, the virus will spread. My followers have already released it through church networks across the country. Every congregation that uses corrupted supplies, every parish that takes communion from infected sources, every believer who spreads the pathogen unknowingly to their communities. The cleansing has just begun. Then I'll make sure you don't live to see your new world," I said, rushing the altar as my pistol clicked empty. Solomon rose to meet me with his rifle, but I was too close, the barrel passing beside my head as I crashed into him. We went down together, grappling on the black-painted floor, both of us wounded, both of us fighting with desperate strength. He was older but larger, outweighing me by 50 pounds, and he fought with the strength of zealous conviction. I fought with something else. The mindless ferocity of the infected combined with the tactical thinking of a trained soldier. A combination that made me unpredictable and relentless. We rolled across the floor, knocking over candles, scattering religious items, leaving trails of blood on the black surface. I got my hands around his throat and squeezed, using infected strength that didn't care about damage to my own hands and fingers. Solomon's eyes bulged, his face turning purple, his own hands clawing at mine uselessly. But he managed to grab a ceremonial dagger from a fallen altarpiece and drove it into my side, twisting the blade, trying to cause enough damage to make me let go. It didn't work. I felt the pain distantly, acknowledged it and dismissed it, maintaining my grip on his throat while his struggles grew weaker. I could have just choked him to death, but that seemed too merciful for what he'd done, too clean an ending for someone who'd caused so much suffering. Instead, I dragged him to his feet and toward a large wooden cross mounted on the chapel's wall, not inverted like the others, but upright, awaiting some ceremonial purpose Solomon had planned. I understood what needed to happen, what symbolic justice required. He'd perverted Christianity to justify mass murder. He'd used crosses and communion to spread death and horror. He'd turned sacred symbols into weapons. Now those same symbols would be his execution. I found the nails Solomon had prepared for his own rituals, large iron spikes meant to recreate the crucifixion in his twisted ceremonies. Perfect. I forced him against the cross, ignoring his weakening struggles, and drove the first nail through his left hand, pinning it to the wood. He screamed, a raw sound of agony and disbelief, unable to process that this was happening to him. "This is blasphemy," he gasped. "You're damning yourself." "I was damned the moment I got infected," I said, driving the second nail through his right hand. "Now you get to join me." I nailed his feet last, using multiple spikes to make sure he was secured, make sure he couldn't escape. He hung there on his own twisted cross in his black chapel, crucified by the priest he'd tried to destroy, bleeding out slowly while his compound burned around him. Because I'd used the last of my strength to set fires throughout the buildings, to ensure that even if his followers survived, they'd have no base to operate from. Solomon was still alive when I left the chapel, still conscious, still probably praying to his corrupted God for deliverance that would never come. The cultists tried to stop me as I walked out, but I moved through them like the infected I was becoming, killing with hands and teeth when my weapons were empty, spreading terror among people who thought themselves the chosen ones. They broke and fled before me, abandoning their leader, abandoning their faith, running for their lives. I stood in the center of the burning compound and howled, a sound that was part human rage, part infected hunger, part something else entirely. The death cry of the old world, the birth scream of whatever nightmarish future Solomon had created. The fires spread, consuming the black chapel and everything around it, cremating Solomon while he still lived, erasing the divine remnant's headquarters from existence. But Solomon had been right about one thing. It was too late to stop the spread. Even as I stood there, even as the compound burned, the virus was spreading through church networks across the Bible Belt, through corrupted communion supplies, through infected congregation members spreading to their families and communities. The CDC estimated millions infected already. Within days, it would be tens of millions. Within weeks, the entire country would be overrun. I left the burning compound and began walking, not really knowing where I was going, just moving because movement was all I had left. The virus was winning its battle for my mind, thoughts becoming harder to hold on to, memories fading in and out, the hunger growing stronger with each passing hour. I'd killed Solomon, burned his chapel, destroyed his compound, but in the end, all I'd done was ensure he died before seeing his apocalyptic vision fully realized. I walked through the mountains as military jets screamed overhead, heading toward population centers with their terrible cargo. I walked as mushroom clouds rose on the horizon as the government implemented its scorched earth solution, as cities burned and millions died. I walked as the last vestiges of my humanity slipped away, as the infection completed its work, as Father Marcus Grant ceased to exist and became just another walker, just another infected monster shambling through the ruins. My last coherent thought was of Amy, hoping she'd survived, hoping she'd found other survivors, hoping she'd remember to tell them what happened, who was responsible, what lessons needed to be learned if humanity ever rebuilt. Then even that thought dissolved, eaten away by the virus, leaving only hunger and the endless walk through a world of the dead. The compound continued to burn behind me, sending smoke signals into the sky that no one would answer. The black chapel collapsed in on itself, its twisted crosses and perverted symbols consumed by a cleansing flame, Solomon's body reduced to ash and bone. But his legacy would live on in every infected person, every destroyed community, every family torn apart by the virus he'd released. The Walker virus spread unchecked through church networks as he'd planned, each Sunday bringing new outbreaks, each communion service becoming a vector for transmission. By the end of the first month, the Bible Belt was a write-off, abandoned by the government, left to the infected and the few desperate survivors. By the end of the second month, the infection had spread nationwide, carried by refugees and evacuees fleeing contaminated zones. By the end of the third month, the United States as a functioning nation had ceased to exist. Other countries tried to close their borders, tried to prevent the infection from spreading beyond American shores. But it was impossible to completely seal off a country as large and connected as the United States. The virus crossed into Canada and Mexico, hitched rides on ships and planes, spread through a dozen different vectors that no quarantine could catch. Within 6 months, the Walker virus was global. Civilization was collapsing worldwide, and humanity was facing extinction. Some survivor enclaves managed to hold out, fortified communities in remote locations, military bases that had prepared for worst-case scenarios, isolated islands that had shut down all travel in time. But they were drops of order in an ocean of chaos, and they got smaller every day as resources ran out, as defenses failed, as the infected horde grew ever larger. The nuclear strikes on infected zones turned out to be futile. The radiation created more problems than it solved, contaminating water supplies, killing survivors, along with infected, creating irradiated zones that no one could safely enter. The government launched dozens of warheads, destroying Memphis, Nashville, Atlanta, Birmingham, Charlotte, and a dozen other cities, but the infected just spread around the blast zones, carried on by momentum and hunger. Amy survived, as I'd hoped. She made her way north to a survivor compound in the Appalachian Mountains, carrying with her the story of what happened in Redemption, what Solomon had done, how the virus had spread. She told her story to anyone who would listen, and some of them wrote it down, preserved it for whatever future might come. Whether that future ever arrived, whether humanity eventually found a way to fight back against the infection, whether civilization ever rebuilt, those questions remained unanswered. What was certain was that Solomon's vision had come true, just not in the way he'd intended. He'd wanted a purified remnant of true believers to inherit the earth, but what he got was a world of the dead, a planet-wide graveyard where the infected shambled through ruins and the few remaining humans hid in terror. There was no divine judgment, no separation of righteous and wicked, just universal destruction that consumed everyone regardless of faith or virtue. The church networks that Solomon had corrupted continued to spread the virus long after his death. Every congregation that used contaminated supplies became a new outbreak site. Every minister who distributed infected communion became an unwitting vector. The very institutions meant to provide comfort and hope in troubled times became the primary mechanism for humanity's downfall. The irony would have pleased Solomon if he'd lived to see it. The churches destroying themselves from within, torn apart by the weapon he'd hidden in their holiest rituals. Father Marcus Grant, the man I'd been, was long gone by the time the first anniversary of the outbreak arrived. The infected creature that had once been him continued to walk through the wasteland, driven by mindless hunger, part of the horde that had conquered the world. Sometimes in moments of flickering awareness that might have been imagination, or might have been fragments of consciousness that the virus couldn't quite erase. That creature seemed to remember things, a church with stained glass windows, a woman named Mary who made coffee in the mornings, a teenage girl climbing into a church steeple with a rifle, a man named Solomon burning on a wooden cross. But those memories, if they were memories, were fading like everything else, eroding under the virus's remorseless consumption. Soon there would be nothing left but the hunger, the endless walk, the search for prey in a world where prey was increasingly hard to find. The Walker virus had won its war against humanity, had spread from churches to communities to continents, had turned the planet into a graveyard populated by billions of infected and a few million terrified survivors. And somewhere in the ruins of Tennessee, in the ashes of a compound that had once been called the Black Chapel, a skull lay among the debris, its empty eye sockets staring at nothing, all that remained of Brother Marcus Solomon and his dream of a purified world. The crosses he'd perverted had been reduced to charcoal, His twisted theology burned away by cleansing fire, his followers scattered or dead or transformed into the very monsters he'd created. But the virus endured. The infected endured. The horror endured, spreading through church networks that had once connected communities in faith but now connected them only in death. The communion wine that should have represented Christ's blood instead carried the pathogen that ended human civilization. The bread that should have symbolized his body instead fed the hunger of 1 billion walking corpses. Everything sacred had been corrupted, everything holy made profane, and there was no redemption coming, no salvation on the horizon, no happy ending to a story that had started with Sunday morning services and ended with the apocalypse. The world belonged to the dead now, and the dead would walk forever, an eternal congregation of the damned, services never ending in the cathedral of ruins that humanity had left behind. This was Solomon's legacy. This was the fruit of his twisted faith. This was what happened when someone decided they had the right to determine who was worthy of survival and who deserved to die. He'd gotten his cleansing, his purification, his judgment day. And humanity had gotten exactly what it deserved for creating monsters like him, for allowing extremism to fester, for failing to recognize the danger until it was far too late. We'd built our own hell, populated it with our own demons, and now we'd spend eternity wandering its landscapes, searching for salvation that would never come, praying to a God who'd either abandoned us or never existed at all. The Walker virus continued its march across the planet, consuming everything, converting the living into the dead, the conscious into the mindless, the human into the monstrous. Church bells rang in empty towns, calling congregations that would never gather again. Bibles lay open in abandoned pews, their words unread, their promises unfulfilled. Crosses stood atop ruins, symbols of a faith that had been weaponized against itself, monuments to humanity's final, fatal mistake. And through it all, the infected walked, an endless tide of mindless hunger, each one a victim of Solomon's vision, each one a testament to what happens when faith becomes fanaticism, when purity becomes poison, when the desire to save souls leads to the destruction of the world. They walked through cities and towns, through churches and chapels, through the Black Chapel's ashes and St. Augustine's ruins. Forever searching, forever hungry, forever damned. The end had come not with fire and brimstone, not with trumpets and angels, not with the rapture that so many had predicted and hoped for, but with a virus in communion wine, with a terrorist's delusion given form, with churches destroying their own congregations from within. The end had come on a Sunday morning in autumn, and it had spread through the faithful like a plague, and it had consumed the world while people were still trying to understand what was happening. This was how it ended, not with a bang, but with a moan, not with glory, but with horror, not with salvation, but with damnation. The dead had conquered the living, Solomon had gotten his purification, and Father Marcus Grant had become the very monster he'd fought against, walking forever through a ruined world, carrying the memory of all he'd failed to save, all he'd failed to stop, all he'd failed to prevent. The virus won. The zombies prevailed. The church networks that Solomon had corrupted spread death across the Bible Belt and beyond. The fuel-air explosives and nuclear weapons destroyed what little remained. And humanity died whimpering in the dark, overwhelmed by an infection it couldn't cure, a terror it couldn't escape, a judgment it couldn't appeal. There was no cure. There was no hope. There was no tomorrow. There was only the endless present of the infected, the eternal walk through ruins, the permanent extinction of everything humanity had built and believed and hoped for over thousands of years of civilization. Solomon's divine judgment had fallen not on the unworthy as he'd imagined, but on everyone, purifying nothing, redeeming nothing, leaving nothing but corpses and monsters and the ashes of a world that used to be. This was the end. This was the final service. This was the last communion taken not in faith but in horror, not in hope but in despair, not in the presence of God but in his absolute and terrible absence. The congregation of the damned assembled in the cathedral of ruin, and the service would never end, and there would be no benediction, no dismissal, no final prayer to send them forth into the world. Because the world was gone, consumed by the very faith that was supposed to save it, destroyed by the churches that were meant to preserve it, ended by a man who thought he was doing God's work but was really only serving himself, Brother Marcus Solomon got his purified remnant. A remnant of nothing, a purification of death, a new world built on the corpses of the old. And in the ruins of that world, among the infected masses, one particular walker that had once been Father Marcus Grant continued its mindless journey, carrying within its deteriorating flesh the last fragments of memory about what had happened, why it had happened, and who was responsible. Those memories would die when the body finally failed completely, when even the virus couldn't keep the damaged tissue functioning, when the last spark of what had been human extinguished forever. Until then, it walked, and walked, and walked, through the ashes of redemption, through the ruins of the Black Chapel, through the wasteland of Tennessee, through the graveyard of America, through the tomb of human civilization. Walking in eternal penance for sins it could no longer remember, seeking redemption it could never find, searching for salvation in a world where salvation had died with the outbreak's first victim. This was how the story ended, not with resurrection but with infection, not with eternal life but with eternal death, not with heaven but with hell on earth. Solomon's divine judgment, final and irrevocable, absolute and terrible, destroying everything, redeeming nothing, leaving only the dead to inherit a dead world. The Walker virus had won, the zombies prevailed, the end had come, and there was nothing left but the walking dead, the burning cities, the silence of extinct humanity, and the knowledge that we had done this to ourselves, that this was our judgment, that we had earned every moment of the horror that followed. The last service concluded. The congregation dispersed into eternal death. The church bells rang one final time and fell silent forever. And the dead walked on and on and on, without end, without purpose, without hope, the permanent testament to humanity's final, fatal mistake. This is how the world ended. This is how the church died. This is how the dead came to own everything. Not with a whisper, but with a moan. Not with prayer, but with hunger. Not with faith, but with infection. The Walker virus spread through the faithful and consumed them, turned houses of worship into houses of horror, transformed the saved into the damned, and Brother Marcus Solomon burned on his cross in his Black Chapel, getting the purification he'd sought but not the redemption he'd expected, dying as he'd lived, convinced of his righteousness, blind to his evil, unable to see that he'd become the very corruption he'd claimed to oppose. His ashes mixed with the ashes of his chapel, indistinguishable from the remains of his victims, equally meaningless in the greater wasteland. The divine remnant dissolved into the infected masses. The Black Chapel collapsed into ruin. The communion wine that had spread the virus was consumed by fire or infected or time. And the world kept dying, kept transforming, kept walking toward whatever awaited it in the dark beyond human comprehension. This was the end. This was the only end that could have been. This was what happened when someone tried to play God, when fanaticism became faith, when churches became weapons, when the faithful became the infected. This was humanity's last mistake, its final sin, its ultimate punishment. And the dead walked on, forever and ever, world without end. Amen. Now let's move on to the next story. Need to talk to you, Harold said, not waiting for permission to enter. I looked up from my computer. Make it quick, Harold. I've got a meeting with the superintendent at 8:30. That's exactly what I want to talk about. He stepped inside, closing the door behind him. Something about the gesture felt wrong, too deliberate, too final. "You're going to fire me, aren't you?" I set down my coffee. "Harold, we've discussed your performance issues multiple times. The superintendent and I have been reviewing your personnel file, yes, but no decisions have been made." "Bullshit." His face reddened, veins standing out in his neck. "You people have been trying to get rid of me since day one. I see how you look at me like I'm some kind of trash you have to tolerate." "Harold, that's not 23 years. He slammed his hand on my desk, making the coffee mug jump. 23 years I've cleaned up after these spoiled little shits, fixed their messes, kept this place running, and this is the thanks I get? You think you can just throw me away?" I stood, using my height and military bearing to establish authority. "Harold, you need to leave my office right now. We'll discuss this later when you've calmed down." He stared at me for a long moment, something dark and calculating moving behind his eyes. Then he smiled, and it was the kind of smile that makes your skin crawl, the kind that tells you a man has already made peace with doing something terrible. "Sure, Mr. Hayes, we'll discuss it later." He turned and left, leaving my door open. I should have followed up right then. Should have called security, should have done something, but I had a meeting to prepare for, a school full of kids arriving in minutes, 100 small fires to put out before lunch. Harold Vance was just another problem on a long list of problems, and I convinced myself it could wait. The buses started arriving at 8:15, disgorging their cargo of teenagers into the parking lot. I stood by the main entrance, greeting students as they filed in, a practice I'd maintained since my first day as principal. Most ignored me, earbuds in, eyes on phones. A few said good morning. I watched them pass, these children who thought they were immortal, who believed their biggest problems were test scores and social media drama, and who was dating whom. I envied their ignorance. Third period ended at 10:45. The school-wide pep rally was scheduled for 11, a mandatory attendance event before the big homecoming football game that night. Ridgemont Ravens versus the Lincoln High Loggers, our biggest rivalry, the game that defined the fall season in Cedar Falls. The entire student body would be packed into the gymnasium, along with most of the staff. Mandatory school spirit, mandatory enthusiasm, mandatory participation in the pageantry that justified high school's existence beyond academics. I was in the main office at 10:30 when the first strange call came through. Carol transferred it to my line. "Mr. Hayes, this is Sheriff Matthews. We've got a situation developing and I wanted to give you a heads up." Sheriff Roy Matthews was a good man, former Army MP, the kind of cop who actually gave a damn about his community. We'd worked together on school safety protocols, active shooter drills, all the grim necessities of modern American education. "What kind of situation, Roy?" "We're not sure yet. State police are reporting some kind of incident at a lab facility about 60 miles north of here, up near the coast. Details are sparse, but there's talk of a biological containment breach. CDC is supposedly involved. They're saying it might be some kind of aggressive flu strain." My stomach tightened. "Are we under any kind of alert?" "Not officially, but I wanted you to be aware. If anything develops, we'll need to coordinate. Keep kids in school, lock down procedures, that kind of thing. Probably nothing, but you know how these things go. I appreciate the call, Roy. One more thing. We've had 3 reports this morning of violent incidents in town. 2 domestic disturbances that turned unusually aggressive and 1 assault at the grocery store. Victims are describing the attackers as acting crazy, disoriented, violent beyond what you'd expect even for drug use. Might be unrelated, but with this lab thing, I'm keeping my eyes open." We hung up. I sat there staring at my computer screen, feeling the first cold touch of unease creeping up my spine. It was probably nothing. Lab incidents happened. Domestic violence happened. Drug-fueled violence happened. There was no reason to connect these dots, no logical reason to assume the worst. But I'd been a Marine for 20 years. I'd learned to trust my instincts, to recognize when the air changed before a firefight, when something invisible shifted in the atmosphere that told you violence was coming. That instinct was screaming at me now, but I pushed it down. I had a school to run, a pep rally to oversee, normal Friday duties to fulfill. At 10:50, I made my way to the gymnasium. Students were already filing in, climbing the bleachers, the noise level rising to that particular roar that only teenagers in an enclosed space can produce. The band was setting up in the corner, drums and trumpets, and that one kid with the tuba who always looked vaguely terrified. Cheerleaders were practicing routines on the gym floor, ponytails bouncing, voices chanting. The football team sat together in the front row, varsity jackets and swagger ready to be celebrated. I stood at the entrance, watching the organized chaos, and felt that unease again, stronger now. Something was wrong. I couldn't articulate it, couldn't point to any specific thing, but my Marine instincts were firing on all cylinders, telling me to get these kids out, to evacuate, to run. But run from what? A vague phone call? A feeling? I was the principal. I couldn't panic over nothing. I couldn't disrupt a major school event because I had a bad feeling. Coach Peterson approached me, clipboard in hand, ready to introduce the team. "Hell of a turnout," he said, grinning. "The boys are pumped. We're going to destroy Lincoln tonight." "Good luck, Coach." "You coming to the game?" "Wouldn't miss it." I wouldn't make it to the game. None of us would. In 3 minutes, everything I knew about the world would end. The rally started at 11 o'clock exactly. Principal Matthews walked to center court with a microphone, and the crowd noise intensified. I moved along the wall, positioning myself where I could see everything, where I could respond if any student got out of hand. Old habits from the core, always controlling my field of vision, always maintaining tactical awareness. I saw Harold Vance then, standing in the equipment room doorway at the far end of the gym. He was just standing there, watching, not moving, not working, just watching with that same dark smile he'd had in my office. He met my eyes across the gymnasium, and something in his expression made my blood freeze. He raised his hand in a mock salute, then disappeared into the equipment room. I started moving toward him, pushing through the crowd of students standing against the wall, but the cheerleaders had started a routine and bodies were everywhere, blocking my path. By the time I reached the equipment room, Harold was gone. The door was propped open with a wedge, something we specifically prohibited for security reasons. I removed the wedge and pulled the door shut, making a mental note to write Harold up again, to finally push for his termination. Then I heard the screaming. It started in the middle of the bleachers' junior section, a girl's voice cutting through the noise with a pitch that made everyone freeze. The band stopped playing. The cheerleaders stopped moving. 1,500 students went silent in the space of a heartbeat, and in that silence I heard other sounds, growling, snarling, the wet tearing of flesh. I ran toward the bleachers, pushing students aside. The crowd was surging backward, away from something, creating a vacuum in the center. I climbed up, using hands and feet to scramble over seats, and then I saw it. Jennifer Morrison, Jr., honor roll student, debate team captain, was crouched over Tyler Chen, senior football player, academic all-star. She was biting his throat, not biting like a fight, not biting like assault, but biting like a predator, tearing chunks of meat from his neck while he convulsed underneath her, blood spraying across the bleachers in arterial pulses. Her eyes were vacant, filmed over with something white, and the sounds coming from her throat weren't human. I grabbed her by the shoulders and pulled her off Tyler, using strength I didn't know I still had. She twisted in my grip, impossibly fast, impossibly strong, and lunged at my face. I saw her teeth, saw the blood dripping from her mouth, saw the absolute absence of recognition in those dead eyes. This wasn't Jennifer Morrison anymore. This was something else wearing her body. I threw her backward and she tumbled down the bleachers, hitting seats and students on the way down. Tyler was dying, bleeding out on the bleacher seat, and there was nothing I could do for him. Students were screaming now, really screaming, the sound of mass panic rising like a physical wave. Then I saw 3 more students attacking people in different sections of the bleachers. Then 5 more, then 10. They moved with the same jerky, predatory motion, the same filmed-over eyes, the same wet, snarling sounds. They bit and clawed and tore, and everyone they touched started convulsing, started changing. The gym exploded into chaos. Students stampeded for the exits, trampling each other, crushing the slower ones against the walls. I saw Coach Peterson go down under a wave of bodies. I saw Mrs. Reynolds, English teacher, mother of 3, get pulled into the crowd and disappear. I saw the band equipment get knocked over, saw drums rolling across the gym floor, saw trumpets crushed underfoot. I fought my way down from the bleachers, every instinct screaming at me to run, to survive, to get out. But I was the principal. These were my students, my responsibility, my kids. I couldn't leave them. I grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall, the weight of it familiar in my hands, and ran toward the nearest attacker. It was Jason Miller, sophomore chess club president, currently tearing chunks out of Sarah Hoffman's shoulder. I swung the extinguisher into the side of his head and bone crunched. He dropped, but Sarah was already changing, her body jerking, white film spreading across her eyes. "Run!" I shouted at the students still in the gym. "Get out! Get to your cars! Go!" But they were panicking, running in every direction, no coordination, no discipline. The exits were jammed with bodies. The ones who couldn't get out were getting picked off by the infected, and the infection was spreading with terrifying speed. Every person bitten became another attacker within seconds, maybe a minute at most. This wasn't natural. This wasn't any disease I'd ever heard of. This was something engineered, something deliberately designed to spread fast and kill faster. I thought of Harold Vance, standing in that equipment room doorway smiling. I thought of the air handling system that fed the gymnasium, of the vents high on the walls, of the way Harold had access to every system in this building. He'd done this. Somehow, impossibly, Harold Vance had released something into this school, into this gymnasium full of children, because he was angry about being fired. Rage flooded through me. Combat rage, the kind I hadn't felt since Fallujah, since the last time someone tried to kill me and my Marines. Harold Vance was somewhere in this building, and I was going to find him, and I was going to kill him with my bare hands if necessary. But first I had to survive the next 10 minutes. The gym was a war zone, bodies everywhere, some dead, some dying, some changing into those things. The infected were attacking anything that moved, showing no fear, no self-preservation, just pure predatory hunger. I saw Mr. Walsh, the calculus teacher, trying to barricade himself in the equipment room, only to have 4 infected students pull him back out and tear him apart. I fought my way to the main exit, using the fire extinguisher as a club, hitting anything that came at me. Each impact was solid, final, the kind of damage that stopped normal people. But these weren't normal people anymore. I had to destroy the head completely, had to pulverize the skull to make them stop moving. Anything less and they kept coming. I made it out of the gymnasium into the main hallway. Students were running everywhere, some infected, most not. Impossible to tell the difference until they were right on top of you. The fire alarm was blaring, adding to the chaos, and I could smell smoke somewhere deeper in the building. My radio crackled. I'd forgotten I was wearing it. The standard principal's walkie-talkie clipped to my belt. "Mr. Hayes, this is Carol. What's happening? We're getting calls from parents and..." Her voice cut off into a scream, then static. I ran toward the main office, dodging students, stepping over bodies, trying not to think about whose children they were, whose futures had just been erased. The hallway was slick with blood. I slipped, caught myself against a locker, kept running. The main office was carnage. Carol was dead, throat torn out, sprawled across her desk. 2 infected students were feeding on her corpse. Behind them, through the office window, I could see the parking lot filling with police cars, ambulances, parents trying to get to their children. I killed the 2 students with the fire extinguisher, each impact making me want to vomit. These were kids. These were my kids. And I was beating their skulls in because they'd been turned into monsters by a janitor with a grudge. I grabbed the phone from Carol's desk, dialed 911. Busy signal, I tried again. Busy signal. The whole system was overloaded, everyone in Cedar Falls calling at once, reporting attacks, reporting chaos, reporting the end of everything normal. I tried my cell phone, same result. Networks were jammed. I pulled up the news on my phone browser and the headlines were apocalyptic. Mass casualties at Ridgemont High School. Unknown biological attack, CDC responding. Shelter-in-place order issued for Cedar Falls. National Guard mobilizing. It had been 15 minutes since the rally started. 15 minutes since Jennifer Morrison bit Tyler Chen's throat. 15 minutes for my entire world to collapse. I heard gunfire outside. The police were shooting. I looked through the window and saw infected people attacking the first responders, saw officers firing their weapons, saw civilians running in every direction. The parking lot was chaos, cars crashing into each other, people abandoning vehicles and fleeing on foot. And in the security office next to the main office, I saw movement. Someone was in there, watching monitors, controlling cameras. I moved to the doorway and looked inside. Harold Vance sat in front of the security console, watching camera feeds from all over the school. He had a laptop open next to him, data scrolling across the screen. He was taking notes, observing, documenting what he'd done like it was a science experiment. He looked up at me and smiled. "Hello, Mr. Hayes. Impressive response time. I knew you'd survive longer than the others. Marine training, right? Hard to kill." I stepped into the room, fire extinguisher gripped in both hands. "What did you do, Harold?" "What I had to do." He gestured at the monitors, at the scenes of horror playing out across multiple screens. "You people thought you could just discard me? Thought I was nothing? Well, now you know what nothing really looks like. This is nothing. This is the absence of everything you thought mattered. Where did you get it? What is it?" "Trixie virus. My cousin worked at a research facility up north, one of those black site labs the government pretends doesn't exist. They were developing bioweapons, trying to engineer something that could incapacitate enemy populations quickly and efficiently. Trixie was their masterpiece. 98% infection rate, transformation in under 2 minutes, spreads through any bodily fluid contact. My cousin was part of a group that believed this kind of weapon should never exist. They tried to expose the program, tried to destroy the samples. Most of them ended up dead or in prison. My cousin managed to smuggle out a single vial before they shot him. He mailed it to me 3 months ago with instructions on how to handle it. Said if anything happened to him, I should make sure the world knew what the government was creating. So you released it here? In a school full of children? I released it in a school that was about to fire me. In a town that treated me like trash. In a country that builds weapons like this and pretends to be civilized. Everyone's guilty, Mr. Hayes. Everyone deserves this." I advanced on him. "You're coming with me, Harold. You're going to tell the authorities everything you know about this virus, where it came from, how it works, how to stop it." He laughed. "Stop it? You can't stop Trixie, Mr. Hayes. It's designed to be unstoppable. Once it's in the air, once it's in the water, once it's spread beyond the initial infection point, there's no containing it." I pumped it through the ventilation system into the gymnasium. 1,500 people breathed it in. Some had stronger immune systems, took longer to change. But they all got it. And now they're spreading it to everyone they touch, everyone they bite, everyone they breathe on. By tonight, Cedar Falls will be gone. By tomorrow, the county. By next week, maybe the whole state. There has to be a cure. Something your cousin gave you, some kind of antidote. No cure. No antidote. That was the whole point. A weapon that can't be defended against. The perfect biological terror. He stood up, still smiling. You're thinking about killing me, aren't you? It won't change anything. The virus is already out there. I'm just the delivery system. Kill me and Trixie still wins. I'm going to kill you because you deserve it, Harold. Because you murdered children out of spite. Because you're a pathetic, cowardly piece of shit who couldn't handle being fired from a janitorial job. His smile faded. 1,500 children watched each other die today because of you, Mr. Hayes. Because you were going to fire me. Their blood is on your hands as much as mine. I swung the fire extinguisher at his head. He ducked, faster than I expected, and grabbed a screwdriver from the desk. He lunged at me, aiming for my throat, and I blocked with the extinguisher. The screwdriver punched through the metal canister, releasing a spray of foam that filled the small room. We fought in the white cloud, blind, grappling, trying to kill each other. I felt the screwdriver slash across my ribs, felt warm blood soaking my shirt. I slammed him against the wall, heard his breath whoosh out. He kneed me in the groin and pain exploded through my body. I dropped the extinguisher and we went to the floor, rolling, punching, clawing like animals. He was stronger than he looked, wiry and desperate, fighting with the manic energy of someone who had nothing left to lose. But I'd been trained by the United States Marine Corps to kill efficiently and without hesitation. I got my hands around his throat and squeezed, feeling cartilage crunch under my thumbs. He thrashed, gasping, eyes bulging. Then he went still. I held on for another 30 seconds, making sure, then let go and stumbled backward. Harold Vance was dead. The man who'd started this nightmare was dead, and it changed nothing. The virus was still spreading. The kids were still dying. Cedar Falls was still collapsing. I left the security office and made my way back through the school. The hallways were quieter now, most of the survivors having fled outside, most of the infected having followed them. Bodies everywhere, students and staff, people I'd known for years, reduced to meat and blood and broken bone. I found a group of students barricaded in the library, maybe 20 of them, with 2 teachers. Mrs. Anderson, the librarian, and Mr. Torres, who taught physics. They'd pushed bookshelves against the doors, were huddled in the corner, most of them crying. "Mr. Hayes," Mrs. Anderson said when I entered through the fire exit. "Thank God, what's happening?" "Biological attack. The guy who did it is dead, but the virus is still spreading. We need to get out of here, get as far from Cedar Falls as possible." "What about the authorities?" Mr. Torres asked. "Police, CDC, someone has to be working on this." "They are, but it's already beyond containment. I need you all to listen carefully. We're going to move as a group to the parking lot, get to vehicles and drive out of town. Stay together, stay quiet, don't make noise that'll attract attention. The infected react to sound and movement. If you see one, run. Don't try to fight, just run." "What about our parents?" asked Melissa Rodriguez's senior volleyball team. "I can't leave without my mom." "Your mom would want you alive," I said more harshly than I intended. "Right now, survival is all that matters. We'll find families later, but first we have to make it through the next hour." We moved out of the library in a tight group. I led them through the back hallways, avoiding the main corridors where most of the infected seemed to congregate. We passed classrooms full of bodies, past lockers smeared with blood, past the nurse's office where Nurse Campbell had apparently barricaded herself before succumbing. We made it to the parking lot through the rear exit. Outside, the world had descended into hell. The parking lot was jammed with abandoned cars, bodies scattered between vehicles. Infected people staggered between the rows, attacking anyone they found. Police had established a perimeter at the main entrance, officers firing at anything that approached. Smoke rose from multiple locations around town. I could hear sirens, screams, and the constant crackle of gunfire. "That's my car," said Jacob Martinez, pointing at a Honda Civic near the back of the lot. "I can fit 5 people. Take Mrs. Anderson and 3 students," I said. "Mr. Torres, can you drive?" "Yes." "Take another group. I'll find transportation for the rest. Everyone stick together once you're mobile. Head for Highway 26. Go east, away from the coast. Don't stop in Cedar Falls. Don't stop for anyone unless you're absolutely sure they're not infected." Questions? There were none. Fear had made them compliant, had stripped away the typical teenage resistance to authority. They just wanted to live. We split into groups and ran for the vehicles. I stayed with the students who didn't have transportation, 7 of them, including Melissa Rodriguez. We moved between cars, ducking, hiding, trying to avoid the infected that wandered the parking lot. I saw an SUV with the driver's door open, keys still in the ignition. Some teacher or parent had abandoned it mid-escape. I ushered the students toward it, keeping low, keeping quiet. We were 10 feet from the SUV when an infected student lunged out from behind a van. It was Derek Wilson, freshman theater kid, currently covered in blood and gore, eyes white, mouth snarling. He grabbed Melissa and pulled her down, biting into her shoulder before I could react. I kicked him in the head, crushing his skull with my boot, but the damage was done. Melissa was screaming, blood pouring from the wound. The other students were backing away from her, terrified. "Help her!" I shouted at them. "Get her to the SUV!" But they were frozen, useless with fear. I picked Melissa up myself, her blood soaking into my already ruined shirt, and carried her to the SUV. I put her in the back seat and turned to the others. "Get in, now." They obeyed, climbing into the vehicle, all of them staring at Melissa like she was already dead. Maybe she was. I didn't know how long the transformation took, how long before she became one of those things. I got behind the wheel and started the engine. The parking lot was chaos, but I'd driven through worse in Iraq. Convoy operations under fire, roads blocked by debris and bodies. I put the SUV in drive and accelerated, smashing through the gap between 2 abandoned cars, bouncing over a curb, heading for the exit. Behind us, Melissa was convulsing, her body jerking, white film spreading across her eyes. The other students were screaming, trying to get away from her in the confined space of the vehicle. "Hold her down!" I shouted. "Don't let her bite anyone else!" 2 of the boys grabbed her arms, pinning her to the seat. She thrashed, snarling, no longer Melissa, just another infected monster. Her strength was inhuman, and the boys were struggling to hold her. I crashed through the police perimeter, officers diving out of the way, one of them firing after us. Bullets sparked off the asphalt. I didn't care. I had to get these kids out, had to get them somewhere safe, somewhere I could deal with what Melissa had become. We roared down Main Street past the downtown area where more chaos was unfolding. Shops were being looted. People were fighting in the streets. Infected were attacking anyone they could reach. I saw Sheriff Matthews standing on top of a police car, firing his shotgun at a crowd of infected civilians, his face set in grim determination. We passed the hospital and I thought of Jennifer, my wife, working in the ER. Was she okay? Was she infected? Was she already dead? I couldn't stop to find out. I had students depending on me, and Melissa was actively transforming in the back seat, about to become a threat we couldn't contain. I turned onto Highway 26, accelerating to 80 miles per hour, leaving Cedar Falls behind. In the rearview mirror, I could see smoke rising from multiple locations. Could see the town dying in real time. "Mr. Hayes," said one of the boys holding Melissa. His name was Connor Jr. basketball team. She's too strong, we can't hold her much longer. I pulled over on the shoulder, slamming on the brakes. Everyone out except Melissa. Now! They scrambled out of the SUV, 6 terrified teenagers standing on the side of the highway. I got out too, walked around to the back seat and opened Melissa's door. She lunged at me immediately, no hesitation, pure predatory instinct. I grabbed her by the throat and threw her to the ground. She landed hard, scrambled to her feet and charged again. I'd left the fire extinguisher in the school, had no weapons except my hands. I sidestepped her charge, grabbed her from behind and locked my arm around her neck. It was a blood choke, something I'd learned in the Marines, something I'd used on enemy combatants in Iraq. Applied correctly, it cuts off blood flow to the brain, rendering the target unconscious in seconds. But Melissa didn't go unconscious. She thrashed and snarled and clawed at my arm, breaking skin, drawing blood. The virus had changed something fundamental in her physiology, had made normal restraint techniques ineffective. I increased the pressure, putting everything I had into the choke. Her thrashing weakened. Her snarls became gurgles. I held on, muscles screaming until her body went limp. I dropped her on the ground and stepped back, breathing hard. The students were staring at me like I was a monster. Maybe I was. Maybe that's what survival required now. Becoming a monster to fight monsters. "Is she dead?" asked Sarah Portman's sophomore quiet girl who sang in the choir. "I don't know. Maybe. Probably." I looked at them, these 6 children who just watched me choke out one of their classmates. "Get back in the SUV, we need to keep moving." They obeyed, silent now, traumatized beyond words. I got back behind the wheel and drove, leaving Melissa's body on the side of the highway, leaving another piece of my humanity scattered on the asphalt. We drove east for 30 minutes without speaking. The radio was all emergency broadcasts, conflicting reports, growing panic. Initial reports from Cedar Falls were spreading to news networks. Mass casualty event at local high school, biological agent suspected. Unknown pathogen causing extreme aggressive behavior, CDC on scene. Governor mobilizing National Guard. Residents advised to shelter in place. Shelter in place. That was death. Anyone who stayed in Cedar Falls was going to die or become infected. The virus was too fast, too efficient, too perfectly designed to spread. Harold Vance's cousin and his group of idealistic terrorists had created the perfect weapon, and now it was loose in America. I thought about my wife Jennifer again, about the promise I'd made to come home every night, about the dinner with the Carmichaels that would never happen. I pulled out my cell phone and tried to call her. No signal. Towers were probably overloaded or damaged. "Mr. Hayes," said Connor from the back seat, "where are we going?" "Somewhere defensible, somewhere we can fortify, somewhere we can wait for the authorities to get this under control." But I didn't believe it would be controlled. I'd seen how fast the virus spread, how efficiently it turned people into killing machines. This wasn't containable. This was the end of civilization, at least in this part of Oregon, maybe further. We passed through several small towns, all of them appearing normal, residents unaware of what was coming. I wanted to stop, to warn them, but what would I say? Run? Hide? Prepare to watch everyone you love turn into monsters? There was no preparing for this. There was only surviving it or dying. At the 40-minute mark, we saw our first military presence. A National Guard checkpoint on the highway, soldiers in full combat gear, setting up barriers, stopping vehicles. I pulled up to the checkpoint and a sergeant approached, rifle ready. "Sir, you need to turn around. This area is under quarantine order." I showed him my ID. "Thomas Hayes, principal of Ridgemont High School. These are my students. We barely got out alive. The school is gone. Most of the student body is dead or infected." His expression tightened. "We've heard. How many infected would you estimate?" "At least 1,000 at the school, probably more in the town by now. It spreads through any bodily fluid contact, transforms victims in under 2 minutes. You can't contain this with checkpoints, Sergeant. You need to evacuate everyone east of here and establish a hard perimeter at least 50 miles out. That's above my pay grade, sir. Right now I have orders to hold this position and stop anyone coming from the west. You're going to die here if you stay. Those things don't stop, they don't get tired, they just keep coming. Then I'll die following orders. He stepped back from the SUV. You and your students are cleared to proceed. Good luck, sir. I drove through the checkpoint, watching in the mirror as the soldiers went back to their positions, preparing to face an enemy they couldn't possibly understand. They were good soldiers, following orders, maintaining discipline. They'd all be dead within hours. We found refuge at an old hunting lodge about 10 miles past the checkpoint, a family business that offered cabin rentals and guided hunts. It was off the main highway, up a dirt road, isolated enough to be defensible. The owner, a man named Bill Kruger, was there with his wife and teenage daughter. He met us in the parking lot with a hunting rifle. "We're closed," he said, but there was fear in his eyes, not hostility. "What do you want?" "We're refugees from Cedar Falls. There's been a biological attack, some kind of virus that turns people violent and infectious. We need shelter just for tonight until we figure out what's happening." Bill lowered his rifle. "We've been hearing reports on the radio, didn't think it was real. Thought it was some kind of hoax or exaggeration. It's real, I watched it start. I watched students tear each other apart. If you let us stay here, we'll help you secure this location, help you survive what's coming." He studied me for a long moment, then nodded. "All right, come on. My wife will get you set up in the main lodge." We spent the next hour fortifying the hunting lodge. It was a good defensive position, solid construction, limited entry points, surrounded by open ground that would make it hard for infected to approach unseen. Bill had weapons, lots of them, hunting rifles and shotguns, and even a couple of handguns. He also had food stores, water, and supplies sufficient for several weeks. "I'm a prepper," he said without embarrassment. "Wife thinks I'm crazy, but I always figured something like this might happen. Not zombies exactly, but some kind of collapse, some kind of disaster. Guess I was right." "Guess you were," I agreed. We boarded up windows, reinforced doors, moved furniture to create choke points. The students helped where they could, grateful to have something to do, something to focus on besides the horror they'd witnessed. Bill's daughter Emily was 17, same age as several of the students. She fit in immediately, and I saw the group starting to bond, starting to form the kind of unit cohesion you need to survive. As night fell, we gathered in the main lodge around a fireplace. Bill had a generator for power, but we kept the lights low to avoid attracting attention. The radio continued its litany of disaster. The situation in Cedar Falls had deteriorated completely. The National Guard checkpoint we'd passed was reporting contact with infected. The virus had spread to neighboring towns. The governor was considering more extreme options. My phone finally got a signal, weak but functional. I tried Jennifer's number. It rang once, then went to voicemail. I tried again. Same result. I tried the hospital's main line. Busy signal. I stepped outside onto the lodge's porch, needing air, needing space from the students and their fear. Connor followed me out. "Mr. Hayes, what are we going to do? I mean, long term, we can't stay here forever." "One day at a time, Connor. Right now, we're alive, we're safe, we have supplies. That's all we can control." "But the virus, it's spreading, right? It's going to keep spreading until it burns out or gets stopped. The government has resources. The military has protocols for biological threats. They'll contain it." I didn't believe what I was saying, and Connor knew it. He was a smart kid, honor roll, college-bound before today. He could see through bullshit. "You think we're all going to die," he said flatly. I think some of us are going to die. Maybe most of us. But some will survive. Humans are resilient, Connor. We've survived worse than this. Have we, though? Have we ever faced something like this? I didn't have an answer for him. Maybe we hadn't. Maybe the Trixie virus was the thing that finally pushed humanity past its breaking point. The disaster we couldn't overcome, couldn't adapt to, couldn't survive. We went back inside. I tried to sleep on one of the lodge couches, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw Jennifer Morrison tearing out Tyler Chen's throat. Saw Melissa convulsing in the back seat. Saw Harold Vance smiling as he explained how he'd killed 1,500 children to get revenge for losing his job. At 2 in the morning, the radio crackled with an emergency broadcast. This is the emergency alert system. The following message is transmitted at the request of the United States military. All residents of Lincoln County and surrounding areas are advised to evacuate immediately and proceed east. This is not a drill. A mandatory evacuation order is now in effect. Residents have 12 hours to comply before the evacuation zone is sealed. This is a mandatory evacuation order. Bill turned up the volume. We all gathered around the radio, listening as the broadcaster repeated the message. "Sealed," said Bill's wife, Margaret. "What does that mean, sealed?" I knew what it meant. I'd seen enough military operations to understand the terminology. Sealed meant no one in, no one out. It meant they were going to establish a hard perimeter and shoot anyone trying to cross it. It meant they'd written off everyone inside the evacuation zone as already infected or soon to be infected. "We need to move," I said. "Now. Pack what we can carry, take the vehicles, head east as fast as possible." "They gave us 12 hours, Bill said. "They lied. Military says 12 hours, they mean 6 or 8. They always give civilians more time than they actually have to avoid panic. We leave now or we don't leave at all." We packed in a frenzy, grabbing food, water, weapons, warm clothes. The temperature was dropping fast, autumn in Oregon meaning cold nights, and we didn't know how long we'd be traveling or where we'd end up. Bill had a truck with a camper shell, and we loaded it with supplies while I got the SUV ready. We were almost done when the infected arrived. They came out of the trees, at least 20 of them, moving with that jerky, predatory gait. Some were in pajamas, some in regular clothes, all of them covered in blood and gore. They'd probably been residents of the nearby town, infected within the last few hours, now hunting for more victims. "Everyone in the vehicles," I shouted. "Bill, get your family in the truck. Students, with me in the SUV." But it was too late. The infected were too fast, too close. They swarmed over Sarah Portman before she could reach the SUV, pulling her down, tearing into her throat and chest. Her screams lasted maybe 3 seconds before they were drowned in blood. I grabbed Connor and threw him into the SUV, then jumped behind the wheel. Bill was firing his rifle from the truck, putting down infected with headshots, buying us seconds. His wife was screaming. Emily was crying. I started the engine and reversed hard, crushing 2 infected under the wheels, feeling the sickening crunch of bodies. Bill's truck roared to life beside me, and we tore out of the parking lot, infected chasing us down the dirt road, some of them running at speeds that shouldn't have been possible. We hit the highway doing 60, increased to 90, leaving the infected behind. In the rearview mirror, I saw the hunting lodge disappear into darkness, saw Sarah Portman's body sprawled in the parking lot. Another casualty of Trixie. 5 students left now out of the 7 I'd saved from the school, plus Bill's family. 8 civilians and me, running east ahead of a viral apocalypse. We drove through the night, passing through small towns that were just waking up to the nightmare. I saw infected in some places, saw people fleeing in others, saw absolute normalcy in others that hadn't heard the news yet. The virus was spreading in patches, following human contact networks, moving faster than any natural disease. By dawn, we'd covered 100 miles. We stopped at a gas station in a town called Eastbrook, population maybe 2,000. It seemed quiet, normal. People were going about their morning routines. I filled up the SUV while Bill filled his truck, and we went inside to buy more supplies. The TV behind the counter was showing news coverage. Cedar Falls was gone, completely overrun. The infection had spread to 5 neighboring towns. Military forces were engaged in multiple locations, trying to establish containment zones. The CDC was begging for calm while simultaneously advising people to avoid all contact with anyone showing symptoms of aggression or confusion. "It's everywhere," said the clerk, a kid maybe 19 watching the screen with horrified fascination. "My girlfriend's in Portland. I can't reach her. Network's down." "Portland's still okay," I said, though I didn't know if that was true. "You should get out of here, though. Head inland, away from the coast. My boss says I have to work my shift." "Your boss is an idiot. Leave now before it gets here." He looked at me like I was crazy. "It's not coming here. We're too far away." I paid for the supplies and left, knowing he'd be dead or infected within 48 hours. You can't save people who won't save themselves. We got back on the highway. The radio was getting stranger, more desperate. Reports of infected in Eugene and Salem and smaller towns all over the region. The virus was following highways, following population centers, spreading in a pattern that suggested deliberate design. Harold's cousin had created something that exploited modern infrastructure, modern connectivity, modern population density. "Mr. Hayes," said Connor from the back seat, "the radio just said they're closing all roads out of Oregon. Nobody in, nobody out." "Then we'll find another way," I said. But I felt the walls closing in, felt the trap tightening. By noon, we'd reached a military checkpoint much larger than the first one. This was a full defensive position, dozens of vehicles, hundreds of soldiers, barricades and razor wire and heavy weapons. An officer flagged us down and we pulled over. "This checkpoint is closed," he said. "Oregon is under federal quarantine. No civilian traffic is being permitted across state lines." "We're not infected," I said. "We're survivors from Cedar Falls trying to get to safety." "Cedar Falls?" His expression hardened. "That's ground zero. You could all be carriers. You need to report to the medical screening tent immediately." We were escorted at gunpoint to a large tent where military doctors examined us. They took blood samples, checked our temperatures, looked for signs of infection. The whole process took 3 hours, during which we sat in uncomfortable chairs, waiting, not knowing if they'd let us go or shoot us or quarantine us indefinitely. Finally, a doctor approached me. "Mr. Hayes, you and your group are showing no signs of infection. However, we can't permit you to leave Oregon, federal orders. The entire state is under quarantine until the outbreak is contained." "Then where do we go?" "There are refugee centers being established in the interior. I'll give you coordinates. You'll have shelter, food, medical care. It's the best option available." I took the coordinates and returned to the group. "We're not getting out of Oregon. They're locking down the whole state." "For how long?" asked Margaret. "Until it's contained." "And if it's never contained?" Bill asked the question we were all thinking. "Then we find a way to survive here." We drove to the refugee center, a hastily constructed camp in an abandoned airfield near the town of Cascade. Tents and prefab buildings, chain-link fences, military patrols. Thousands of people, all of them displaced, all of them terrified. We joined the registration line, gave our names and information, were assigned tent spaces in Sector 7. The camp was organized but chaotic, too many people in too small a space, resources stretched thin. I saw families huddled in tents, saw children crying, saw elderly people looking lost and confused. This was America now. Refugee camps on our own soil. Citizens treated like plague victims because some asshole janitor decided to release a bioweapon in a high school. We settled into our assigned space, a large tent with cots for all of us. It wasn't much, but it was shelter, and it was safe for the moment. The military patrolled the perimeter, keeping the infected out, keeping order inside. For the first time in 36 hours, I felt like maybe we could breathe. Maybe we could rest. That night, I finally got through to Jennifer. She answered on the third ring, and I nearly cried at the sound of her voice. "Tom? Oh my God, Tom, where are you? I've been trying to reach you for 2 days." "I'm alive, Jen. I'm at a refugee camp near Cascade. Where are you?" "Still at the hospital. We're completely overwhelmed. The infected just keep coming. We're out of beds, out of supplies, out of hope. They're biting staff, biting patients, spreading it faster than we can contain. The ER is a war zone. You need to get out of there. Come to the camp. I'll give you the coordinates." "I can't, Tom. I can't abandon my patients. And honestly, I don't think I'd make it. The roads are blocked. The city is collapsing. I'm trapped here." "Then barricade yourself somewhere safe. Please, Jen. Please survive this." She was quiet for a moment, and I heard screaming in the background, heard gunfire, heard chaos. "I love you, Tom. I love you so much. I'm glad you're safe. I love you too. I'm coming for you. Once things stabilize here, I'm coming to get you out." "Don't. It's too dangerous. Stay where you are. Stay alive. That's all I want." The line went dead. I tried to call back but couldn't get a signal. That was the last time I spoke to my wife. The refugee camp lasted 3 days before it fell apart. Too many people, too little security, too much fear breeding violence and desperation. Fights broke out over food. Someone was caught trying to rape a teenage girl in the latrines. A family in Sector 3 tested positive for Trixie infection and infected 12 other people before being shot by military police. On the third night, the infected breached the perimeter. I don't know how. Don't know if they overwhelmed a weak point or if some infected person was already inside the camp. All I know is I woke up to screaming and gunfire, and when I looked outside the tent, I saw dozens of infected tearing through the camp, attacking everyone they could reach. I grabbed Connor and the others, grabbed what supplies we could carry, and ran. Bill and his family were right behind us. We fought our way through chaos, through panicked refugees and attacking infected and soldiers shooting indiscriminately. I saw a child get trampled, saw an old woman get torn apart, saw soldiers turning their weapons on civilians who were just trying to escape. We made it to the parking area and found the vehicles. The SUV had a flat tire sabotaged by someone trying to prevent others from escaping. Bill's truck was intact. We all piled into it, 11 people crammed into a vehicle designed for 5, and Bill floored it out of the camp. Behind us, the airfield burned. The military had set fires to contain the outbreak, and the flames spread rapidly through the tents and prefab buildings. I watched people burn alive in the rearview mirror, watched the camp that was supposed to be safe become another tomb. We drove south, avoiding major roads, avoiding towns, looking for isolation. Bill knew the back roads, knew places where we could hide, places without population. We found an abandoned ranch about 50 miles from the camp, a property that looked like it had been vacant for years. The house was structurally sound, the barn was intact, and there was a well for water. "This'll do," Bill said. "We can defend this place, grow food, survive." We moved in and started fortifying. By this point, we'd become efficient at the process, knew what worked and what didn't, knew how to create choke points and kill zones. Bill's military experience as a Marine and my training combined to make us a decent defensive team. The students learned quickly, proved more capable than I'd expected. Even Emily, Bill's daughter, showed courage and competence beyond her years. We spent a week at the ranch, establishing routines, building defenses, rationing supplies. The radio brought increasingly grim news. The virus had spread across Oregon, into Washington, into Northern California. The federal government had established a quarantine zone covering the entire Pacific Northwest. Anyone trying to leave was shot on sight. Within the zone, it was survival of the fittest, every settlement and survivor group on their own. Then we got visitors. A convoy of trucks arrived at the ranch, 20 men heavily armed, looking like some kind of militia or gang. Their leader was a man named Marcus Stone, ex-military, now self-appointed warlord of the region. "This is my territory," he announced when I met him at the gate. "You're squatting on property I control. You can join us, serve us, or die, your choice." "This is neutral property," I said. "We're not bothering anyone, not taking anything that isn't ours. We just want to survive. There is no neutral anymore. You're either with me or against me. My crew needs supplies, needs women, needs entertainment. You have all three. Hand them over peacefully, or we'll take them by force." I looked at his crew, at the weapons they carried, at the cold calculation in their eyes. These weren't desperate survivors. These were predators exploiting the collapse, men who'd been waiting for civilization to crumble so they could indulge their worst impulses without consequences. "We're not giving you anything," I said. Marcus smiled. "Then you're all going to die very slowly and very painfully. We'll start with the kids, make you watch, then move on to the women. By the time we're done with you, you'll be begging for death." He turned and walked back to his convoy. They didn't attack immediately, just set up camp about half a mile down the road, letting us stew in fear, letting us understand that they could come at any time and we couldn't stop them. That night, Bill and I developed a plan. We couldn't win in a straight fight, didn't have the numbers or firepower, but we could use their arrogance against them, could lure them into a trap, could even the odds. We spent the next day preparing, set up explosives made from fertilizer and diesel fuel, the kind of improvised bombs we'd both learned about in military training. Positioned them along the road leading to the ranch, created fallback positions and escape routes. Prepared for a fight we probably wouldn't survive, they came at dawn just as we expected. 20 men in 4 trucks, weapons ready, expecting easy pickings. I let them get halfway up the drive before I triggered the first explosive. The lead truck disintegrated in a ball of flame and shrapnel. The second truck swerved, hit the ditch, rolled. Bill and I opened fire from the house windows, picking off targets, using our superior position and range. The students were in the barn, providing covering fire, learning to kill because the alternative was being killed. Marcus's crew scattered, taking cover, returning fire. Windows shattered, bullets punched through walls. I saw Connor get hit in the shoulder, saw him drop his rifle and clutch at the wound. Emily kept firing, calm and steady, putting rounds into targets like she'd been doing it her whole life. The battle lasted 20 minutes. When it was over, 15 of Marcus's crew were dead, including Marcus himself. I'd put 3 rounds into his chest at close range when he tried to breach the house through the back door. The remaining 5 had fled in the trucks that still functioned. We'd won, but the cost was steep. Connor was badly wounded, needed real medical attention we couldn't provide. 2 of the students, Jake Hernandez and Amy Foster, were dead, killed in the crossfire. Bill's wife, Margaret, had taken a round to the leg, was bleeding heavily despite our attempts at first aid. "We can't stay here," Bill said, surveying the carnage. "Marcus's remaining crew will come back with reinforcements, or some other group will hear about this place and try to take it. We need to keep moving." "Moving where?" "The entire region is infected or controlled by warlords. There's nowhere safe." "Then we keep moving until we find somewhere that is safe or until we die trying." We loaded up the truck again, 14 people now down to 6. Connor, 2 other students whose names were Jason Weeks and Alicia Brown, Emily, Bill, and Margaret. I drove south, following back roads, avoiding anything that looked like civilization. The radio reports had shifted tone. The government wasn't talking about containment anymore, wasn't talking about cure or rescue. They were talking about acceptable losses, about strategic withdrawal, about protecting the uninfected regions at any cost. The Pacific Northwest had been written off, sacrificed to save the rest of the country. We drove for 3 days, scavenging supplies from abandoned houses, avoiding infected and human threats alike. Connor's wound became infected despite our best efforts. He developed a fever, started hallucinating. On the morning of the 4th day, he died in the back of the truck while we were stopped at a gas station. We buried him beside the road, a shallow grave marked with rocks. No ceremony, no words, just the grim efficiency of survivors who couldn't afford sentiment. I felt something break inside me when we drove away, leaving Connor's body behind, leaving another piece of my humanity scattered across Oregon. By the end of the first week, we'd made it to southern Oregon near the California border. The infection was lighter here, more scattered, but it was spreading. We saw infected in small groups, saw burned-out towns, saw evidence of military strikes designed to stop the virus through scorched earth tactics. We found a small mountain community called Ashwood, population maybe 500 before the outbreak, now down to about 50 survivors. They'd barricaded themselves in the town center, created a defensible perimeter, established some semblance of order. Their leader was a woman named Rachel Kincaid, former county sheriff, now the closest thing to law enforcement in a lawless world. "You can stay," she said after questioning us, "but you work. Everyone works. We have farms to maintain, defenses to man, infected to clear. No freeloaders, no dead weight." We stayed. For a while, it seemed like maybe we'd found something sustainable, something that could last. The community was organized, disciplined, had resources and skills. We farmed, we hunted, we maintained the perimeter, we killed infected when they wandered too close. I even started to hope. Started to believe that maybe humanity could survive this, could rebuild, could create something new from the ashes of civilization. That hope lasted 2 months. The military came in January, not to rescue us, not to establish order, but to destroy everything. They flew over Ashwood in helicopters, announced through loudspeakers that the entire region was being sterilized, that everyone had 30 minutes to evacuate before incendiary strikes commenced. Sterilized? Rachel looked at me, confused. What does that mean? I knew what it meant. I'd seen it in Iraq, in Afghanistan, the kind of weapons designed to kill everything in a target area. Thermobaric bombs, white phosphorus, fuel-air explosives. The kind of weapons that don't leave survivors. It means they're going to burn everything, I said. The town, the forest, us. They've decided the infection can't be contained, so they're scorching the earth to stop its spread. We're not infected, Rachel protested. We're survivors. We're clean. They don't care. They can't take the risk. To them, we're all potential vectors, all potential threats. Better to kill us now than let us spread the infection further. We evacuated in a chaotic rush, every survivor grabbing what they could carry, piling into vehicles, fleeing north away from the announced strike zone. I saw families torn apart in the panic, saw elderly people left behind because they couldn't move fast enough, saw the complete collapse of the order Rachel had worked so hard to maintain. We made it 5 miles before the first bombs fell. I looked back and saw Ashwood disappear in a wall of flame, saw the forest ignite, saw an inferno spread across the landscape with terrifying speed. The heat was intense even at this distance. Hot enough to blister exposed skin, hot enough to make the air shimmer and twist. More helicopters passed overhead, flying in formation, dropping more incendiaries. They were creating a fire break, burning everything within a designated zone to deny the infection fuel, hosts, vectors. It was brutal, efficient, and utterly without mercy. We drove for hours, staying ahead of the flames, watching in the mirror as southern Oregon burned. Thousands of survivors, infected and uninfected alike, were dying in that inferno. The smoke column was visible for 100 miles, a monument to humanity's desperation, to our willingness to destroy ourselves to stop the virus. By nightfall, we'd made it to the California border, only to find it sealed by military forces. They weren't letting anyone through, didn't care about our protests or our pleas or our evidence of being uninfected. "Orders are orders," said the sergeant in charge. "Oregon is a hot zone. Nobody crosses this line." "You're leaving us to die," I said. "We're protecting California. It's not personal, it's tactical." So we turned around, drove back into the burning remains of Oregon, looking for anywhere that hadn't been sterilized yet. We found other survivors, other groups fleeing the flames, and we formed a larger convoy, maybe 40 vehicles, 200 people, all of us running out of places to run. The infected kept coming too, driven by the fires, confused and aggressive, attacking anything that moved. We fought them off, lost people to the attacks, kept moving because stopping meant dying. I lost track of time. Days blurred into weeks, weeks into months. Bill died in March, killed by infected while defending the convoy. Margaret died a week later, heartbroken, giving up, just lying down and not getting back up. Emily stayed with me, the only connection left to the family that had helped us survive. Jason and Alicia died in April, killed by a warlord group larger and better armed than Marcus's crew had been. Emily and I barely escaped, abandoning the convoy, going on foot through the wilderness, living like animals, eating whatever we could scavenge, drinking from streams, sleeping in caves and abandoned buildings. We made our way back towards Cedar Falls, driven by some irrational need to see where it all started, to witness the ground zero of humanity's collapse. It took us 3 weeks of hard travel, avoiding infected and humans alike, moving through a landscape that barely resembled Oregon anymore. Cedar Falls was gone, not abandoned, not ruined, but gone. The military had hit it with something beyond conventional weapons, something that had left a crater where the town used to be. The high school, the downtown, the neighborhoods where I'd lived for 8 years, all of it reduced to a smoking pit of molten rock and twisted metal. I stood at the crater's edge with Emily beside me, looking down into the abyss. And I understood finally and completely that there was no going back, no rebuilding, no recovery. The virus had won. Humanity had lost. We were just echoes now, ghosts walking through the ruins of a world that no longer existed. "What do we do now?" Emily asked, her voice small and tired. "We survive," I said, because it was the only answer I had left. We moved on, heading east, always east, following rumors of safe zones and uninfected territories that probably didn't exist. The virus was everywhere now, had spread across the country, was consuming humanity city by city, state by state. The government had collapsed, the military had fragmented into warlord factions, and the only law was survival. In June, 9 months after Harold Vance released the Trixie virus at Ridgemont High School, Emily and I found ourselves in what used to be Eastern Oregon, in a dead town called Harney, population 0. We'd heard reports of a CDC facility nearby, of scientists still working on a cure, of hope. We found the facility. It was abandoned, ransacked, burned. Whatever research had been conducted there was lost. In the ruins, I found a report, partially intact, that detailed the Trixie virus's design. Harold's cousin hadn't been lying. It was engineered to be incurable, to resist any known antiviral treatment, to spread faster than countermeasures could be developed. It was the perfect bioweapon, and now it was the perfect apocalypse. Emily read the report over my shoulder and started crying, the kind of crying that comes from absolute hopelessness, from the understanding that everything you fought for has been meaningless. I held her while she cried, this 17-year-old girl who'd survived the impossible, who'd learned to kill, who'd lost everything and everyone. And I felt ancient, Felt like I'd lived 1,000 years in 9 months. We camped in the CDC facility that night, among the ruins of humanity's last hope. The radio still worked, battery-powered, receiving broadcasts from scattered survivor groups. Some claimed to have found safe zones, some begged for rescue, some just broadcast coordinates and pleas for company, for connection, for any evidence that they weren't the last humans alive. I recognized Harold Vance's voice on one broadcast, a recording playing on loop, his manifesto about the world deserving punishment, about civilization being a lie, about the necessity of collapse. Someone had found his recordings from the school security office and was broadcasting them, forcing survivors to hear the reasoning behind their apocalypse. I turned off the radio and sat in the darkness, listening to the wind blow through the empty facility, listening to the distant sounds of infected howling in the night, listening to Emily's breathing as she slept nearby. I thought about Thomas Hayes, high school principal, former Marine, husband to Jennifer, who had believed in order and discipline and the fundamental goodness of the American system. That man was dead, killed along with everyone else when the virus spread, when the world ended, when Harold Vance decided his hurt feelings justified mass murder. The man sitting in this ruined facility was something else, something harder and colder and less human. A survivor, a killer, a ghost of civilizations past. In July, Emily and I heard about a settlement in Idaho that was supposedly clean, supposedly organized, supposedly safe. We decided to try for it, knowing the odds were against us, knowing we'd probably die on the way, but needing to try because the alternative was giving up completely. We traveled on foot, following back roads and railway lines, moving at night to avoid detection. The landscape was haunted now, full of infected and empty towns and the scattered remnants of America's collapse. We saw evidence of military actions everywhere, bombing runs and artillery strikes and chemical weapons used in desperate attempts to stop the spread. We passed through a town where every building was marked with a red X, the military symbol for complete infection, for population zero, for total loss. We saw infected children wandering the streets, their small bodies shambling and broken, their eyes white and empty. Emily cried again and I felt nothing, felt like I'd used up all my grief and horror and humanity months ago. In August, we found the Idaho settlement. It was real, a community of maybe 300 survivors, protected by natural barriers and military discipline, organized and functional. They took us in after 2 weeks of quarantine, after blood tests and observation, after confirming we weren't infected. For a week, I almost believed we'd made it, that maybe this place could be home, could be the foundation for rebuilding. The settlement had farms, had clean water, had children playing in the streets, had something resembling normal life. Then the infected came, thousands of them, a massive horde that had been building as it moved across Idaho, consuming settlements and adding to its numbers. The military defenders fought hard, held the line for 2 days, but it wasn't enough. There were too many infected, too few bullets, too little time. Emily and I escaped again, running through the chaos, leaving another community to die behind us. We were getting good at escaping, good at surviving, good at being the ones who lived while everyone else died. We headed north, into Montana, into wilderness that might be empty enough to be safe. We found a cabin in the mountains, stocked with supplies by someone who'd probably died months ago, and we stayed there through the fall, hiding from the world, pretending the virus didn't exist beyond our small sphere of isolation. Winter came early and hard. Snow piled up around the cabin, temperatures dropped below zero, and the infected slowed down, their bodies struggling with the cold. For a few months we had peace, had silence, had something close to safety. Emily learned to hunt, learned to trap, learned survival skills I taught her from my military training. She was smart, capable, stronger than she looked. She'd survived when thousands hadn't, and I was proud of her in a distant, emotionally exhausted way. We celebrated Christmas in the cabin, just the two of us, with a small tree we'd cut from the forest and decorations made from whatever we could scavenge. It was pathetic and sad and utterly necessary. This pretense of normalcy, this insistence that humanity still existed, still mattered, still had value. On New Year's Eve, 15 months after the outbreak started, we sat by the fire and talked about the world before. Emily told me about her dreams, about college and career and the future she'd planned. I told her about Jennifer, about our life in Cedar Falls, about the ordinary happiness we'd taken for granted. "Do you think anyone's working on a cure?" Emily asked. "Do you think there's any chance?" "No," I said, because I couldn't lie to her anymore, couldn't pretend hope existed when it clearly didn't. The virus was designed to be incurable. Even if someone was still researching it, they'd need facilities, equipment, years of work. We don't have years. We might not have months. Then what's the point? Why are we surviving if humanity is doomed anyway? Because we're still here. Because giving up means Harold Vance wins completely. Because maybe surviving is enough, even if it doesn't mean anything larger. She accepted that, or pretended to, and we sat in silence, watching the fire burn down, watching the old year die and the new year begin. Spring came late. The snow melted slowly, revealing a landscape that seemed emptier than before, more desolate, more hostile. The radio broadcasts had dwindled to almost nothing, just a few scattered voices repeating the same pleas and warnings and desperate requests for contact. In April, Emily got sick. It wasn't the virus, just a fever and cough, probably from exposure or malnutrition or any of the 100 things that could kill you now that hospitals and doctors and antibiotics didn't exist. I did what I could, gave her fluids and warmth and comfort, but I had no medical training beyond basic first aid. She died on April 18th, 16 months and 2 days after Harold Vance released the Trixie virus. Her last words were, "I don't want to die, Mr. Hayes, I don't want to die." I buried her behind the cabin in a spot with a view of the mountains, and I carved her name into a wooden cross I made from cabin boards. Emily Kruger, 2007-2026, survivor. It wasn't enough. Wasn't remotely sufficient to honor what she'd endured and overcome, but it was all I could do. I stayed at the cabin for another month, not knowing where else to go, not knowing what purpose remained now that I was alone. I thought about eating my gun, about ending it cleanly and quickly, about joining Emily and Bill and Margaret and Jennifer and all the others who died because one bitter man couldn't handle being fired. But I didn't. Some stubborn part of me, some last ember of Marine discipline, refused to quit, refused to give Vance the satisfaction of my suicide. So I packed supplies and left the cabin, heading south, back toward Oregon, back toward Cedar Falls, back toward the crater where it all began. I didn't know why, didn't have a plan, just felt pulled by something I couldn't articulate. The journey took 2 months. I moved slowly, carefully, avoiding infected and humans alike, living off the land, surviving because I was good at surviving and because I had nothing left to lose. I reached the Cedar Falls crater in late June, 2 years after the outbreak. The area was still radioactive or contaminated or whatever the military had used to sterilize it. But I didn't care. I climbed down into the crater wearing a hazmat suit I'd scavenged from an abandoned military depot, and I searched for something, anything, that remained of my old life. I found nothing. The crater was glass and metal and ash, all organic matter burned away, all evidence of the 1,500 students and 93 teachers and 42 staff members erased from existence. The high school where I'd been principal was gone. The gymnasium where the outbreak started was gone. Even the security office where Harold Vance had watched his handiwork was gone. I sat at the bottom of the crater and finally cried. The first real tears I'd shed since Jennifer died, since Melissa convulsed in the SUV, since I choked out an infected student on the side of the highway. I cried for all of them, for all the futures erased, for all the potential destroyed, for all the love and hope and humanity that had been extinguished because one man decided his humiliation justified genocide. When I finished crying, I climbed out of the crater and walked to the edge of what used to be Cedar Falls. I could see the town's boundaries still, could map the streets from memory even though they no longer existed. I found the approximate location of my house on Maple Street, found the place where I'd kissed Jennifer goodbye on that last normal morning, found the spot where I'd been happy and ignorant and alive in ways I would never be again. I built a cairn there, stacking rocks into a monument to nothing, to no one, to the memory of a world that was dead and gone. I added rocks for everyone I'd lost. Jennifer, Connor, Sarah, Melissa, Bill, Margaret, Emily, all the students whose names I could remember, all the staff members who died at the school, all the people of Cedar Falls who'd been erased. When I finished, the cairn was 6 feet tall, a tower of stones in an empty wasteland, meaningless and essential in equal measure. I lived near the cairn for 3 months, camping in the ruins, surviving on whatever I could scavenge, maintaining my monument, adding stones each day. I saw infected occasionally, small groups wandering the wasteland, but they mostly ignored me. Maybe I smelled like death, like one of them, like something that had already been consumed by the virus. In September, 2 years and 1 month after the outbreak, I heard helicopters. Military, flying in formation, surveying the crater and surrounding area. I signaled them with a flare from my emergency kit and they landed, soldiers emerging with weapons ready. "You shouldn't be here," said the officer in charge, a captain whose name tag read Morrison. "This entire area is a contamination zone." "I'm already contaminated," I said. "I'm already dead. I just haven't stopped moving yet." He studied me, taking in my emaciated appearance, my scarred face, my 1,000-yard stare. "What's your name?" "Thomas Hayes. I was the principal of Ridgemont High School. I was here when it started." His expression changed, softened slightly. "We've been looking for survivors from Ground Zero. You're the first we've found. We need you to come with us, debrief you, document what happened." "I know what happened. A janitor named Harold Vance released a bioweapon called the Trixie virus because he was angry about being fired. He pumped it through the ventilation system during a pep rally. 1,500 students were exposed. I killed Vance in the security office, but it was too late. The virus had already spread beyond containment." "We know all that," Morrison said, "and we need the details, the timeline, everything you remember. It's important for the historical record, for understanding how it spread so fast." "For the historical record? Whose history?" "Humanity is dying, Captain. The virus has spread across the country, across the world probably. There's no cure, no treatment, no hope. What's the point of recording it for a species that won't exist in a generation? The point is that some of us are still fighting, still surviving, still trying to rebuild. We've established secure zones, quarantined populations, maintained order in parts of the country. It's not over yet, Mr. Hayes. We haven't given up." I looked at him, at this young officer still believing in mission and duty and the possibility of victory, and I envied his delusion, his capacity for hope. "The virus was designed to be unkillable, Captain. It adapts, it spreads, it infects through any vector. You're not fighting an enemy you can beat, you're just extending the dying. Maybe, but we're still going to try. Will you come with us?" I looked back at my cairn, at the monument I'd built to the dead, at the only thing I'd accomplished in 2 years of surviving. Then I looked at the helicopter, at the promise of human contact, of purpose beyond mere existence. "Yes," I said, because I had nowhere else to go, because even futile purpose was better than no purpose at all. They took me to a military base in Colorado, one of the secure zones Morrison had mentioned. It was impressive, a self-sufficient community of several thousand people protected by extensive fortifications and disciplined troops. They had farms, power generation, water treatment, medical facilities. It looked like civilization, like humanity's last stand. I spent 3 months being debriefed, telling my story over and over to different officials, different researchers, different historians documenting the collapse. I drew maps, provided timelines, described symptoms and transmission vectors. I told them about Harold Vance and the Trixie virus and the pep rally where it all began. They already knew most of it from other sources, from Harold's manifesto recordings, from the few documents recovered from the destroyed lab facility. But they wanted first-hand testimony, wanted the human perspective, wanted details only a survivor could provide. When the debriefings finally ended, they offered me a position in the security force, said my military experience and survival skills were valuable, said I could help protect the base. I accepted because I needed something to do, needed structure and discipline and purpose, needed to be useful in whatever time remained. I spent 6 months on the security force, standing watches, leading patrols, training civilians in basic combat. It was almost normal, almost like being back in the Marines, except the enemy wasn't foreign terrorists or rival militaries, but American citizens transformed into mindless predators. The infected tested the base's defenses constantly, drawn by the sounds and lights of civilization, attacking in waves that never seemed to diminish. We killed thousands of them, piled the bodies in burn pits, watched the pyres smoke day and night. It was grim, endless work, but it kept me busy, kept me from thinking too much about Emily or Jennifer or the cairn I'd left behind in the Oregon wasteland. In March, 3 years after the outbreak, we received word that the secure zones were consolidating, that resources were too thin to maintain multiple bases, that everyone was being ordered to relocate to a central facility in Wyoming. The Colorado base would be abandoned, burned like everything else, left for the infected to inherit. We evacuated in a massive convoy, thousands of people and vehicles, leaving behind another piece of what used to be America. I rode in a transport truck, watching the base disappear behind us, watching the demolition charges detonate, watching the flames rise into the Colorado sky. The Wyoming facility was even more impressive, a former NORAD installation converted into humanity's final stronghold. Deep underground, protected by mountains and military hardware, sustained by hydroponic farms and nuclear power. It could house 50,000 people, could survive independently for decades, could potentially outlast the virus if the virus ever burned out. But the virus wasn't burning out. Reports from aerial surveys showed it spreading further, consuming what remained of human civilization, creating a world of infected billions and surviving thousands. The math was simple and horrifying. We were losing, would continue losing, would eventually be extinct unless something fundamental changed. I settled into the Wyoming facility, found a small room in the residential section, resumed my security duties. Life underground was strange, artificial, disconnected from the surface world where the infected ruled. We had libraries and theaters and schools for children born after the outbreak, children who'd never known the world before, who thought this underground existence was normal. I taught classes sometimes, sharing my experiences, trying to convey what had been lost, what we were fighting to preserve. But how do you explain movie theaters and restaurants and the simple pleasure of walking down a street without fear to children who'd never experienced any of it? How do you make them understand what humanity had been when all they'd ever known was hiding underground? In December, 3 years and 8 months after the outbreak, the facility's leadership announced they'd confirmed something terrifying. The Trixie virus was mutating. Not dramatically, not into something with new capabilities, just adapting to be more efficient at what it already did. Transmission was faster, infection took less time. The infected were becoming more aggressive and harder to kill. "It's learning," said Dr. Sarah Chen, the facility's chief medical officer, during a community briefing. "The virus is evolving to overcome obstacles to spread more effectively. If this continues, even our secure facility might not be safe. We're considering more drastic measures." "What measures?" someone asked. "We're evaluating options for long-term suspended animation, for essentially hibernating the human species until the virus runs its course or evolves into something less lethal. It's theoretical, highly experimental, with significant risks, but it might be our only option." The community erupted into discussion, arguments, fear. The idea of sleeping for years or decades, hoping to wake up in a world that wasn't dying, appealed to some and terrified others. I felt nothing about it, neither hope nor fear, just the same emotional numbness that had defined my existence since Emily died. In January, 4 years after Harold Vance released the Trixie virus, I volunteered for the suspended animation program. They were looking for test subjects, people willing to be frozen and thawed, to validate the technology before committing the entire community. I qualified because I had military experience, because I was psychologically stable despite everything, because I had nothing left to lose. I said goodbye to no one because I knew no one, had formed no connections, had remained deliberately isolated to avoid the pain of more loss. I went to the medical facility, lay down on the suspension pod, let them attach monitors and IV lines, let them inject me with whatever chemicals would stop my aging, stop my life, pause my existence. "When do I wake up?" I asked Dr. Chen. "We're programming the pod to revive you in 10 years. By then we'll have more data on the virus's evolution. We'll know if it's safe to return to the surface. And if it's not safe, then we keep you frozen and try again in another 10 years. And again after that if necessary, until the world is ready for humanity to return. The world might never be ready. The virus might outlast human civilization, might evolve into something that makes Earth permanently uninhabitable for us. It's possible," she admitted. "But what choice do we have? Stay awake and watch the species die? At least this way we have a chance, however small." I closed my eyes as the drugs took effect, feeling my body temperature drop, feeling my consciousness fragment and fade. My last thought was of the cairn in the Oregon wasteland, the monument I'd built to the dead, the only permanent mark I'd leave on a dying world. I woke up 38 years later, not 10 years as programmed. The medical systems had malfunctioned, had kept me frozen far longer than intended. Dr. Chen was long dead, as was everyone I'd known in the Wyoming facility. The people who revived me were strangers, descendants of the original survivors, born and raised underground, inheritors of a world they'd never seen. "What year is it?" I asked, my voice rusty from disuse. 2064, said the young doctor overseeing my revival. His name tag read Dr. Marcus Okoye. "You've been frozen for 38 years. Welcome back, Mr. Hayes." 38 years. Jennifer would have been 78 years old now if she'd survived. Emily would have been 53. Connor would have been 56. All the students I'd failed to save would have been in their 50s, would have had children and grandchildren, would have built lives and futures if Harold Vance hadn't decided his hurt feelings justified apocalypse. "What's the status of the surface?" I asked. Dr. Okoye's expression tightened. "The virus is still active. The infected population has actually increased, fed by animals that were exposed and transformed. The entire food chain is infected now. The surface is toxic, hostile, inhospitable to human life. We've essentially lost Earth." "Then why wake me up?" "Because we're preparing to leave. We've built generation ships, vessels designed to carry humanity to other solar systems where we can start over. This facility was supposed to be temporary, but we ended up staying for decades, breeding and building and preparing." Now we're ready. We're evacuating Earth entirely, leaving it to the infected and the virus. You're running away. We're surviving, Mr. Hayes, just like you did. Just like everyone who made it this far. We're preserving the species, giving humanity another chance somewhere else. I sat up, feeling muscles I hadn't used in decades protest the movement. How many people are going? 43,000 from this facility. Similar numbers from other installations worldwide. Maybe 200,000 humans total out of what used to be billions. It's not much, but it's something. 200,000 survivors out of 8 billion. The tricksy virus had killed better than 99% of humanity, had reduced us from planetary dominance to interstellar refugees. Harold Vance's revenge had been more complete than he could have possibly imagined. I spent the next 6 months preparing for departure with the rest of the facility. We trained in zero gravity, learned about the ships that would carry us, studied the destination worlds we might eventually reach. It was surreal, preparing to abandon Earth, to admit final defeat in the war against Trixie. On departure day, I stood in the observation deck and watched Earth through the viewport. From space, it looked beautiful, blue and white and green, no evidence of the apocalypse that had consumed it. You couldn't see the infected from orbit, couldn't see the ruined cities or the abandoned monuments or the cairn I'd built in the Oregon wasteland. "Any last words?" asked Captain Stiles, commander of our generation ship. "Any message you want to leave for the planet?" "Yes," I said. "This is Thomas Hayes, former principal of Ridgemont High School, recording on June 12, 2064. To anyone who might find this message in the future, humanity destroyed itself through spite and bioweapons and the arrogance to create things we couldn't control. We built the Trixie virus as a weapon, and it became our extinction event. We're leaving Earth now, retreating to the stars, admitting defeat. This planet belongs to the infected now, to the monsters we created. I hope whatever species evolves next learns from our mistakes, learns that some knowledge shouldn't be pursued, that some weapons shouldn't be built, that revenge isn't worth ending the world. I was there when it started. I watched it spread. I survived longer than I should have. And now I'm running away like everyone else, leaving behind everything I knew, everyone I loved, all the beauty and horror and humanity that defined Earth. If you're listening to this, know that we were here, that we mattered, that we tried to be better than we were. And know that we failed, absolutely and completely, and that failure cost us everything. Goodbye." The ship's engines ignited and we left Earth's orbit, accelerating toward deep space, toward destinations we'd never live to see, toward futures our descendants might inherit if they were lucky and careful and learned from our catastrophic mistakes. I watched Earth shrink in the viewport, watched it become a point of light, then disappear entirely into the vast darkness of space. The world I'd known, the civilization I'd been part of, the species I'd belonged to, all of it left behind, abandoned, erased. Somewhere on that distant, dying planet, in a contaminated wasteland that used to be Oregon, a cairn of stones still stood, weathered by wind and rain and time, a monument to the dead that no living human would ever see again. It would stand until erosion destroyed it, until the infected knocked it over, until the Earth itself reclaimed the materials. And Harold Vance's virus would continue spreading, continue evolving, continue dominating the planet that had birthed both humanity and its extinction. The janitor who couldn't handle being fired had won the final victory, had driven humanity from its homeworld, had reduced us to refugees fleeing across the cosmos. I returned to my assigned quarters on the generation ship and lay down on the narrow bunk, staring at the metal ceiling, thinking about everything I'd lost, everyone who died, all the futures that had been stolen. I thought about Jennifer's last words on the phone, about Connor dying from an infected wound, About Emily asking me why we survived if humanity was doomed anyway. I didn't have an answer then, and I didn't have one now. We survived because survival is what living things do, even when survival means nothing, even when victory is impossible, even when the virus has already won. The ship accelerated through the solar system, leaving Earth behind, carrying what remained of humanity toward uncertain futures in distant stars. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep, tried to forget, tried to accept that I'd lived the rest of my life as a ghost of a dead world, a survivor of an apocalypse that had consumed everything I'd ever known. Outside the ship, the stars burned cold and eternal, indifferent to human suffering, indifferent to viral apocalypse, indifferent to the end of everything that mattered. We flew into that indifferent darkness, refugees from a plague we'd created, carrying with us the memories of a world we'd destroyed and the desperate hope that somewhere, somehow, humanity might get another chance. But I knew the truth. I'd seen how it started, how it spread, how it conquered. I'd watched Harold Vance smile as he explained his perfect weapon. I'd killed him too late to matter, too late to save anyone, too late to stop the cascade of destruction he'd unleashed. The virus had won, Earth was lost, and humanity was running away, leaving behind a cairn of stones in the Oregon wasteland as the only monument to everything we'd been, everything we'd accomplished, everything we'd failed to preserve. I am Thomas Hayes, former principal of Ridgemont High School, former Marine, last man standing from ground zero of the Trixie outbreak. I survived when 1,500 students died. I survived when Cedar Falls was sterilized. I survived when the world collapsed. I survived when Emily died in a cabin in Montana. And now I'm running away with the last survivors of humanity, fleeing across space, carrying the weight of failure and the memory of horror and the knowledge that one man's petty revenge destroyed human civilization. This is my testimony. This is my burden. This is the truth about how the world ended, not with glory or meaning or even fight, but with spite and bioweapons and the screaming of children torn apart in a high school gymnasium. May God have mercy on Harold Vance's soul, because I never will. May history remember what he did, what he destroyed, what he stole from humanity. And may whatever intelligence evolves on Earth after we're gone, learn from our mistakes, learn that some weapons should never be built, learn that revenge isn't worth ending the world. We're leaving now, flying into the darkness, leaving Earth to the infected and the virus and the empty monuments we'll never see again. This is the end of humanity's story on Earth, the final chapter of a species that reached for the stars but fell to a plague of its own making. This is Thomas Hayes, signing off, survivor of the Trixie outbreak, witness to the end of the world, refugee from a dying planet. Goodbye, Earth. Goodbye, Jennifer. Goodbye, Emily. Goodbye to everyone who died and everyone who should have lived and everyone who deserved better than what Harold Vance gave them. The virus won. The infected inherited the Earth. And we're running away into space, carrying nothing but memories and regret and the desperate hope that somewhere else we might do better. But I doubt we will. I've seen what humans are capable of, what spite and revenge and hurt feelings can unleash. I've seen civilization collapse in real time, seen order become chaos, seen humanity reduce itself to scattered refugees fleeing a plague. And I know with absolute certainty that even if we reach those distant stars, even if we build new worlds, even if we get that second chance, someone someday will create another weapon, will unleash another plague, will destroy everything again, because that's what humans do. We destroy. We kill. We create monsters and then act surprised when those monsters consume us. Harold Vance understood that. He saw the truth about humanity, about our capacity for destruction, about our inevitable end. He just helped it along, gave the collapse a name and a timeline and a pathogen. The tricksy virus was our fate made manifest, our destiny realized, our nature expressed in biological form. We created it, we released it, we died from it. And now we're running away, pretending we learned something, pretending we'll do better next time, pretending the story will have a different ending, but it won't. The virus won. Earth is lost. Humanity is dying. And I'm still here, still surviving, still carrying the weight of everyone who didn't make it, still wondering why I lived when better people died, still asking myself if survival means anything at all when everything worth surviving for is already gone. This is the truth about the end of the world. This is what Harold Vance's revenge looked like. This is what happens when you give one bitter, angry man access to humanity's extinction. The virus won. The infected prevailed. Earth is theirs now, and we're running away into the darkness, leaving behind cairns and monuments and memories that will erode to nothing, leaving behind a planet consumed by plague, leaving behind everything that made us human except our capacity to survive. We survive because we're afraid to die. We survive because stopping means giving up. We survive because that's all we have left. But the virus won. Make no mistake about that. Harold Vance won. The infected won. Earth is lost, and I'm just a ghost now. A memory of a world that doesn't exist anymore. A survivor of an apocalypse that consumed everything. A man who killed the person responsible far too late to matter. This is Thomas Hayes, last survivor of Ridgemont High School, witness to the end of humanity's time on Earth. Refugee from a dying world. The virus won. Remember that. Never forget that. Learn from that. The virus won, and we lost everything. Now let's move on to the next story. Night fell and the mall became even more terrifying in the darkness. The emergency lights had failed in most areas, leaving vast sections in complete blackness, broken only by the glow of fires still burning in the atrium. The infected were still active, maybe even more so in the dark, and I could hear them moving through the building, their rasping breathing and shuffling footsteps echoing through empty corridors. We'd spent the last hour of daylight preparing. I'd divided our meager supplies evenly, made sure everyone knew the route we'd take, established hand signals for silent communication. Brandon still had his security radio, and I'd kept Derek's pistol, giving me our only two effective weapons. The rest of us would have to rely on improvised tools. Connor had found a heavy metal pipe somewhere on the roof. Patricia had a box cutter. Mark and Lisa shared a fire extinguisher we'd taken from the roof access. It wasn't much, but it would have to do. I led the way down the ladder, moving slowly, listening for any sound of infected on the other side of the access hatch. I'd watched them on the monitors, seen them lose interest in the hatch after we stopped making noise, drift back toward the main levels. But I couldn't be sure they were gone. Couldn't risk opening that hatch without being ready for a fight. I signaled for the others to wait at the top of the ladder, unbolted the hatch as quietly as I could and pushed it open just a crack. Darkness and silence. I opened it wider, shined my flashlight through the gap, saw the empty corridor below. I dropped through, landed in a crouch with the pistol raised, swept the flashlight beam across the space. Nothing. I signaled the all clear, and one by one the others climbed down, moving with painful slowness to avoid making noise. Brandon came last, pulling the hatch closed behind him but not bolting it, leaving us an escape route if we needed to retreat. We moved through the second level like ghosts, staying close together, stopping every few seconds to listen. The mall was full of sounds. Distant moans, the creak of settling structure, the drip of water from broken sprinkler pipes, the crackle of fires. Every sound could be an infected, could be death coming for us, and my nerves were stretched so tight I almost shot Connor when he stumbled into a display rack in the darkness. We reached the sporting goods store without incident, and I knocked on the security gate in the pattern I'd told Rachel earlier. 3 quick, 2 slow, 3 quick. The gate rolled up just enough for us to crawl under, and we were inside, and for a moment I felt safe, which was stupid because nowhere was safe anymore. Rachel and her group had been busy. They'd constructed a barricade behind the security gate using merchandise shelves and heavy equipment, created a defensible position that would slow down any infected that broke through. They'd organized their supplies, rationed their food and water, established a sleep rotation so someone was always watching. They'd even set up a makeshift medical area using first aid supplies from the store, though thankfully nobody had needed serious treatment yet. I was impressed by their preparation, told Rachel she'd done a good job, and I saw the relief in her eyes at receiving approval from someone in authority. People needed that right now. Needed to believe someone was in charge, someone had a plan, even if the plan was just survive until tomorrow. I explained my escape plan to the combined group, now numbering maybe 26 people, and I watched their reactions. Some of them were eager to try, desperate to get out of the mall and find their families or reach safety. Others were terrified of leaving their secure position, convinced we'd all die the moment we stepped outside. I let them argue for a few minutes, let them voice their concerns, and then I laid out the reality. We could stay here and eventually die when our supplies ran out, or we could try to escape and maybe die, but maybe live. I told them about the containment zone, about how the military wasn't coming to rescue us, about how we were on our own. I showed them the FBI document I'd printed, let them read about Solanum and the terrorist attacks, and I saw the hope drain from their faces as they realized how bad things really were. In the end, 18 of them agreed to come with us. 8 chose to stay, and I didn't argue with them. It was their choice, their lives, and I couldn't force them. We armed the group as best we could. The sporting goods store had a decent selection of potential weapons. Baseball bats, golf clubs, hunting knives, compound bows, even a couple of crossbows. We broke into the ammunition cage using a crowbar, and I found exactly 12 boxes of ammunition in calibers that matched the pistol I was carrying and 2 hunting rifles we'd found. I gave one rifle to Rachel, who said she'd grown up hunting with her father and knew how to shoot, and kept the other for myself, slinging it across my back while I kept the pistol in hand. The ammunition was divided evenly, giving us maybe 150 rounds total. Enough for a sustained firefight if we got into one, but not enough to be careless. We loaded up backpacks with food and water, took flashlights and batteries, grabbed anything else that might be useful. I checked my watch and saw it was just after 10 at night, which meant we'd been dealing with this nightmare for almost 12 hours, though it felt like years. We left the sporting goods store in a tight formation, me at the front with the pistol and flashlight, Rachel near the back with her rifle, Brandon in the middle with his radio. We moved quietly through the second level, heading toward the third level where the bookstore group was holding out. The infected were more active now, and we encountered them in small groups, 2 or 3 at a time, drawn by our flashlights or our scent or some instinct I didn't understand. I shot 2 of them headshots from close range, the suppressed pistol making sharp cracks that were quieter than I'd hoped, but not quiet enough. An infected woman in a nurse's uniform came at us from a darkened store entrance, and Patricia slashed her throat with the box cutter, arterial spray painting the wall, but the infected kept coming until Connor hit her in the head with his pipe, caving in her skull. We dragged the bodies into the store and kept moving. The escalators were death traps, too exposed, too much open space, so we took the back stairwell that employees used. It was narrow and dark and smelled like death, and when I opened the door I saw why. There were bodies on the stairs, at least a dozen of them, piled up where people had died trying to escape or where infected had dragged their victims to feed. We had to climb over them, stepping on cold flesh and slipping in congealed blood, and Lisa vomited halfway up, the sound echoing in the stairwell, and I prayed it didn't attract more infected. We reached the third level without being attacked, which felt like a miracle, and I started to think maybe we could actually pull this off. The bookstore was at the far end of the third level, past a food court that was even worse than the one on the second level. Bodies everywhere, some of them still moving, infected, feeding in groups. The smell of death so thick it made my eyes water. We tried to skirt around the edge, staying in the shadows, but one of the infected spotted us, a man in a business suit with half his face torn away. And he let out this horrible shriek that brought every other infected in the food court running. We had no choice but to fight. I shot the businessman, then 2 more infected that came from the left. Rachel dropped 3 with her rifle, clean headshots that showed she wasn't kidding about knowing how to shoot. The rest of the group swung bats and pipes and knives, and the noise was incredible. Screaming and moaning and the wet crunch of metal on bone. Mark went down when an infected tackled him from behind, and Lisa screamed and smashed the infected's head with the fire extinguisher, hitting it over and over even after it stopped moving. We got Mark back on his feet, checked him for bites, found nothing but bruises. We kept fighting, kept moving forward, and then we were through the food court and running toward the bookstore, and I could see their security gate ahead, people inside waving at us to hurry. We piled through the gate, and they slammed it down behind us, and I counted heads. We'd made it through without losing anyone, though several people were injured, cuts and bruises, and one sprained ankle. The bookstore group had their own injuries, worse than ours. 2 people with serious bite wounds that they'd wrapped in bandages, and I knew immediately they were infected. They just didn't know it yet or were in denial. I pulled aside the bookstore manager, a woman in her 50s named Helen, and asked her about the bitten individuals. She said it happened this morning, that they'd been attacked when they initially retreated into the store, that they'd seemed fine for a while, but now they were running fevers and acting confused. I asked how long ago they were bitten, and she said about 8 hours. I thought about the FBI document about infection timelines, and I realized these people had maybe 4 hours before they turned, maybe less. I didn't want to do what I knew I had to do, but there was no choice. I told Helen we needed to isolate the bitten individuals, that the infection would turn them into those things outside. She argued, said they were sick but not infected, that we couldn't just give up on them. I showed her the document, made her read the section about infection progression, and I watched her face crumble as she understood. She asked if there was anything we could do, any way to stop it, and I said no, there wasn't, and I was sorry. She started crying, and I left her alone because I had my own crisis to deal with. We now had over 40 people to evacuate, several of them injured, through a mall full of infected, and I had no idea how we were going to make it. I gathered everyone together and explained the situation. We couldn't stay here because the bitten individuals would turn and attack us from inside our safe zone. We couldn't split up because smaller groups would be picked off easily. We had to move together right now and make a run for the parking lot. I asked if anyone knew which vehicles in the lot were likely to still have keys in them, and 3 people raised their hands. A teenage girl whose father ran a used car dealership, an insurance adjuster who said he could hotwire most American cars, and a parking attendant who'd worked in the mall lot for 15 years and knew where people hid spare keys. Between them, they figured they could get us at least 6 or 7 working vehicles, enough to transport everyone if we packed them tight. We spent 30 minutes preparing, gathering supplies, organizing people into vehicle groups, planning the fastest route to the parking lot. The bitten individuals were getting worse, sweating and shaking, one of them vomiting blood, and I knew we were running out of time. I pulled Brandon aside and told him that when those people turned, he needed to shoot them immediately. No hesitation, no mercy. He looked sick at the thought but nodded. I gave him extra ammunition and made sure he understood this was necessary, that those people were already dead and we couldn't let them take others with them. He said he understood, and I believed him, but I also saw the way his hands were shaking and wondered if he'd actually be able to do it when the moment came. We left the bookstore in two groups, a vanguard of the most capable fighters, me and Rachel and Connor and a few others clearing the path, and then the main group behind us moving fast, protecting the injured and weak. We made it back to the second level without incident, then down to the first level where the chaos was worse. The fires had spread, consuming entire stores, filling the air with smoke that made it hard to breathe. Infected were everywhere, drawn by the firelight, and we had to fight through them in waves. I ran out of pistol ammunition halfway across the atrium and switched to the rifle, making every shot count, aiming for heads, dropping infected with single rounds. Rachel was beside me, firing in rhythm, covering different angles. The others with melee weapons formed a wall around the injured, beating back anything that got through our line of fire. An infected security guard, or what used to be one, came at me from the side, moving faster than I expected, and tackled me to the ground before I could react. The rifle clattered away, and the infected was on top of me, snapping its teeth at my face, and I got my hands up and grabbed its jaw, holding it back, feeling its cold, clammy skin and the horrible strength in its neck as it tried to bite through my fingers. I couldn't reach my knife, couldn't throw it off, could only hold on and hope someone would help. Connor appeared, swung his pipe, caught the infected in the temple, and it went limp and rolled off me. I scrambled to my feet, grabbed the rifle, and kept moving. We were maybe 50 feet from the north exit now, so close, and I could see the doors ahead, could see the parking lot beyond, and I thought we were going to make it. Then the lights went out. Complete darkness, except for our flashlights and the glow of fires. Someone had cut power to the mall. Either the infected had damaged critical infrastructure or the authorities had shut it down remotely. In the darkness, the infected seemed to multiply, surrounding us on all sides, and we were fighting blind, shooting at shapes and sounds, hoping we were hitting the right targets. I heard someone scream, one of our group, and I turned and saw an infected dragging a man down, tearing at his throat. I shot the infected, but the man was already dead. We kept pushing forward, stepping over bodies, our own and theirs, and finally we reached the exit and burst through into the parking lot. The lot was chaos. Infected wandered between cars, attacking people trapped inside vehicles, feeding on bodies left from the initial evacuation. We ran through them, not stopping to fight unless we had to, heading for the section where the parking attendant said spare keys would be hidden. We found the first vehicle, a minivan, keys under the driver's side wheel well, exactly where he said they'd be. We loaded 7 people into it, including the attendant who volunteered to drive. He started the engine, and the sound attracted every infected within 100 yards. They swarmed the van, pounding on the windows, and the attendant floored it, running over several infected and smashing through others. The van disappeared into the darkness, and I prayed they'd make it to the perimeter. We found 3 more vehicles over the next 20 minutes, an SUV, a pickup truck, and another van. Each time we had to fight off infected while the insurance adjuster worked on hot wiring them, and each time we lost people. The teenage girl was grabbed while trying to reach a car, dragged under by 3 infected, gone before anyone could help her. An older man had a heart attack from the stress and collapsed, and we couldn't carry him and fight at the same time, so we left him. Lisa was bitten on the arm while defending Mark, and she knew what it meant. And she made Mark promise to leave her behind, to get to safety, and he refused. But Patricia and Connor held him back while Lisa ran into a group of infected, leading them away from us, buying us time to escape. I heard her screaming in the darkness and then silence, and Mark collapsed to his knees, sobbing. We got the last of our group into the vehicles, maybe 30 people spread across 4 cars. I was in the SUV with Rachel, Brandon, Connor, Patricia, and Mark, who was catatonic with grief. I was driving, navigating through the parking lot by feel and memory more than sight, avoiding abandoned cars and infected. I could see headlights ahead, the other vehicles we'd sent out, and I followed them toward what I hoped was the perimeter of the containment zone. Behind us, the mall was a burning ruin, flames reaching up into the night sky, infected silhouettes visible against the fire. I'd failed to save most of the people in that building, but I'd saved some, and that had to count for something. We made it about 3 miles before we hit the military checkpoint. Concrete barriers across the road, armored vehicles, soldiers in full combat gear with automatic weapons. They waved us down and I stopped the SUV, and a soldier approached with his rifle raised. I put my hands up, told him we were survivors from the Westfield Gateway Mall, that we needed medical attention and shelter. He asked if anyone in our group was bitten, and I hesitated because Mark was bitten. I'd seen it happen. He'd been protecting the group and an infected had gotten his leg, but Mark didn't know, didn't realize, and if I told the soldier, they'd shoot him right here. I made a decision I'll regret forever. I said no, nobody was bitten, we're all clean. The soldier looked at me for a long moment like he knew I was lying, but then he lowered his rifle and directed us to a processing area where other survivors were being checked and cataloged. They separated us into groups, examined us for wounds, asked us questions about what we'd seen and experienced. I gave them the FBI document, told them about the attacks, about Solanum, about everything I knew. They took the document and disappeared with it, and I never found out what they did with that information. They put us in a temporary camp that had been set up in a high school gymnasium, gave us cots and blankets and hot food, the first real meal I'd had in over a day. I sat with Rachel and Connor and Patricia, and we didn't talk much, just sat there trying to process what had happened. Mark was in the medical tent getting his leg wound treated, and I knew they'd realized he was infected, and I wondered if they'd kill him or try to save him or just let him turn and then kill him. I was wrong about Mark being bitten. Turned out it wasn't a bite, just a deep scratch. And while scratches could transmit the infection, it wasn't guaranteed. He got lucky. But someone else in the camp wasn't lucky. One of the people from our original sporting goods store group, a young man I didn't know well, started showing symptoms around midnight: fever, confusion, aggression. The military personnel moved fast, isolated him, and I heard a single gunshot from the quarantine tent. They burned the body without ceremony. That's when I realized we weren't in a rescue camp, we were in a holding facility, and they were keeping us here to make sure the infection didn't spread beyond the containment zone. We were prisoners, just better treated than we would have been in the mall. Over the next 3 days, I learned more about what had happened, piecing together information from other survivors and from guards who were willing to talk. The attacks had been coordinated, hitting dozens of retail locations across the country simultaneously. All major shopping centers owned by competing chains released during peak shopping periods to maximize infection spread. The pathogen was confirmed to be Solanum, a virus originally developed at Area 51 as part of a biological weapons program that was officially discontinued in the 90s. Someone had stolen samples from a black site storage facility, weaponized them, and distributed them to sleeper cells who deployed them in aerosol form using modified HVAC systems in the targeted malls. The FBI was working with military intelligence to identify the perpetrators, but so far they had no solid leads. The infection had spread beyond the initial deployment sites, carried by people who'd been exposed but hadn't shown symptoms yet, people who'd driven home to their families or traveled to other cities before they turned. The containment zones were failing. Phoenix was lost. Atlanta was lost. 3 cities in California were lost, and the infection was spreading faster than anyone could contain it. I spent those 3 days in the camp trying to help where I could, organizing supply distribution, helping set up better security, talking to other survivors, and documenting their stories because someone needed to record what had happened. I learned that I was one of hundreds of mall managers whose facilities had been attacked, that most of them were dead, that a few had survived like me. I learned that the attacks were part of something called viral commerce. a plan by an unknown terrorist organization to destroy the American retail economy and cause mass casualties. I learned that the government was preparing for a worst-case scenario where major population centers would have to be abandoned or destroyed to prevent total collapse. I learned that there was no cure for Solanum, no vaccine, nothing to stop the infection once it took hold. I learned that the world I'd known was gone forever. On the fourth day, the military started relocating us to more permanent facilities inland, away from the expanding infection zones. We were loaded onto trucks, 50 people per vehicle, and driven through checkpoints and roadblocks, past burning cities and abandoned towns. I looked out the back of the truck and saw Phoenix in the distance, the entire city covered in smoke, and I thought about my apartment, my boring routine, my safe and comfortable life that had ended on Black Friday. I thought about all the people I'd failed to save, the employees and shoppers who'd trusted me to keep them safe. I thought about Tim Orozco with his tablet, hoping to document the horror, and I wondered if he'd survived or if he was dead or worse. I thought about Lisa running into the infected to save us, and the security guards who died in the first minutes, and Derek bleeding out in the security office, and all the nameless people whose bodies were rotting in the ruins of my mall. We arrived at a military base in New Mexico around sunset, a sprawling complex of buildings and fences and guard towers that had been converted into a refugee processing center. They assigned us barracks, gave us ID cards, started integrating us into the camp's labor system. Everyone had a job, whether it was farming in the hydroponics facility or standing guard duty or cooking or cleaning. I was assigned to security because of my military background, given a rifle and a uniform and a 12-hour shift patrolling the perimeter. It was mindless work, walking the fence line, watching for infected, but it gave me time to think, and thinking was dangerous because it led to rage and grief and questions I couldn't answer. I met Rachel again during a shift change, and we talked for a while about everything and nothing, and I learned she'd lost her entire family in the outbreak, parents and siblings all gone, and she was alone now like I was. We became friends, the kind of friendship forged in shared trauma, and we'd spend our off hours together, not talking about the past because it hurt too much, just existing in the present and trying not to think about the future. Connor was in the camp too, and he'd started a band with some other survivors, playing music in the rec hall at night, giving people something to focus on besides the horror outside the fences. Patricia had found work in the medical facility, using her customer service skills to help process new arrivals and comfort the traumatized. Mark had disappeared, reassigned to a different facility, or maybe dead, I never found out. About 2 weeks after we arrived at the base, a helicopter landed carrying military intelligence officers and a civilian consultant. They were interviewing survivors, looking for any information that might help identify who'd orchestrated the attacks. I was brought in for questioning because I'd been one of the few mall managers who'd survived with documentary evidence. I sat across from 2 intelligence officers, a man and a woman, both wearing uniforms without identifying insignia, and they asked me to walk through everything I'd experienced. I told them about the security briefing, the FBI document, the timing of the infections, everything I could remember. They took notes, asked clarifying questions, and then they showed me a photograph and asked if I recognized the person. It was a professional headshot of a man in his 50s, distinguished looking, wearing an expensive suit, the kind of corporate executive who'd never gotten his hands dirty in his life. His name, they told me, was William Sterling. Sterling was the regional vice president for Sterling Retail Group, a massive retail conglomerate that owned competing mall chains across the country. He'd been under investigation for securities fraud and illegal business practices, but nothing had stuck because he was rich and connected, and his lawyers were better than the prosecutors. The intelligence officers told me they had evidence linking Sterling to the Solanum attacks, that he'd orchestrated the entire operation not as terrorism but as corporate sabotage. releasing the virus in competitor malls to drive them out of business and increase his own company's market share. It was insane, sociopathic beyond comprehension, but the evidence was solid. Financial transactions showing payments to shell companies that purchased lab equipment, communications between Sterling and known bioweapons dealers, testimony from captured operatives who deployed the virus under his orders. Sterling had killed thousands of people, destroyed multiple cities, triggered what might be the collapse of civilization itself, all to boost his quarterly earnings and eliminate competition. I asked the officers if they'd arrested Sterling, and they said no. He'd disappeared shortly after the attacks, probably fled the country or gone underground. They said they were still looking for him, that he was a high-priority target, but with everything else falling apart, the manhunt wasn't getting the resources it deserved. I asked what would happen if they found him, and they said he'd be tried for crimes against humanity, probably executed. But that was cold comfort to the thousands of people he'd murdered. I sat there listening to this, feeling that rage from the mall roof come back, that focused anger that demanded justice, and I made another promise to myself. If I ever found William Sterling, if I ever got the chance, I'd kill him myself. Not for justice, not for the law, but for everyone who died in my mall, for Lisa running into the infected, for Derek bleeding out at his desk, for the whole fucking world that Sterling had destroyed to make a profit. The intelligence officers asked if I'd be willing to help with the investigation. Said they could use people with my experience and knowledge. I said yes, immediately. They assigned me to a joint task force that was tracking down leads on Sterling's whereabouts and trying to identify his network of collaborators. It gave me purpose, something to focus on besides survival, and I threw myself into it completely. Over the next month, I interviewed survivors from other attacked malls, cross-referenced their stories with intelligence reports, helped build a comprehensive timeline of Sterling's operations. We identified at least 30 people who'd worked for him, either knowingly or unknowingly, in deploying the Solanum attacks. Most of them were dead now, killed by the infection they'd helped spread or executed by military tribunals. But Sterling himself remained elusive, a ghost, vanishing into the chaos he'd created. The infection continued spreading. By the end of the first month, 50 major American cities were under quarantine or had been completely overrun. The military was stretched impossibly thin, unable to maintain containment zones and protect refugee camps simultaneously. The government had fractured, with some officials calling for nuclear strikes on infected urban centers and others arguing for evacuation and preservation of human life at all costs. International response was mixed. Some countries closed their borders completely, others tried to help with resources and personnel. The infection had reached Europe and Asia, though not as severely, and there were reports of different strains or mutations, though I didn't know if those were real or just panic rumors. The world was ending in slow motion, and I had a front row seat. 3 months after Black Friday, I got a break in the Sterling case. One of our intelligence sources reported a sighting of Sterling in Phoenix, of all places, back in the heart of the disaster zone he'd created. He'd apparently set up a base of operations in one of his company's retail facilities that had survived the initial outbreak, was using it as a headquarters for something, though our source didn't know what. The source also reported that Sterling had a security force of maybe 20 mercenaries, heavily armed, and that he was still conducting what looked like business operations even as the city collapsed around him. It made a sick kind of sense. Sterling had destroyed his competition, and now he was positioning himself to rebuild retail infrastructure in the aftermath, probably using government disaster relief funds to finance his operations, finding a way to profit even from the apocalypse he'd caused. The military wasn't going to authorize a mission to capture Sterling. Phoenix was deep inside the containment zone, considered lost territory, and they weren't risking personnel for what they considered a low-priority target. but I couldn't let it go. I spent 2 weeks planning, gathering intelligence, studying maps of Phoenix, identifying Sterling's location and defenses. I found 5 other people willing to go with me. Rachel, who wanted revenge for her family, Connor, who'd lost his music career and his future and wanted someone to blame, 2 former soldiers from the camp who'd served with me in Iraq and trusted my leadership, and a civilian volunteer named David Reese who'd lost his wife and kids in the Atlanta outbreak and had nothing left to lose. We stole weapons and equipment from the base armory, took an SUV from the motor pool, and left in the middle of the night, knowing we'd probably never be allowed back, but not caring. The drive to Phoenix took 2 days, navigating around infected hordes and through abandoned towns and past military checkpoints where we had to show forged orders. The highways were graveyards of vehicles, most of them burned or crashed or simply abandoned when their drivers ran out of fuel or hope. We saw infected everywhere, shambling along roads clustered around the wrecks of civilization, feeding on whatever they could find. We avoided them when possible, drove through them when necessary, conserving ammunition and staying focused on the mission. At night, we'd camp in defensible locations, taking turns on watch, and during those quiet hours, I'd think about what I was doing, whether revenge was worth dying for, whether killing Sterling would actually change anything. I always came back to the same answer. Maybe it wouldn't change anything, but he needed to die, and I needed to be the one to do it. We reached Phoenix on the 3rd day, and the city was worse than I'd imagined. The military had pulled out completely, leaving nothing but burned buildings and infected. The population had either fled or died or turned, and the streets were empty except for the dead. We drove through neighborhoods I'd known, saw houses I'd driven past every day on my commute, all of them destroyed or abandoned or burning. We reached the mall district, and I made them drive past the Westfield Gateway, or what was left of it. The place was a crater, a massive hole in the ground surrounded by rubble. I learned later that the military had tried to contain the infection by demolishing the building, using explosives to bring it down and bury the infected inside. It hadn't worked, obviously, but they'd tried. I looked at the ruins and thought about all the people who died there, and I felt that rage burn even hotter. Sterling's facility was about 10 miles from the mall, a massive distribution center that had been converted into a fortress. High walls, guard towers, razor wire, the whole 9 yards. We parked a mile away and approached on foot, moving through the ruins of a suburban development, staying low and quiet. The facility was heavily defended, mercenaries patrolling the perimeter, vehicles moving in and out through a main gate that was reinforced with steel barriers. We spent 6 hours watching, learning their patrol patterns, identifying weak points, planning our infiltration. The 2 former soldiers with me, their names were James and Rodriguez, suggested we wait for nightfall and hit them hard and fast, overwhelming force, in and out before they could respond effectively. Rachel wanted to be more cautious, scouting more thoroughly before committing. Connor wanted to sneak in quietly and kill Sterling in his sleep. David just wanted to kill everyone inside, consequences be damned. I made the decision. We'd wait for night, infiltrate quietly, locate Sterling, kill him, and extract. If we got into a firefight, we'd be outnumbered and outgunned, so stealth was our best option. Night came and we moved in. James and Rodriguez took point, their military training showing in every movement, and we followed close behind. We cut through the razor wire, slipped between patrol routes, made it over the wall without being detected. Inside the facility was like stepping into a different world. Clean, organized, well lit, almost normal except for the armed guards and the fact that we were in the middle of an apocalyptic wasteland. We moved through a warehouse full of retail merchandise, past offices and break rooms, following intel that Sterling's personal quarters were in the executive section on the 2nd floor. We took out 2 guards silently, James using a knife and Rodriguez using his bare hands, and we hid the bodies in a storage closet. We reached the stairwell, and that's when things went wrong. A guard we hadn't seen spotted us, raised his radio to call for backup, and Rachel shot him. The suppressed rifle was quiet, but the guard's body hitting the floor wasn't, and within seconds alarms were blaring and we were running up the stairs with gunfire erupting behind us. We burst through the second-floor door into a corridor lined with offices, mercenaries coming at us from both directions, and we had no choice but to fight. I dropped 2 with headshots. James threw a grenade that took out 3 more. Rachel was firing on full auto, her rifle burning through ammunition. Connor took a bullet in the shoulder, went down screaming, and David dragged him into an office while the rest of us held the line. Rodriguez was hit in the leg, kept fighting anyway, dropping mercenaries with precision shots until he ran out of ammunition and switched to his sidearm. We were getting torn apart, and I knew we were going to die here, but then I saw Sterling. He was at the end of the corridor, standing in the doorway of what looked like a conference room. Wearing a suit like this was a normal business day, watching the firefight with this detached, analytical expression like he was evaluating a quarterly report. He saw me looking at him and he smiled, actually smiled, and then he disappeared back into the conference room and closed the door. I told James to cover me, pushed through the gunfire, reached the door, kicked it open. Sterling was inside, along with 2 bodyguards and what looked like a team of executives having a meeting. They all turned to stare at me, and for a moment nobody moved, like we were frozen in a photograph. Then Sterling's bodyguards went for their weapons, and I shot them both before they cleared leather. Sterling's executives scattered, diving under the conference table, and Sterling himself just stood there, that smile still on his face. I crossed the room in 3 steps, grabbed him by his tie, slammed him against the wall. He didn't resist, didn't even seem surprised. I stuck the pistol under his chin and asked him if he knew who I was. He said no, should he, his voice calm and pleasant like we were at a networking event. I told him I was the manager of the Westfield Gateway Mall, that I'd watched thousands of people die because of what he did, that he'd destroyed the world to eliminate competition. He said that wasn't quite accurate. He'd destroyed his competition to secure market position. The world ending was an unfortunate side effect. I wanted to kill him right there, just pull the trigger and end it, but I needed answers first. I needed to know why. Needed to understand how someone could do something so monstrously evil. Sterling explained it to me like he was teaching a business class. He'd analyzed the retail market and determined that his company's growth was being limited by competitors, that traditional methods of market expansion were too slow and too expensive. So he'd developed an alternative strategy, use biological warfare to eliminate competitor facilities, trigger a societal collapse that would destroy traditional retail infrastructure, then position his company to rebuild in the aftermath with government contracts and disaster relief funding. He'd stolen the Solanum virus from Area 51 using bribed security contractors, had it weaponized by a biotech firm that thought they were working on a pharmaceutical project, distributed it to operatives who believed they were deploying a crowd control agent. The attacks were timed for maximum impact, released during holiday sales when foot traffic was highest and infection could spread fastest. He'd expected some level of societal disruption, but the rapid spread and inability to contain the virus had exceeded his projections. Still, he considered it a successful proof of concept, and he was already planning Phase 2, where he'd use his surviving retail facilities as the basis for rebuilding civilization under his corporate control. I listened to this and realized I was talking to someone who wasn't human anymore. Someone who'd lost or never had any capacity for empathy or basic morality. He'd killed millions of people as a business strategy. He'd ended civilization for quarterly profits, and he was proud of it, saw himself as an innovator, a visionary, someone who'd reshaped the world through bold action. I asked him about all the people who died in my mall, about Lisa and Derek and Tim and all the others, and he said he didn't know their names, hadn't tracked individual casualties. That level of detail wasn't relevant to his strategic planning. I asked him if he felt any remorse, any guilt, and he looked at me like I'd asked if he felt guilty about firing an underperforming employee. To him, all those deaths were just acceptable losses in pursuit of a larger goal. I should have shot him then, but I wanted him to suffer, wanted him to feel fear, wanted him to understand what he'd done to people like me. I dragged him out of the conference room, back into the corridor where my team was still fighting off mercenaries. James was down, dead or dying, I couldn't tell. Rodriguez was out of ammunition, fighting with a combat knife. Rachel was holding the stairwell, her rifle empty, using it as a club. Connor and David were nowhere to be seen, probably dead or evacuated or captured. The mercenaries saw Sterling and stopped shooting, probably afraid of hitting their boss, and I used that hesitation to reach the stairwell and start dragging Sterling down. He was fighting me now, trying to break free, shouting orders to his men, promising bonuses if they killed me and rescued him. We made it to the first floor, and I could hear more mercenaries coming, dozens of them converging on our position. There was an elevator near the warehouse entrance, one of those big freight elevators for moving merchandise. The doors were open, and I could see down into the shaft, which descended at least 2 floors below ground into what must have been a basement storage level. I dragged Sterling to the elevator, and he realized what I was planning and started begging, his corporate composure finally breaking. He offered me money, offered me a position in his organization, offered me anything I wanted if I'd let him live. I told him the only thing I wanted was for him to suffer the way his victims suffered. I told him about the infected shoppers in my mall, about how they'd torn people apart, about how he'd created that horror. And then I threw him into the elevator shaft. He fell screaming, and I heard him hit something on the way down, metal or concrete, I couldn't tell. And then he landed at the bottom with a wet crunch that probably meant broken bones. I leaned over the shaft and looked down, and in the dim emergency lighting I could see Sterling at the bottom, not dead but injured, trying to crawl toward the basement-level doors. And I could see why he was crawling. The basement was full of infected. They must have gotten trapped down there when the facility was first secured, and Sterling's people had just left them there, too dangerous to clear out. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, crowding the basement level, and now they'd noticed Sterling. They started moving toward him, shambling and crawling, and Sterling was screaming, begging me to pull him up, promising anything if I'd save him. I watched him for a moment, watched the infected reach him, watched them start tearing at his expensive suit. And then I turned away and left him to die the way thousands had died in my mall. I made it back to the ground floor and found Rachel waiting for me, covered in blood but alive. She'd fought her way clear when the mercenaries had focused on rescuing Sterling. Connor and David were with her. Connor's shoulder wrapped in makeshift bandages, David barely conscious from blood loss. James and Rodriguez were dead, their bodies left in the facility. We fought our way to the perimeter, stole a vehicle from the motor pool, and drove out through the chaos of mercenaries trying to figure out what had happened to their boss. We were 5 miles away when we heard explosions behind us, the facility going up in flames, and I didn't know if Sterling's people were destroying evidence or if the infected had breached containment. But I didn't care. Sterling was dead, justice had been served, and even though it wouldn't bring back the people we'd lost, it felt like something had been accomplished. We drove east, away from Phoenix, not knowing where we were going. Just knowing we couldn't go back to the refugee camp. We'd be arrested or executed for desertion and theft, and the mission wouldn't matter to military justice. We drove for days, scrounging fuel from abandoned gas stations, avoiding infected and human threats, barely surviving. David died on the 3rd day, blood loss and infection taking him while we camped in an abandoned farmhouse. We buried him in the yard and kept moving. Connor's shoulder got infected and we had no antibiotics, but somehow he survived, his body fighting off the infection through sheer stubbornness. Rachel and I took turns driving, neither of us sleeping much, both of us processing what we'd been through and what we'd done. We eventually reached a settlement in Colorado, a community that had formed in the mountains away from major infection zones. They were suspicious of outsiders, but they let us in after we proved we weren't infected and agreed to work for our shelter. It wasn't much. Maybe 200 people living in a collection of cabins and trailers, farming and hunting and trying to rebuild some semblance of civilization. We settled in, found roles in the community, tried to make new lives from the wreckage of our old ones. Rachel became a teacher, helping educate the children who'd survived. Connor started performing again, his music giving people hope. I joined the security team using my military experience to help defend the settlement from infected and raiders. But the world kept ending. The infection continued spreading, adapting, evolving. We heard reports of new variants, infected that were faster or stronger or more coordinated. We heard that the government had collapsed, that martial law had failed, that the military had fractured into competing factions. We heard that Europe was mostly overrun, that Asia was holding on by a thread, that Africa and South America were dark, no communications or information coming out. We heard that the president had authorized nuclear strikes on infected urban centers, that New York and Los Angeles and Chicago had been destroyed, that the fallout was spreading across the continent. We heard, but we didn't see, isolated in our mountain refuge, and sometimes I wondered if the reports were even true or if they were just ghost stories we told ourselves to justify our fear. 6 months after killing Sterling, the infection reached Colorado. We thought we were far enough away, isolated enough that it wouldn't find us, but infected don't stop moving, don't give up, and they found our settlement purely by chance. A horde of maybe 500 came up from the valley one morning, drawn by our campfires or our voices or just random wandering, and our defenses weren't enough to stop them. We fought for 3 hours, burning through ammunition, setting fire traps, using every defensive tactic we'd learned. We held them at the perimeter for a while, dropping dozens with headshots and fire, but they kept coming, climbing over their own dead, driven by that mindless hunger. The settlement walls were breached and infected poured through, and everything became chaos and screaming and desperate fighting. Rachel died holding a defensive position that let children evacuate to the mountain caves. Connor died covering our retreat, his guitar smashed across an infected skull in his final moments. I fought until my ammunition ran out, then fought with knives and tools in my bare hands, and when I couldn't fight anymore, I ran with the survivors, maybe 50 of us, up into the caves where the infected couldn't easily follow. We sealed the entrance with rockfalls and debris, trapping ourselves inside but keeping them out. We had some supplies, enough food and water for maybe a week, and we sat in the darkness listening to the infected clawing at the rocks, trying to reach us, never giving up. I'm writing this on the tablet Tim Orozco gave me on Black Friday. The battery somehow still holding a charge after all these months. I don't know if anyone will ever read this, if there's anyone left to read it, but I needed to document what happened. Needed to record the truth about Sterling and Solanum and how the world ended. We can hear aircraft passing overhead sometimes, military or civilian, I can't tell. And we've tried signaling, but no one has responded. The infected are still outside, their numbers growing as more arrive from nearby settlements that must have fallen. Our food ran out 3 days ago, our water 2 days ago. People are starting to talk about making a run for it, trying to reach lower elevations where there might be other survivors or supplies, but I know that's suicide. The infected are everywhere now, and there's nowhere left to run. The government made its final decision yesterday, or maybe it was last week. Time is hard to track in the dark. We heard it on a battery-powered radio before the signal died. They were implementing what they called Phoenix Protocol, a plan to use fuel-air explosives to destroy remaining population centers and create fire breaks to halt infection spread. The name would have been funny if it wasn't so tragic, using Phoenix to describe a plan to destroy cities, never mind that actual Phoenix had been one of the first to burn. They said it was necessary, that conventional containment had failed, that the infected had spread beyond any hope of control, that the only option left was to create dead zones where nothing could survive, infected or otherwise. They said civilian casualties were regrettable but acceptable, that the survival of the species required sacrifice. They said it would begin immediately. Last night I heard the explosions, distant at first, then closer, the earth shaking so hard that rocks fell from the cave ceiling and we thought we'd be buried alive. Through gaps in our barricade, I could see the sky lit up orange and red, massive fireballs rising into the clouds, the silhouettes of mountains visible against the flames. The settlement was destroyed, everything we'd built reduced to ash and rubble. The infected outside our cave were incinerated, their screaming ending in an instant, replaced by a roaring wind so hot it felt like being inside an oven. We retreated deeper into the caves, trying to escape the heat, and somehow the entrance held, the rocks didn't collapse, and we survived. But I don't know for how long. The air is getting thin, either from smoke or because our oxygen is running out, I can't tell which. People are coughing, having trouble breathing, lying down and not getting back up. I'm so thirsty my throat feels like it's lined with glass and my hands are shaking so badly I can barely hold this tablet. I keep thinking about my apartment in Phoenix, about my boring routine, about the life I had before Black Friday. I keep thinking about all the people I failed to save, all the mistakes I made, all the ways things could have gone differently if I'd been smarter or faster or better. I keep thinking about Sterling falling into that elevator shaft, screaming as the infected tore him apart, and I wonder if I should feel guilty about that. But I don't. I just feel satisfied that he died the way he deserved. If anyone finds this, if somehow civilization survives and people rebuild and someone explores these caves and discovers our bodies, I want them to know what happened. William Sterling killed the world. He released Solanum in shopping malls across America as corporate sabotage, trying to eliminate competition, and the infection spread beyond his control or anyone's control. And millions died, maybe billions by now. The government tried to contain it, tried to fight it, and when that failed, they tried to burn it out, destroying cities and killing survivors to create fire breaks. And it didn't work. The infected are everywhere, adapting and spreading, and there's no cure, no vaccine, no way to stop them. The zombies won. Humanity lost. I can hear something outside the cave, a new sound. Not the clawing of infected, but a rhythmic pounding like heavy machinery or artillery fire. The explosions are getting closer, and I realize the Phoenix Protocol hasn't finished. They're still destroying everything, systematically wiping out every possible infection source. This cave, these mountains, all of it is going to be obliterated, and we're going to die here in the dark, surrounded by stone and smoke and the ashes of the world Sterling burned. I'm going to die here, and maybe that's fitting, maybe that's what I deserve for all the people I couldn't save. Rachel is dead, Connor is dead. Derek and Lisa and Tim and James and Rodriguez and David and Patricia and Brandon and everyone I ever cared about or tried to protect is dead. I'm alone in the dark with a dying battery and no hope and no future. And all I can think about is how fucking pointless it all was, how none of it mattered. How Sterling got what he wanted in the end because the retail economy is gone and civilization is gone and the only thing left is infected and fire. The tablet battery is at 3%. I can hear people crying in the darkness around me, can hear someone praying, can hear the rocks starting to shift as the explosions get closer. I wish I had something profound to say, some final message or wisdom or hope to leave behind. But I don't. I'm just a mall manager who failed to keep people safe, who killed a man for revenge, who survived longer than I should have and now gets to die in a cave like a rat in a trap. If there's anyone left to read this, if humanity somehow survives the purge and the infection and the collapse, learn from what happened. Don't let people like Sterling exist. Don't let corporate greed override basic humanity. Don't let anyone value profit over lives. And if you find yourself in a shopping mall when Black Friday comes around, maybe skip the sales and go home. Trust me, the deals aren't worth it. The explosions are right outside now. The cave is shaking. People are screaming. The rocks are falling. This is the end. The infected won, the zombies won, Solanum won, and everything humanity built over thousands of years is gone, burned away in a futile attempt to stop a plague that never should have been unleashed. Sterling destroyed the world for quarterly profits, and we all died for his greed, and there's no justice in that, no meaning, no purpose, just waste and death and darkness. I'm sorry I couldn't save more people. I'm sorry I failed. I'm sorry the world ended on my watch. I'm